For more than 140 years, the Amateur Championship has revealed the stars of tomorrow and crowned champions whose names echo through golf history. It is time for a new chapter to be written. For the winner, the rewards are extraordinary. The opportunity to play in the Open, the Masters and the US Open. This is where legends begin. This is the Amateur Championship.
Well, good morning. If that hasn't whetted your appetite for what's ahead over the next couple of days, then nothing will. This is the 131st Amateur Championship live from Royal Liverpool. And at the end, we will crown another amateur champion. You saw in that intro some of the famous faces that have won this championship before. We started with 288 players at the start of the week, playing 2 rounds of stroke play. And at the end of this weekend, when we crown our champion, that player will have played 9 rounds. A round up the road at West Lancashire and another 8 here at Royal Liverpool. And you can see the scene as we go down to the first tee. We'll be watching the quarterfinals this morning, 2 semi-finals this afternoon, and then a 36-hole match play final tomorrow.
Good morning and welcome to Royal Liverpool Golf Club for the quarterfinals of the 131st Amateur Championship. This is match number 1. On the tee from Alton, Sam Easterbrook.
Our first quarter-final then, and it's Sam Easterbrook of England up against Emil Rieger of Germany. Both of these men play golf out in the States, college golf. Sam Easterbrook here studies at Purdue. And for those of you familiar with Royal Liverpool, we're playing the course the way the members do, not as we see it at the Open Championship when some of the holes are in a different order, but this is the first hole alongside the clubhouse and the putting green. A slight dogleg from left to right and a good tee shot to start the day from Sam Easterbrook. Here is the tall figure of Emil Rieger. Came through a tough match yesterday against Louis Hayward of England. Went to the 19th hole. And that one safely in the fairway as well. Alongside me, I'm delighted to say, Simon Holmes. And Simon, it's great to be back at the Amateur Championship, isn't it?
It is. You know, it's such a massive prize at the end of the championship, isn't it? Only 8 standing. But you become a part of golfing history. Huge difference in the strategy there. Emil not taking on the dog leg. That's out of bounds all the way up the right side there. So he is at a big distance disadvantage. Sam Easterbrook made a very big opening statement, carrying his own bag.
Well, we will have Rob Lee alongside us later on as well. And down on the course for us over the next 2 days is Sophie Walker.
And welcome to the first tee here at Royal Liverpool. There's already a crowd emerging behind this first tee. Conditions today, we've got a southerly wind. It's quite blustery. It'll be crosswinds early on and then downwind from about 9 to 12. Now we're into the quarter-finals. There could be a few tired players. 4 out of 8 matches went to extra holes yesterday. The first one has just teed off. We've got an All-American second match, a GB&I third match, and then the one that I want to look out for, Richard Tedder, the Estonian. He was famous for holing a 50-yard shot at West Lancashire to get into the Open Championship last year. Remember, the winner of this accesses that ticket to Royal Birkdale. Now he is playing Reed and Naldo, the Californian, in that 4th and final match. We're down to the last 8. The dream of winning this trophy, it's getting closer and closer.
It's a heck of a trophy. Look at that. Like the Stanley Cup in ice hockey, you need 3 people to lift that. But here is confirmation of the quarter-final lineup, as Sophie was teeing us up for. Sam Easterbrook against Emil Riga out on the first fairway. That All-American clash, Maloney against Akina, Kihei Akina. Very interesting young man. He's actually on his very first trip to Europe this week, let alone the first time playing links golf. He's never been to Europe before. Stuart Graham, the Irishman, up against Edward Featherstone of England, and then Ted Eyre of Estonia. I'm sure so many of you remember that clip that went viral of his chip-in, as Sophie mentioned, to get himself into the Open. That was through final qualifying for the Open last year. And this is the third time Ted Eyre has been in the quarterfinals of the Amateur Championship. He will play against Reed Arnaldo of the USA. And Simon, Sophie mentioned a place at the Open up for grabs for the winner here. There are also other exemptions, an exemption potentially to the Masters next year, an invitation potentially to the US Open as well next year. It really is, you know, there is a whole raft of rewards up for grabs here.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is, when you're trying to distinguish yourself and you're an amateur player and you're thinking the next step for me is the pros, and someone says to you, well, what have you won? What did you ever do in the amateur game? And I won the Amateur Championship, and I played in the British Open as an amateur, and I played in the Masters as an amateur. That's, you can't buy that. It gives you kudos, it gives you prestige, and it sort of gives you like a stamp of, okay, you know what, you're ready to graduate the amateur game, you should be a professional golfer.
So this is Riga of Germany, wearing the red cap there with the big M for the Maryland Terrapins, which is where he plays his golf over in the US, as so many of these young amateurs do.
Pin is cut just 9 on, 5 from the left, so it's a pretty tight pin. Anything just center green from this distance is going to be super. Need to put some pressure. Is that maybe lost a hair right? It is, and that will fall off the right side up onto the cush, and you can see it's going to have a long chip. So initial advantage to Sam Easterbrook, who you can see took it right over the corner of a dogleg. Can't have much more than 100 yards. Yeah, that's just one of it. I think that's his lobber. So for him, just to miss that false front, he'd love to get this inside of 10 feet. Strong left hand, lots of hip speed. Is that a man who likes it? Sensibly played. Still very much the advantage. Emil's going to know he'll have to chip and putt off that little downslope out of the rough, Andy. Not an easy shot. Lots of green to work with, but still a lot of nerves as you get started here. A fiddly little chip is not what you want.
By getting through to this quarter-final stage, all 8 of the players will be watching this morning, guaranteed a spot in final qualifying for the Open at the very least. The very first amateur championship was held here at Hoylake way back in, I don't think you were around for this, Simon, 1885?
I was just getting started then.
Alan McPhee of Scotland was the first champion. He beat Horace Hutchinson of England 7-6 in the final. There were 44 players. And this is actually the 19th time that this course has hosted the amateur championship, although it is the first since 2000. So it feels like this championship is at home this year. You can see there is quite a wind breeze blowing that flag. There you can see. I thought we were meant to be in a heat wave today.
British summer does not start. So you can see little pop-up greens, little run-off areas. You're going to see that a lot as the links sort of continues and we go to join it. Big, deep bunkers, the revetted faces. Very successful hosting of the Open the last time. Brian Harman getting it done in foul weather. Now, Emil just wants to have a closer look at how the ball's going to move as it gets closer to the hole. You see what he's got. He's going to walk off screen left there. You can see the ball just on the downslope. So something low. Yeah. Just trying to figure out how much resistance that's going to get. Nudges it forward. Has he got the speed? Oh, what a shot. Superb shot. Absolutely superb. So, you can have that, mate. Great opening shot from Emil Riga. That was brilliant.
Straight out of the starting gates on this Friday morning.
Yeah, that's just, it just calms you. Just one shot like that, you know, decided not to play an aggressive shot at all off the tee and put himself at a huge disadvantage, having seen Sam smash it over the corner. Now to take advantage of his amazing drive and maybe, but cautious, prudent, a prudent second shot. What's he got? Just outside 20 feet. He'll have had a decent look at how Emil's ball rolled down. Has he got the line? Nor the line, not the pace. Nevertheless, honours even. It's always a little tense getting started. You've got to get yourself back in the match. You've played so much golf, you know, and you're so close, but you've got to just keep your focus now.
Let's go back to the first tee. The second quarter-final getting underway. It's the All-American affair. This is Matt Maloney. Came through an incredible match in the last 16 yesterday against Arthur Carlier of France. It went to a 24th hole, so a 6th extra hole. Neither player had been more than one up at any stage in the match, so that was a real tussle for Maloney. And Kihei Akina, in terms of the rankings, he is the highest ranked player left in this championship. Number 12 in the amateur rankings, Akina. Birdied 17 and 18 yesterday to beat Jakob Mellin of Sweden, but he won't be happy with that first tee shot into the long stuff. On that left-hand side, we had an American winner last year of the Amateur Championship. Can one of these two follow in the footsteps of Ethan Fang?
Cameras, please stay out of rough.
What's that?
Just had a message, cameras, please stay out of rough.
Oh, all right.
So Fang was one behind Jakob Mellin yesterday, playing the 17th, won 17 and 18 to switch things around. He's had 2 college wins out in the States this year as well. Akina. Must always be a bit tough, Simon. They'll know each other relatively well, certainly better than some other players in the field, for example. And it must always be a bit frustrating to have to play your pal.
Yeah, it's a funny old thing. You know, there's so much psychology in it, and it teaches you what you're going to learn at professional golf is that you just need to make your own space. You know, the amateur starts off and you've got the qualifying and everybody's there, and there's every single facility is jam-packed. There's hundreds and hundreds of people. And then it starts to whittle down. The later you get into the tournament, there's less and less people there. The locker room sort of feels like it's all yours. And that's the headspace you've got to get into. You've got to say, okay, listen, I had a very tough match yesterday, but this absolutely starts again. I can't be exhausted by what I did yesterday. I've got to go and find the energy to isolate myself into this, the mentality to get this job done. So you learn a lot about resilience this week. And, well, at the amateur, you're always having to perform under pressure. Left rough, that's not going to be easy. Players just taking an iron for safety, trying to avoid the disaster start of out of bounds right.
So they will go and find Akina's ball on that left-hand side. It will all depend on his lie from there. Maloney's had a tough week as well, actually. All 3 of his match play rounds so far have only been won by 1 hole. And it's a slog, isn't it? It's a real physical test aside from anything. You know, this championship really tests out your golfing skill, of course it does, but your mental concentration, the physical side of your match, you know, you're playing so many holes of golf in a short space of time.
Andy, you're totally right. It's really the physical just keeps going. I think at this age you find the adrenaline, but to be able to find the focus each time, not allow yourself to be distracted, is a massive skill of professional golf, isn't it? Recreating that same focus each time. So from the sort of heavy grasses there, we don't see what lie he's got. Probably try to land this short and right, give himself a little bit of an angle to what we know is that front right pin. So, how did it come out? It will release for sure. Hard to tell if that's a happy or sad face, Andy.
He strikes me as somebody who's going to be a bit inscrutable. We shall see in a moment. But yeah, I mentioned an American winner of this championship 12 months ago, Ethan Fang. He played at the Open at Portrush last summer, played at the Masters. He's out playing at Shinnecock in the US Open right now, Ethan Fang. 4 over for his first round. Matt Maloney firing his second shot into the green as well. And we'll see where they've both ended up as we pan back. 4 over for a first round at Shinnecock's not too bad from Ethan Fang, is it? He missed the cut, sadly, at both the Open and the Masters, but just the experience of playing in these 3 now majors is huge, isn't it?
Yeah, we saw him last year. He was a good win player, Ethan Fang. So came from Texas, hit the ball down, a lot of spin. Hope Matt Maloney replaced his divot. Anyway, he's going to have the short side chip shot there, or somebody is. Good to see the fans out there. You often see a lot of players who just hang around for the week, watch one of their buddies if they're in college together or teammates.
Yeah, we'll look out for it this morning, Simon, because often a teammate will end up caddying for their mate, won't they?
Yeah.
We see that occasionally. But it's good to see some spectators out there early doors. You can head along, by the way, if you're anywhere near Hoylake, then get along today or tomorrow. It's completely free. And you'll see some top quality golf. And, as you will have seen from these pictures already, you'll be right up close to the players. This is not one of those where you'll be behind a barrier or behind a rope. You'll be right next to them.
No, I love that. The Curtis Cup, the Walker Cup. It's like it's the same as watching golf. It must have been when sort of the beginning of Arnold Palmer's career, when you saw those old pictures of everybody in the fairway, you know, 50 years ago. That's the way to do it. So he had the advantage, Matt Maloney, and I'd say he's given it away a little bit there, missing it on the short side. It's nice to see shorts and t-shirts. So often woolly hats and waterproofs, the amateur. Certainly wind will be a very strong factor. Especially this is not so much the exposed part. There's not a lot of elevation there, but certainly once you get out into sort of 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the head for home at 11, wind will certainly have to factor in on your shot selection. Okay, similar spot to Emil. Plenty of green to work with. Looks like a clean hit on the ball. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good effort there. Hard to tell exactly, but perhaps about 10 feet of work still to be done. Wonder if those 2 pop-up sprinklers would hurt him there. Anyway, back to Sam, deep bunkers.
Go back to Sam Easterbrook in a moment, but Matt Maloney in this hollow, and he's got the putter out. So this is not a shot he'll play very often back in the States, is it?
That is one of the things which is interesting, is sort of how well the Americans do coming over here. Apologies, just getting ourselves organised here. So very good. You've got to think that that is going to be given. Yeah, I think there's a lot of differences. You know, you play American golf, it's very much the carry number, the greens are more receptive, you do your maths differently. Here you've got to factor in a little bit of movement on the fairways, a little bit of firmness of the greens, you know. It's amazing, you know, it's a very good set of skills to learn as you're growing your trade, coming and playing golf in Europe, especially around our links golf courses. Brooks Koepka was a guy who said, you know, he became a much better player having been out on the Challenge Tour. Now, a little bit longer, wasn't it? 15 feet. Paying the penalty for a poor iron shot off the first hole. Dragged it into the left rough. And now 15 feet to keep honours even in match number 2.
Famous clubhouse in the background, and Akina just sees it dribble by. So early advantage for his compatriot Matt Maloney, who wins the first hole. As we go back to the tee, and this is Ed Featherstone in the black top there, teeing off the Englishman. They start with 2 rounds of stroke play this week at the Amateur Championship, and Ed Featherstone did the best in that stroke play stage of any of these 8 quarter-finalists. He was 8 under after 1 round at West Lancashire, 1 round at Royal Liverpool here. That was good enough for a share of 2nd place in the stroke play. And then fast forward to yesterday. He was 3 down through 11 holes against the highly rated Chris Kim, a former boys amateur champion. Ended up coming through that on the 20th hole. Did Ed Featherstone, and he's up against the Irishman, Stuart Grahan. You won't need to tell me what colour Stuart Grahan is wearing this morning. Walker Cup team member Grahan. Probably just about favourite for this one. We had an Irish runner-up last year. It was Gavin Tiernan who lost to Ethan Fang. So lots of storylines out there. And Grahan and Featherstone on their way.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't really see sort of, there's not one super standout player. So it's all, I think, just get this hole over with. Keep yourself in the game, take advantage of your opportunities. It's such a massive prize for each one of these 8 guys. To become amateur champion would be absolutely life-changing. Can't imagine, there isn't anything bigger. In the game they play, there's nothing bigger. This is their World Cup.
Well, it's interesting what you were saying about amateur versus professional, because Graham was a very highly rated amateur back in 2017, a long time ago, and then he went away and he actually had 8 years in the professional game, decided to come back to amateur golf, enjoyed it more, you know, not away quite so much from his family, etc. It's an interesting journey that Graham here has been on.
Yeah, you have kind of lifers, don't you? Jay Sigel was an amazing amateur golfer. Bobby Jones, the amateur golfer. Wolstenholme, McAvoy. So, short sleeves. Probably from a mental point of view, has had more experience than any of the other 7.
Had to go to the 20th hole yesterday to beat Sergio Jimenez Romero of Spain. Before that, 2 reasonably straightforward victories, one against his Walker Cup foursomes partner, actually, Elliot Baker, and then he beat Johan Rowe of Wales. Both in A1 position here on this first hole.
Into off the left to the front right pin. It's a good swing. Okay, little mistake there. Having a go at that front pin there. You can see he'll have to come up and over. Still a bit of room there. 5 from the right.
Not far away from where Maloney was.
Yeah.
A few moments ago. So Graham, yes, 33 years old. Much older than many of the players we've been watching this week. But that gives him so much experience, so much know-how.
Yeah, can you imagine being 33 and 12 years older than everybody else in the field so far? Anyway, it's a young man's game. Let's have a look at this swing. Kind of a little fade set up there, hands pretty close to his body. Yeah, definitely a fader, but lost that right. And a poor shot there, had the advantage.
So neither player in this match finding the green on this first hole. We have one quarter-final left to come out onto the course. Richard Tedder against Reed Arnaldo of America, and then we'll have all 8 competitors out on the course. Remember, this is just the start of the quarterfinals this morning, semi-finals this afternoon, and a 36-hole final for you tomorrow.
Yeah, just got to get yourself out there, get yourself started, calm yourself down. It's a lovely tee shot and a poor second shot from Stewart. Edward Featherstone, I like his swing. That looks like a pretty good action, I've got to say. So, be interesting to see what he's going to do with that.
Bit of blue sky breaking through. Featherstone may well choose to use putter, as we saw with Matt Maloney.
Yeah, you know, that's what you have with the links turf. You know, you don't really have that in America, even with the runoffs, is that the banks are soft. You know, this is firm. You can hear the ball land here. Conditions have got firmer as the week has gone on. You don't have the grain, so you can use the ground. That's the whole point.
It's on the edge, eh? Yeah,
Just looking at where he's going to try and bounce this first. Featherstone in the foreground there.
Yes, Paul.
So off the bank. Played in a similar fashion and with great success as Emil Riga earlier. It's a popular spot. It's a very well played chip.
Stuart Gray and a Walker Cupper. There's another Walker Cup round the corner at the beautiful Lahinch in Ireland in September.
Yeah, as you said, Andy, putter up the bank, all about the speed. Playing golf in Arkansas, you don't get brown legs like that in England, so that just bobbled on him a little bit there. Yeah, right there. Maybe hit something. Lost the pace, and now just under a little bit of pressure.
So we go back to the first tee, and I guess you'd have to say the reasonably familiar figure now of Richard Tere of Estonia. 21 years old now. Third time in the quarter-final of this championship. Last year, Tere lost at this quarter-final stage by 1 hole to the eventual runner-up, Gavin Tiernan. And then went on to make it through open qualifying in dramatic style. This is Reed Arnaldo. Had to go to the 23rd hole yesterday against Bredkjær of Denmark. Looks happy with that.
Yeah, it's such an unusual opening tee shot because you've got, you know, that long penalty. We saw Easterbrook just smash driver 100 yards short the green. Everyone else just an iron. Respect the corner of the dog leg and play your way in. So Richard Teder, can he go further?
Well, he's certainly got the pedigree in this event. He's a very friendly young man. I bumped into him, as you do, in Portrush outside a bar. I think it was after, I've got a feeling it was between the first and second rounds. So he played his first round. He was just having a little refreshment with his family. And I said, oh, I commentated on you on the Amateur Championship a few weeks ago, and we had a good chat. So he's a very nice young man. As we go back up to Featherstone for par, lengthy putt for par, and it slides on by. You can see the marker of Stuart Graham, and in fact conceded quite rightly by Featherstone. So the Irishman it is who goes one up on the first.
Yeah, that's a big swing. Do you see that? Because, you know, Graham played definitely the worst shot, but tidy short game, and one little tiny mistake and Ed Featherstone is one down. So just to calm himself down, he's got a great swing, Ed Featherstone, superb looking action.
Tedder's other quarter-final was in 2023, actually lost to the eventual champion, Christo Lamprecht, who you all know went on to, he was the leader of the Open, wasn't he? He won the Amateur Championship in 2023, got his place in the Open and was first round leader.
Yeah. Yeah, amazing. Absolutely hit it miles. Hits it miles. 200 miles an hour ball speed.
So Tedder smack bang in the middle of the fairway alongside Arnaldo. We're told that Reid Arnaldo has his dad, Neil, on his bag today.
No bunkers on the first. But you can see what they were respecting. Those little horrible white sticks that you find out on the golf course, and you do find them quite a few times around Royal Hoylake. Out of bounds. There he is. His route to the quarterfinals. All pretty close matches. It's a good angle that he's got there to that front left pin. Maybe that left to right wind will just help him hold one up. Anything landing just right to that flag would be perfect. Looks like that's not coming back enough. Another miss into the little runoff area there. And we've seen mixed fortunes down there so far, Andy, I would say.
Absolutely. The door opened a little bit for Reid Arnaldo. You can see that hollow, the darker area of green there just in front of the flag. Started left as well. And he even further wide than Ted Eyre. It's just coming round off the bank. So they're going to have two very similar shots from there, a test of their chipping or perhaps a long putt from off the green. So a missed opportunity there on the first, and they all count, don't they? Because, you know, we talk about how long these contests are, but at the same time, you know, when you're seeing so many matches get to, you know, extra holes, you will always look back on moments like that.
These little matches here are sprints, right? They're fast sprints, and the idea is, if you speak to the guys who study Ryder Cups and all these sorts of, you know, match plays, is you by the first 6 holes that's when you can really do your damage. So it's very much a case of get out, stay out in front, put in that big effort, get the first 6 holes, almost have it as like 3 matches, the first 6, the next 6, the last 6. So this will be decided on the first hole by short game. Just a little wind early. Be interesting to see what happens as we get later into the day. Both players on the short side here. Now here is Easterbrook. The fourth, the par 3, didn't see where that finished. Yeah, okay. Just on the front. Long, long green here, so that's well navigated there. If you get the chance to go on the par 3s and you're in match play, put your ball in play. Okay, trying to play that one down. Lost to the right. Will it come in? It will not come in. So certainly advantage Sam Easterbrook. Rob Lee has just joined us. Welcome, Rob. Morning.
Morning. Lovely morning. I can't remember ever playing Hoylake with the conditions as lovely as this. I mean,
No.
this is just a little breeze, southerly wind, nice and warm. It's going to get up a little warmer than it is now. They're predicting heat here this afternoon.
It's unbelievable.
Greater Liverpool area.
It's unbelievable. It never happens. So, both taking putter. Up the bank. Try to get the pace. Oh, that bobbled. But very well done. That's very, very good.
I was watching Tedder's swing from down the line. Looked a little bit Minwoo Lee.
Oh, I like that.
You like that?
Yeah, with the
Kind of
where
very,
the speed
very
is.
held off and laid
Yeah.
off and long
Yeah.
angles.
Yeah, he's got some power. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, he has.
Or that flash speed.
Yeah, it's just it's very late where he hits it.
Yeah. So, changed his putter. Used to use the long putter a la Adam Scott. Now in something a little bit more conventional.
Well, it all depends why you went to the long putter, doesn't it?
He said that's the only thing he ever practiced with.
We might go back to it.
Yep. You can see just that bank. It just depends how the ball rolls. We saw Edward Featherstone get a little hobble, come up 15 feet short and miss it. So,
isn't it a great green design, though? You know, it doesn't look overly complicated when you approach it, but you miss to the sides and you shave the banks.
yeah.
It makes life very interesting.
Well, we're going to see a lot of that as we go through the course, Rob.
Yeah.
So, I mean, although this course is a cult, it's been redone by all sorts of people. We've had a look at. We saw what I suppose will be the par 3 out into the.
Well, my head is in Open Championship layout.
Yeah.
So 17 is the par 3 that they changed dramatically.
Yeah.
Which is a great little hole. And it comes back in the card now. It's the 15th.
Yeah.
As the members play it.
So pretty long process. Aim point, aiming line down, triple check, double check, quadruple check.
Yeah, they need to make a rule. Once you put the ball down, you cannot touch it again.
So, little kind of like a Fleetwood claw action. Was it all worth it? It was not. So, a mistake. And an opportunity on the other side of that. So,
well, he was
Reed.
3 down after 8 yesterday, Tedder, and he came back and won. So he's a bit of a match play specialist.
Oh, I think that's right. I don't know Estonian conditions, Rob, but you would think, you know, it's not tropical in Estonia, is it?
I wouldn't have thought so, but probably, you know, mid to Eastern Europe and hot summers, cold winters.
Well done. The advantage of a Tida error. And we have everyone out on the golf course. This is the quarterfinals. Now, we saw Emil get stuck up on the bank here on 4, which is the par 3.
Yes, I'm still reconnoitring my mental vision of which hole is where. And that's grabbed a little bit too much, so.
Yeah, we saw Easterbrook get onto the front. So he's got a long range effort. Long and narrow green. Severe runoffs.
It's part of the defence of the golf course, though. You know, like all links courses, if you have no wind, they're very gettable. But you get the breeze up and they start rolling off the sides. Good luck. So this would be
the second
the fourth in my Open Championship.
Yeah, we have to stop doing this. So this is the guys were having a go at this. This is 366 today. Really just the bunkers down by the green. So pin today
should be into the wind.
Back right, yes. Yeah, that would have been sort of a 5-iron or something that he hit there.
Yeah, it's a long way back, and it's a tiny little green actually.
Yeah. Yeah. So 2 front right traps. Teed are definitely the power to get there, but again, just respecting the fairway bunkers. They are one-shot penalties.
Oh, the worst thing in the world is a little bit of greed out of those fairway bunkers to be avoided at all costs. See, that's a lot of whip he's got.
Yes.
That's heading down the left a little. That's fine.
So both playing the angle to that right pin. You can see 2 big looming front right bunkers. If you get stuck in there, well, very difficult. Now, from 60 feet, gotta be. Would love to get up and down. It is to win the hole. You see the coin of his opponent. That is beautifully done.
I was impressed with his tee shot at the first. Take it right over the lot,
straight
into
over
the wind.
The whole lot. Oh yeah. It had 100 yards in, Rob.
I saw it. It was amazing.
Yeah. There it is. Spectacular. In between 2 rivers, this amazing links land. Harry Colt started the magic. Just incredible. But today, it is all business. This from Emil to Harve. Oh, top edge.
Easterbrook 3, Ryger 4, Easterbrook 1 up.
There you have it.
Sounds that the wind is picking up slightly.
Yeah, that definitely does, doesn't it?
Hard to play a lot of match play though, because it's been a long week to this point without a caddy.
Oh yeah, I think this
either
is
carrying or yanking a club drum.
Yeah,
That's just not the way forward.
These are tough things. I mean, you've got the energy at the age of 20 to be able to handle all of this, but it's a big mental drive to keep pushing yourself match to match to match and not lose your concentration and not go, wow, I won on the 4th extra hole yesterday, and then you take your mind off it and then you end up losing an unforced error. The prize at the end of this, Rob, if you're an amateur golfer, is the greatest in the game. To win the amateur. Now, here we go. Tidy. Matt Maloney.
Following in the footsteps of Bobby Jones and José María Olazábal and being legends of the game that won this.
You become a bit. You put your mark on the game if you win this competition.
And you get a berth at the Open just for a little bit of cherry.
Big cherry.
Yeah.
And traditionally, you're always invited to the Masters as well. So, yep, for one of these 8 guys, absolutely life-changing.
And once you get to the Saturday, things become very clearer. You've got very little to do.
Yeah.
To get the lot.
Yeah. So, second shots to the second. You can see that bunker, the one by the 2 chaps there, that's well short the green. It's the 2
chaps
by the green.
Oh, it doesn't like
It's
it.
lost left, is it?
Never left the flag, Simon. Never left the flag.
That was right at it, wasn't it? But deep. So that's a very steep bank. You can see that fall down. Definitely advantage Richard. And he'll know just anything a hair left of that pin. It's a back right pin today. 19 on, 5 from the right.
Well, this is where do you play the course or do you play the man comes in.
What would you do?
I've got a way of, I mean, I'm playing short left of the pin.
Yeah.
Here. Long is no good.
No.
You don't have to be a hero with the second one. Let the other guy outplay you in terms of mistakes.
Yeah. Mistake avoidance.
Yeah, it's...
Here we go.
See how aggressive he is. That reaction says it went long, but find out.
Yeah, we don't know, but if he's in those 2 front traps, it's, well, it's a big mistake.
He's got a wedge in his hand. If he's missed the green, it's a big mistake.
Yeah.
He doesn't look pleased, does he, Ricardo? A little bit of early shoulder slump.
Yeah, it's not a happy walk, that, is it?
No, not far from bouncy. It almost looks like he's grimacing a little bit. I'm not sure he's okay physically.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's sort of gingerly walking along there, Richard Tedder. And we are going to find out where his second shot went. Shrouded in mystery.
It is at the moment.
He obviously didn't want to give the club back to the caddy initially.
He's got a lot of chat to himself there. How could I miss it right? I'd say the front right trap, Rob.
He could well be. Caddy still walking. No.
Big mistake. That's 10 feet below the surface of the green there.
And it's 30 feet
Yeah.
right of where you're trying to hit it.
Yeah. Maybe he just couldn't leave the flag alone. Had a wedge, couldn't leave the flag alone. 20 years old, 21.
He's got an Estonian flag on his golf ball, so we'll know his
his
pellet as we go round.
Yep. There you can see it.
You know what's not talked about very much is links course sand.
Oh yeah.
Which, if you're a good bunker player, it's just heaven.
Yeah.
Well, now he could have putted this. He's bowled, back foot trap into the bank.
Super shot there. Amazing shot. Well done, Reed on Naldo. Advantage to him. Well, he knows what he's got to do.
It couldn't be an easier bunker shot, really. He's got an upslope. Plenty of loft.
Never caught it quite far enough. See what he's trying to do.
He could be 2 down after 2
He
here.
could, yeah.
Estonian, so we'll leave him.
Maloney on 4. Pin. Miles up the green, 25 yards. It's a good looking swing. Went the aerial route. Played a fine shot. Across the corner of the green there. Superb shot.
Excellent. So as we zoom out, we might spot the other ball.
Yep.
It looks like there's one front right to me.
Yep, ball of Akina. So back to a frustrated Richard T.
Well, he mustn't get frustrated, you know, at the start of your round. You've got to remain on the up mentally. This now becomes an important putt.
Yeah. You lose a huge amount of momentum.
I don't see the other marker. I think that might have been conceded.
Yeah.
He's going to take his time with his protractor.
Well done. Very good. Huge putt. Huge putt. Couldn't have lost that. Not from the position he was in. Absolutely terrible second shot, and he's with a very good putt managed to keep himself just at one down. So
one hit a good tee shot and then two bad shots, but one good shot in the last three, and you get out of trouble, can't you?
Yeah. Yeah. If it's a putt, you certainly can. So on to the third. All irons so far off the tee.
This is a long putt. It's a par 3 fourth. It's not going to be inside the brilliant tee shot that we just saw 5 minutes ago.
No mistake, certainly off the tee for Akina. There it is. That is sunshine, Rob. Those are shadows and that is sunshine.
It is. We're in the northwest of England, which we will be again in a month's time for the Open Championship. Golfing heaven up this quarter.
Amazing. Just.
And I think Hoylake's very underrated. You know, you hear a lot about the Birkdales and that Dune coast near Southport, and
yeah,
not enough people talk about Hoylake.
No, I think that's right. I think the Open's put it back on the map though, and this obviously a great tournament, almost like a home of the amateur really. So always left, and Akina I would imagine won't need to see.
They must have teased him at school, Akina Matata. It must have been a thing at school.
Do you think?
I reckon.
I like that. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a free putt, and just keeping his eye in.
Quality of the tee shot there was
superb.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Some good-looking swings, Rob. I know you love a swing. I love a swing.
I do.
Edward Featherstone has got a good swing. You're going to see him in a few minutes, hopefully. So there you have it. Everybody has got an advantage or a disadvantage.
Some of these drone shots with the low sun, so you see more shading on the fairways, gives you an idea of the contouring on these holes that ordinarily you might think are quite flat, but they're not. So 10 yards either side of the middle of the fairway.
Yeah.
A very different lie for your approach shot to any of these greens.
Well, you can.
That's
the magic.
The magic of links golf, the vagaries of links golf. Tremendous.
Yeah. So Sam Easterbrook. Nice tempo of stroke there. Very tidy.
Looks like spectators are standing on the green there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's great though. That's how I used to watch golf, wasn't it? Can you imagine sort of watching Arnold Palmer and playing the what was it, the old match play around Wentworth
when there used to be 8 players.
Yeah.
The old days.
The Piccadilly, perhaps.
It was Piccadilly, yeah. And Suntory and
magic.
It used to get all the best. The premium players in the world used to come and play that.
Yeah.
I was there as a boy and a man.
Here we go. So, to win the hole. Well done. Honours even in match number 1. So, out there, difficult lie. Let's hear from Sophie Walker.
Well, this dog leg from right to left, we've got the wind pushing it towards this edge of the dog leg. Richie's been quite lucky. There's a bunker over here, which we can just come and see now. That's 242 yards from the front edge, and he's actually missed it. Caught himself a nice lie. The rough is going with him. He can access that green, 242 yards to the front. His playing partner hit iron. He's found the fairway, but actually it's the Estonian that's got a break here. They can go for this par 5 in 2.
That was always a birdie hole.
Yes, definitely.
Playing Open Championships, that hole you had to birdie.
Yeah. Still, well, you've got to find some luck around the par 5s for sure, Rob. 3 par 5s, as it is in the Open. So Tida, we heard from Sophie. He's got a line, he's got an angle. But that's one of the vagaries, isn't it? You've got the gorse bushes here, you've got a lot of rough, and you've got bunkers that are one-shot penalties.
And playing into the breeze, these few holes in a row now into the teeth. That's south, looking over those hills from here.
Yes. Yeah, 11 is where you turn in on the golf course for the way that the members play it, isn't it? 11 comes back. There's some great holes as you start there.
Yeah.
So, Reed, Arnaldo, that was his road. You can see every single hole. Very, very tough matches there, including yesterday, the 23rd hole of the day. So, he's got some grit. Hopefully hasn't taken too much out of it. Double cross and left. Ooh, that is not any good. Is there a spotter there who found that? Not really.
Quite a small-headed club. I think that was 5 wood. Just turning it, and we'll see what the lie's like. It won't be pretty. So all of a sudden, after finding the fairway, now it's advantage.
Yeah. That was a big mistake. That's a big wide to find that. So
the further right you go, I know he's in the rough, but the further right you go off that tee box, the better line in you have for your second. He can hit something low and bounce this on.
Yeah.
You can't from centre to left side the fairway because you've got bunkers in the way.
Yeah. So at that right bunker perhaps that you could see, and just let it move right to left, kind of trying to run it up the throat there.
That's his driving iron. Looks like it's leaking right.
There is a big bunker there, which I think he may have found that on that right corner. So the 3rd hole is an absolute beauty, Rob. There it is. That's the angle you were talking about.
Yeah, if you're in the shaded part of the fairway on the left-hand side, you will have front left bunker to contend with. That's very close to the pin. Right-hand rough, away from those bunkers. You saw the line that Tedder had. It was much more direct, but he looks like he's found the bunker that's front right of the green. On the turn of the hole, that's kind of where you're hitting your second shots from. If you get a northerly wind, it can play a drive and a nothing for these guys. But today it's into the breeze. It's a good test.
Yeah, you can see what he was trying to do there. Teed up, get the angle. It's an absolutely superb set of 18 holes. Nice to see the galleries just having a morning stroll.
Out with the anchor match.
Yeah. I suppose they're all working from home. Is that how you describe that nowadays?
You mean supposed to be working but on the golf course instead? Is that what you're saying? Or
What happens if you get caught on TV by your boss? That can't be good, can it? Anyway, we admire them.
it's all your own work, Simon. That
Well, we don't even know if we found the ball yet.
there was nobody particularly
Of
close
Reed,
to.
no, and it was pretty heavy barranca, wasn't it? So it was like Reed still. Okay, well perhaps Sophie. Oh, there she is. Sophie, what have you got for us?
Cue, Soph.
Reed is in the reeds. Very, very thick lie here. It looks like it's almost plugged. It won't be, but it's plugged in the thick grass here. He's got about 45 yards, plenty of green to work with. Doesn't need to come over a bunker, but he's got to dig this one out. He's got to open the lob wedge up, hope to land it just on that top ridge and have it released down to the hole. Tedder has got another break. He's short right of that bunker that we see at the front of this green, just by a rake, so he's got a good lie. He's not in the sand.
There you have it. There's the update. So I don't know if maybe Tedder hit the rake and didn't go in, because he had plenty of velocity on that golf ball,
It
wasn't
was
there?
certainly looking like it was going to get there.
So
But
yeah,
look at the green though. Look at the clever nature of the green. Par 5 greens should be more complicated, and this has got lots of little mini levels on it.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Yeah, it should be.
Martin Hawtrey, I think, are also responsible for having a go and just bringing a bit of slope back to the old designs. Yeah, you don't get too many lives like that in the United States. Shinnecock you do.
Yeah, anywhere with US grade fescue.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to ascertain whether this is plugged or not. I doubt it.
And the referee says no. Or maybe identify his ball. Don't know. Nevertheless,
It's going to be a hack.
a hit and a hope.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm going to hit it really hard and hope it comes out somewhat towards the hole.
Yeah, he's got to be thinking a five is good.
5's a great score from where he is. Ted is far from guaranteed to make 4, so
So that is what Reed has got. He's lost his ball. Oh no, there it is. Here we go. A couple of practice swings just to see how much resistance that does give you. That's interesting. He doesn't actually get the club in the grass there.
he better be firm with his wrists here, otherwise
Yeah.
this could wrap left.
Not quite aggressive enough. And that was a mistake.
Yeah, that's still a long way away in 3 now. What a chance for Richard
Yeah,
to
so
get
Richard,
one back.
Yeah, Richard, we understand, smacked into the rake, which was lying down before the trap on the front right, and that stopped his ball from going in the bunker. So a little bit of good fortune there. Off the back foot, thumped forward up the bank. Superb shot. What a great shot.
That's very well thought out. You can see how de-lofted that club head was when he got to the ball. So he's going to turn that into a birdie 4. Good break off the tee. Good break with the second shot.
Yeah.
Put me down for a birdie. And 99 times out of 100, that'll be good enough to win the hole.
Yeah, we don't know where
He's
He
ended
did
up
not
in the...
make the green.
No, he's ended up in shall I chip, shall I putt? Well, there's your answer.
Got to think that that is probably for the half. Let's have a look. Yeah, he'll have a go at that. Make T to putt it. Just have a look.
Well, the American's got a putt for a par, and in all honesty, it looks like it's not going to be good enough anyway if he holds it. For a 5 that may prove to be utterly useless here at the third. Arnaldo.
Interesting putting grip there. So, paying the penalty, perfect position, and a poor, poor second shot. If it wasn't the Amateur Championship, I don't think you'd ever find that ball. So, Tida's routine is aim point. Heavy, thick line on his ball. Well done. Superb third shot. Superb third shot, and all square in the last match. That's perfect match play hole, though, isn't it? Big. He looked like he had a big disadvantage off the tee. You'd have thought he was up in the rough.
To be honest, he looked like he was going to lose the previous hole.
Yeah.
And he holed that, what, 10-footer to half in 4, and then makes a scrambling 4 up the next.
Yeah.
And he's back to all square.
Yeah. So Ed Featherstone is not off to a good start at all there against Stuart Green. 3 up after 4. That's a dream start. These are little sprints, aren't they, Rob? First 6-8 holes, get out and hold on.
Yes, they certainly are. Everyone would have spent, after a very tiring day yesterday, the whole evening and half their broken sleep thinking about getting off to a quick start.
Yeah.
And then for some it happens, and for others they're up against it.
Yeah. So the fourth, the par 3, pretty tough pin. 25 on today, just 5 from the left. So we've seen the safe shot be kind of this front right part.
What have we got today? 202? Was it 202?
202. Yeah.
Into the wind?
Yeah.
And links winds are, you get a breeze with the same MPH.
Yeah.
On a parkland course.
Heavier.
Heavier by the sea. Just, it's a heavier wind.
Yeah, more impactful.
So I've got to think at least 4 iron here.
So
I think he's gone back. It's a big 5. That's playing every inch of its yardage plus.
Yeah.
Maybe back foot 5 iron, low, and turn it over right to left. Try and get it to bounce up the green.
See what feel he's going for there.
I think he's got 5.
So, ball back. Yeah, you can tell. You're moving it to that back pin. Oh, just a little too much.
It's a tight flag when that is today. You've only got to turn it a smidge, and it can have issues.
There are two big traps on that left side. You think Tida has found the second one. So another mini advantage thrown back to Reed. Need to run this down right of the pin.
Well, that's the opposite, playing away from that left-hand side, and that's going to have problems as well.
Yeah. There is a bunker down there as well, that front left bunker, defending the whole of that front right side. Looks like he carried that trap and into the rough. So, short game skills will be needed by these guys. Tida probably the advantage, although he's on the short side. Perhaps have a chance to listen to see the lies from Sophie Walker.
Well, you're correct, Simon. Tida has grabbed himself a good lie, a well-raked bunker. The sand is nicely and compact. As you can see, he's got a rise. He's got about 4 feet to contend with, and he's short-sided himself. That pin only 5 from the left. But the good news for the Estonian is that this bunker shot is back into the wind. So there really is one option. Carry it most of the way, maybe a yard or two short of that flag, and get it to grab. Quite an obvious place to hit it. When it's into the wind, you do try and hit the ball lower. You can turn the club face over, which is why he's gone down the left-hand side. The American bailed outright. He missed the side slope to kick the ball into the green. So it's not an easy green to hit. You would say a 3 is more doable from this bunker, though.
That's about as perfect a lie as you could find in the bunker there.
Beautiful.
Yeah. There's a view from our drone shot.
Just amazing. So
the thing about the bunkers, Simon, on a lot of links courses are, so you've got the size of the aperture where the sand is in, but the actual bunker size is probably twice that, because there's roll-offs that want to pull the ball into the bunker. So even though you see the sand there is not that much, bunker size in reality is a lot bigger.
yeah, it's a very good point, Rob. And the design now, with guys like Martin Ebert and these guys, you know, moving the ground around to make these runoffs, you know, more penalising. You know, I thought it was interesting, you know, watching the Open in the US Open in Shinnecock. You know, you see with those run-outs and everything, you might have seen guys who nearly used their whole bag to play those chip shots. So the days of that kind of very thick, heavy ryegrass that we used to see just 2 feet off the green, those are gone. I think that's brought a lot more imagination back into short game.
Yeah, it makes it more interesting, certainly for the spectator at home and those that are on site watching. That's a very good outcome from a tee shot that was blocked and bailed.
Oh, it really is, yeah. So, off the upslope. So, just so you can see on that map there, that is 25 on, 5 from the left. Okay, off the slope, above his feet. Release up and down over the ridge, gets stuck on top. That is not a good shot. So almost a certain 4 for him. Certainly Richard Tida, he will have paid all attention to that. That takes on different meaning for him, how aggressive he'll play it.
The bunk shot he played at the second was underwhelming.
Very much so.
So let's see if he can improve with this one.
Yeah. And if he doesn't, he He's got to carry it onto the green for sure here. Similar to the first one, yeah, duffed.
Yeah. Maybe a half in 4.
Yeah. It's an opportunity handed back.
Well, they'll know the cameras are out with them, because every group hasn't got the cameras like this. So, you know, that adds a little bit of spice.
Yeah.
As a player, your window to the world, all of a sudden.
No, it's great, isn't it? You spend so much time in complete isolation in this amateur golfer, and then suddenly there are certain matches, certain days where you know you are on the stage. Nothing bigger than at the amateur. What it means, the history, and it's a sense of arrival. So what did you do as an amateur? I won the amateur championship. Wow, you couldn't do anything better.
Well, you could win the Open.
You could win the Open, Rob. I like that. Yeah. Always one-upmanship. Lee one up.
Stating facts.
Here we go. So to try to recover from a poor chip shot, Reed, 25 feet. And just staying high on him. Conceded.
Well, another opportunity then for to watch the routine that professional golfers around the world are responsible for this. Tramping up and down the line, realigning the ball, lining up with the shaft. It all becomes very uninstinctive. And it's a half in 4. Par 3 taken care of in terms of they've finished it, but it was 2 bogeys. Akina, par putt at 6. Doesn't move too much from here. No, he's up and out of it straight away, so gliding past the cup. Quite a few holes into the wind. 2, 3, 4, and 6. 7, 8. As you get out to the corner of the golf course. Does look pretty though with that early morning light, doesn't it, Andy?
It's been a mixed bag, hasn't it, so far this morning? Don't think the players have quite got going yet, but there's a long adventure ahead of them. Graham, the Irishman, probably the exception to that rule. 4 up after 5. Looking in control. Yeah, it's a great scene. Oh, look at that. Beautiful rainbow.
And you get a look with some of these shots at how undulating Hoylake can be, especially when you get out to the coast at the start of the inward 9. There's quite a lot of dunescape down there. Changes in elevation and a lot of runoffs.
It's the Women's Amateur Championship next week at Muirfield.
That's a test.
Certainly is. You'll be able to watch that one with us as well.
unusual to see the surfaces being so green. Normally this time of year, you get to June, July, and it looks like the course is burnt, a little bit blonde, but no, very green around the playing surfaces.
So we know that one of the prizes up for grabs for the winner is a place at the Open. And here's a famous face to look ahead to that event next month at Birkdale.
These links, they're the links of legend. And to become one, you have to tame Mother Nature. Not a straightforward task, not with these pesky pot bunkers, the grassy knolls, the fiendish rough. Oh, the things that this course has seen over the century of championships? Sevy's teenage genius, Rosie's moment of magic, Harrington's audacious five-wood.
Shot of the championship.
The king won here, as did the master of the links. And of course, there was a special champion here in the 100th Open.
There's the man of the hour, Lee Shortino.
A championship shaped over centuries, defined by moments. This July, someone else will add their name to the history books. This is the Open.
And that was Lee Trevino, of course. Looking forward to the Open in a few weeks' time. A few new things going on in Open Week. There's a last chance qualifier on the Monday. 12 players will go head-to-head, and just one spot
will need to move
available in the field. And then Tuesday there's a Heroes Classic, which is a mix of current star players, a couple of celebrities in there as well. And then, of course, the action, the serious action, gets underway on the Thursday. But we hope for good weather at Birkdale, and it will be beautiful.
Yes, dry weather with wind.
Yes, yes.
Want wind.
That's the perfect combination,
yeah,
for the spectator at least.
Just come back from Ireland, had 3 days down at Waterville, and we had wind, but it wasn't dry.
The waterproofs were on constantly, were they?
No, well, it was a little bit dreich, as they would say in Scotland, but the people there at Waterville Golf Club are just delightful. Many thanks to everyone there, and at the Hog's Head, and at the Old Head. We had quite the trip.
So Tedder needs to get going, really, up against Reed Arnaldo. Maybe it's because the Football World Cup's on, but I keep going to call him Cristiano Ronaldo.
Do you know, you say that, that's been in my head all morning.
We'll find out if he likes soccer, at least, is following the action back at home.
OK, so if he makes a 50-footer across the green, I need you to give me an Arnaldo in a football-style parlance. I want to hear that.
He needs to do the Ronaldo, what's it called? The celebration he does.
The shoey or
That's
something?
it, yeah, yeah. Well, doing her own Ronaldo celebrations down there on the course is Sophie. Let's join her again.
What does Ronaldo say? Sue when he scores. So Tenor has gone with driver. I think you'll see that from him. He's got a swing speed that can get up to 140 mile an hour, which has left him 100 yards to the front of this green, 115 pin. Whereas back there, 60 yards behind, is the American. He took iron off the tee, took the bunkers out of play, played the traditional way of links golf. Now, this hole, the fifth, often plays the hardest hole on the golf course, but with it being downwind, there's a chance to access the flag. But two different ways of playing this par four, one with an iron and one with driver.
Thank you, Sophie. Narrow entrance to the green there, you can see.
It's only an iron off the tee and a short iron in. You don't have to hit drive if you don't want to. And if you go first, oftentimes you can dictate what happens. So if he hits a good one here, he puts his opponent under pressure. It's no more than an iron. Might even be a wedge, this. That's okay, he's putting. Doesn't matter how you win. It can be as scrappy as you like. Object of the game is to get through.
So Tedes's ball just sitting up. He's got a lot of space there to try and get inside the ball of Arnaldo. A reminder, he's been at this quarter-final stage before, twice in fact. He's anxious. And he hasn't hit it. Didn't make a good enough connection there, did he, Rob?
No, he didn't. That's another error. He smashed the hole because it's so far off the tee box, but he may well be playing his third shot first.
Not going his way at the moment, but all square. Will join the Irishman. Graham. That will roll on nicely, and another neat and tidy shot. Probably playing the best out of any of the 8 players there this morning.
Well, he had to go 2 extra holes yesterday, like half this field that's left in this championship did a day ago. So he'd be thrilled that he's 4 up and trying to end this early and get a rest.
Yeah, that is a factor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Today, of course, it's the last time, in a sense, it becomes a factor. But if you can finish this quarter-final nice and early, you can go and have a lunch break and a bit of a rest, or maybe a knock on the range if you want. But what you don't want is for this quarter-final to run on into extra holes, and then you're sort of delayed going out for your semi-final. Probably don't get much of a break this afternoon. So Tedes's left himself with a lot of work to do.
Well, you can play 72 holes plus in these 2 days. If you get through and win, that's an awful lot of golf under pressure. He's not the quickest.
We are with the Estonian, Richard Tede, on the 5th green. This is his 3rd shot. Didn't get hold of his approach properly out of the semi-rough. Long time over the ball. Comes up the hill. Should make sure of his par, but it gives his opponent a chance.
Meanwhile, Graham for his par at the 6th. So a chip and miss, a wrinkle in what's been otherwise a spectacular start.
Back to the 5th, and can Arnaldo grab this hole? No, he can't. He's actually misjudged that by some distance. So that hole's not over.
Well, the one thing about putting your approach putt past is you get to see what it does after it passes the hole, so you've got a very good idea about the return.
You can see the marker there of Ted Ed just to the left of the hole. Safely in, picks up that marker of Ted Ayres. So on they go, all square, heading to the 6th. Some amazing previous winners of this championship. José María Olazábal back in 1984. He actually beat Colin Montgomery in the final that year, up at Formby. Sergio Garcia won in 99.
Well, this is to pinch one back for Featherstone, 4 down at the moment. Well, that changes things in his favour. You win one more and get it back to 2, and you're really back in the match from being buried. Half an hour out here can be quite dramatic.
Last English winner was in 2021, Laird Shepherd at Nairn, went to a 38th hole on the final Sunday. But the likes of Robert McIntyre, good old Bob, Adrian Meronk, Tommy Fleetwood, they've all been in the last 4 of this event in previous years.
What's amazing is how many times it's been here to Hoylake.
Yeah, it's where it all started. Not since 2000 though, so we've had a fair break. They've waited for it for a while, but you're right, yeah, been at this course more than any other. During the Open in 2023, I spoke to the people who live in that house right in the middle, over the back of their fence. They were having a lovely little picnic. And
what, did you gate crash or something?
Well,
or?
I was walking around the back of the green, and they had some nice glass of wine on the go over the fence, and it was a very nice spot.
Very nice.
I think it was the Tuesday of the Open, so it was all fairly relaxed.
Was it white or red?
It was white.
It was white. And brutally chilled?
Yeah, yes,
You're
yes.
saying all the right things, Andy. You're reading from my hymn book. That picture's the definition of windswept. Beautiful though, isn't it?
Certainly is. Not quite as bright as that right now, but hopefully either later on today or tomorrow we'll get some blazing sunshine like this.
That's right out in the corner before you turn back for home. That bunker is horrific. I know exactly what that bunker shot is from there. You can't see a thing. Massive steep face. You have to use a lob wedge and smash it to get it out. Right, this final group getting a lot of coverage. So this is interesting that Graham was 4 up. He's now lost 1. So it's 3. He loses 1 more, he'll really start to think about it. Now does he putt, does he chip? Oh, he's got loft in his hand, so he's going to carry it onto the putting surface and try and release it down to the cup if he can. Well, pretty good.
Lives in Dundalk these days, Graham. A financial advisor, actually, is his day job. But this is Featherstone now from just in front of the green. Hasn't quite given that enough legs, but should be enough.
And he's going with the marker. That's not given. I wouldn't give a putt. When you play stroke play for a living, no one gives you a putt, so I figure you should have to hole out. And people do miss short ones. Well, this is to stay 3 up, green.
Now he concedes. Would you concede in that situation?
No,
or never?
No. If I didn't give it the first time, no. It's a lot. You can tap it in for the half, and you can annoy the other person as well. I mean, there's a bit of gamesmanship goes on. Don't give a putt occasionally.
So Graham studies the ship. This is Maloney in the All-American tie. Taking it past the hole, but only just beginning to dribble back now. Nicely judged. Maloney's actually being caddied for by his Georgia teammate, James Earl, who got knocked out yesterday. Simon and I were talking earlier about how you often see that teammates, once their own championship is over, they'll caddy for their pal, but look at the trouble Akina's in here.
Yeah, this is all he can see is a face of riveted grass. He's got to get this up super quick. The par 5/8 is third. That's well done, very well done. He can't see the pin from down there. He probably thinks that came out and was spot on line. Again, the sound of the thump of the club going into the sand before the ball gets lifted out. It's peculiar to links courses. It's one of the best sounds in golf, that. So pretty equidistant, both these players. I have to imagine they're both birdie putts. At the 8th hole, par 5, just over 500 yards. 2 matches now, 3 in it.
He was born and raised in Hawaii, was Akina, now lives in Utah.
Couldn't be more different to Hawaii if you tried.
He's one of these young American amateurs who's so highly rated. There is so much excitement around him. Golf Week picked him out as their top prospect from the so-called class of 2025 across the whole of the USA. First time playing links golf.
Well, with the backstop behind the hole, you would think this comes from the right a little bit. For Akina, make his birdie first. Ball red, excellent putt. Really good up and down. A hint of Colin Morikawa about him. kind of build and look.
Maloney now. Halves it well.
4 halves in 4. Maloney remains 3 up.
So Maloney with a healthy advantage going to the 9th. Played 24 holes yesterday afternoon to get past Arthur Carlier of France.
Thankfully not bunkered. Heels are very close to where it drops back in. Arnaldo, 3rd at the 6th, chip putt par. Oh, it nearly clipped a bit of the pin there. Aggressively chipped. More aim point, walk further up the line and tread all over you where the ball's going to roll.
Well, an excellent shot in by Tenner. He had 162 yards, and having thought his playing partner was in the trap short right, he left it below the flag. It's twice now that players have hit a rake and not gone into the bunkers. On links golf, you tend to leave the rakes outside of the bunkers, so a big break for Reed, but this is a great look for birdie for Richard Tenner. His iron play has been poor so far today, but on this 6th hole he's got this 12-footer, a touch of right to left in it to win the hole.
Drops it in nicely. So at least that time the lengthy preparation had a positive result. And for the first time this morning, Tenner takes the lead. It's not just him, of course. There's so many young players out there doing all the aim point shenanigans, you might say. But that's,
I would say.
I guess largely that's because they've grown up watching so many of the professionals do it, and that's, you know, you copy your role models,
Blame the
don't
pros,
you?
correct. Blame the pros. Yeah, they've taken it too far. Play quicker. It's more interesting to watch, and you play better.
It's the Amateur Championship at Royal Liverpool.
I love that run out towards the turn with a 2-hole width. The whole course is just out and back, like so many traditional links courses. And then, like Royal Lytham, you have the houses that border some of the golf course. It's not a wilderness. You've got the coast on one side and human life on the other side. And trapped in the middle is this piece of golfing heaven, which is Hoylake.
Brian Harman was the winner here at the Open a couple of years ago. Actually, Harman has gone on to have a pretty good record at the Open in the years since then as well. A couple of top 10s since 2023.
Well, this is straight back into the wind. That's a 5-iron. playing long, playing very long. It's not a bad spot to be, just front edge, just short of it.
Yeah, his irons haven't been sharp at all today, have they, so far, Ted? You rejoin us with Reid Arnaldo of the USA, teeing off on the par 3 7th. And again, having seen his opponent come short, doesn't capitalise. These mistakes will catch up with you in the end.
Yeah, that might be quite awkward from there. Bit of twist in the ground between him and the hole. So we'll leave them. So Grian and Featherstone battling it out here. Par 5/8. Looks like Featherstone is on board in 2. Grian's got loft in his hand for his 3rd.
It's interesting from Grant's point of view to have been a highly rated amateur just over a decade ago. He went into professional ranks. I think he spent about 7 or 8 years as a professional. Has now decided to leave that again, come back into the amateur fold. Played at the Walker Cup last year. Pretty likely to be there again in September.
I keep saying Grian, it's Grayan, isn't it? Pronunciation, I'm pretty sure. Sophie Walker advised. She'll be back onto me in a minute, telling me I got that wrong. That's pretty average from down there. So it could be that this game is starting to turn the other way. Lightning start for the man from County Louth. And you can see a bit of wind in the sail of Featherstone. The body language looks better now. I am assuming he's here in 2, the par 5.
He should be full of confidence. He beat Malan Potgieter yesterday of South Africa 3-1. And Potgieter had broken the amateur course record here the other day in the stroke play stages with a 63. This is a long, long putt right across the green to win the hole. Realistically, he'll just want to get this close. Which he has done brilliantly.
See, there's our tricky half hour. He's got a 4 down deficit, could be back to just 2. Yeah, walking with purpose now. A bit like Lucas Glover, I'm seeing a bit there. Former US Open champion, which they're playing this week in the Hamptons. Right, Tedder short the green with his tee shot at the par 3 7th, and that's rattling on. Little double teapot there after that one.
It's a bit ragged, isn't it?
Yeah.
From the Estonian.
Yeah. But he's obviously gritty because he's no stranger to match play. Now, how close does he have to putt this to the bunker? Because if you go too far right, it'll get sucked in by that swale, that hollow that's just past the pin.
He's aiming a long way right.
You could see there Arnaldo had nothing. He actually had a lob wedge in his hand to start with to try and land it on top of the peak, but went for the easier option, the one with less risk, and he just couldn't send it close enough to that bunker in fear of it falling into it. So it caught the slope and it's grabbed the part of the green. You would think the fact that Richard hit his putt so far by was why he opted for the putter, the safer play, and it's going to be him just first to putt for his 3. But it was amazing how his ball even stayed there. He would have much rather have been in the bunker off the tee than behind the bunker. This putt here is going to move to his left-hand side, uphill, left to right, maybe uphill right to left, maybe an inch right to left for his 3, and he's had so many par putts. He'd love to stand over putts for birdie, but for now he's got to try and sink this. He's 1 down for a 3.
Well, I think he sort of paid the price for being a little unadventurous there with his second. I mean, it's all right being super safe, but at some point you've got to bring an element of risk into what you're doing.
Yeah, we were behind the putt, weren't we? From behind the bunker we could see, and actually he had quite a lot of room in terms of the path he could have taken around the bunker.
And all of a sudden, putt to win. And without looking like he's doing too much, he's able to assert himself. He can knock this in.
Well, you can see his reaction because he knows he's not playing that well, but he could have been 2 up there. Remains just 1 up instead.
So they move on to the par 5 8. Old driver straight out the bag.
We haven't seen too much of Emil Rieger of Germany. They're all the way up at the 10th, the first quarter-final out on the course, and this is to go 2 up. Just taps it in. So Rieger with 7 holes to go in that quarter-final. Very tall, slender figure.
His team looked good in the World Cup in their first match. Germany looked strong.
Tougher opposition to come, though, for the Germans.
England looked good.
They did.
I thought they did.
They did. They did indeed. So Rieger 2 up, Maloney 2 up, Graham 3 up, but Featherstone perhaps on the way back. And then Ted Air not anywhere near his best at the moment, but has the advantage over Reid Arnaldo.
So Graham has to hold that putt for the 4 on the 8th, because Featherstone was a tap-in after knocking it on the green in 2. That was an important putt to make. Good rambling country.
There was a dog walker there, wasn't there? Good place for that. Yeah, so many of these players come through the college system, the US college system, don't they? We spoke about it last year as well, that it seems to be almost the necessary thing to do now if you want to make it in this game.
Yeah, well, yes. College sport in the States has changed dramatically in recent times with NIL and stuff like that. So schools are very keen. Let's say Georgia, for example, one of the biggest schools, they're very keen to get the best talent. And there's a whole lot of transfers and toing and froing, and depending what school you end up in. But yeah, it's super competitive. And of course, when you're at it 24/7, I mean, you might major in crocheting or something, but you're there for your golf career. And then once you turn professional, more often than not, these guys are ready to go straight away. So seeing amateurs play well once they've made the plunge, it's now commonplace.
Well, one of the most familiar figures out there, as we've been saying, is Richard Tedet of Estonia. But let's find out a little bit more about him behind the scenes.
My name is Richard Tedet. I'm 21 years old and I'm from Estonia. Jeez, I'm so bad at this, okay. Most people call me Ted or Rich. It's always been a draw and it will always be a draw. The Walker Cup was at Cypress Point, so that looks pretty sick, so I'd love to play that one. Oh, I've got so many of them. I've been rocking the same marker for the whole year. I can do a backflip, but I'm not going to do one here, obviously. And I can hit the ball a long way, so I think that's pretty cool. Definitely Tiger Woods, because he's the greatest player who's ever lived. Nando's is quite good. Every time I'm over in the UK, I've been at Nando's a lot, so I'll probably say Nando's for now. Probably the Open. The Open is my favorite major by far, and it will be sick to lift that one, yeah.
Well, his nicknames there were Rich or Ted. I think we can do better than that when we hear from some of the other players later on today. I think we can up the ante on the nickname stakes there. But Richard Tedet, 3-time quarter-finalist now at the Amateur Championship. Made the Open last year. Had a great week in Portrush, although didn't go his way on the course. Missed the cut, but an incredible experience for the young man, who is from the Estonian capital, Tallinn. Not playing his best stuff so far today as Simon Holmes comes back into the commentary box.
Yeah, a couple of unforced errors, and it looks as though it's getting to him as well. Quite an emotional reaction on that last green there. So I always think you give away a bit too much to your opponent if you show too much pain. You've got to kind of be pretty much isolated, not show any frustrations or weaknesses.
So this is a long second shot for Arnaldo. Just aim for exactly where I was having my glass of white wine with the people in their back garden. Just that patio door right in the centre of the brown house there.
Oh, good swing.
You can see some of the galleries just up on the right-hand side. Oh, that's worked out really, really well. If it just gets on to that top level, I think it's just crept on.
So he would lose a little bit of spin control here coming out of this rough. In the wind, that might help him, but still puts a little doubt there. Player and caddy, you can see they're just chatting it out, thinking about how will this ball react, how will it release.
Well, we saw him, didn't we? You're talking about his reaction was on the previous green. He should have won the hole and didn't. Immediately took driver out. The driver's obviously not got him onto the fairway here. Possibly would have taken driver anyway, but it felt like a reaction, didn't it?
Frustration. Now, you got yourself ahead. Time to be sensible. Flighting that down. Did he turn it over? Catch a piece of the right part. Side by side. Richard, stay there. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. So, both on the green and 2 on the par 5. You can see what they've got going there. It's a putting contest in that match. Wind feels like it's dropped a little bit. Andy, now. Looks like that's got to go. One of those. Ed Featherstone just needs to win a couple of holes, turn the match, put a doubt in his mind. That's what he's got to do. He's gotten a great advantage, Stewart, so he's got to just keep forging ahead.
This is Maloney in the All-American affair. They've reached the 10th hole.
Aggressive putt. Yeah, well done. Good effort there. Oh, how about that? That's very friendly. That was very nonchalant, a little 3-footer, and he isn't. God, I'm not sure I would have done that. And then the caddy's going, I can't believe he gave you that.
When you look at the, I'll get into that in a minute,
Yeah.
about rankings, but here's Featherstone then, to keep his little run of momentum going.
Come on, Ed. Take the break, take the break. Always too high. Saw something that wasn't there.
Back we go to Akina, Kihei Akina.
Oh, he knew he was going to make it all the time. He knew he was going to make it. Good player. Amazing he gave that putt, though.
It's a good battle between the two Americans. Rob talked about him having a kind of Morikawa look about him. He actually sort of plays and looks quite similar to Ethan Fang, who won last year.
Yeah, he was a good player. Now, tidying up. Well done. That was important. You just make it harder and harder for your opponent to come back at you. It's been a tidy round so far. He's needed a lot of chipping and putting, but he's got it going.
The rankings are interesting. They're known as WAGR, it's W-A-G-R, World Amateur Golf Rankings. In the amateur game, the rankings are so skewed by how much you play. So, for example, Kihei Akina, ranked number 12, the highest ranked player here. He's playing against Matt Maloney, who is in every way his peer, his equal. Maloney's ranked number 677, you can see there. So you take the amateur rankings, don't you, Simon, with a large pinch of salt?
Yeah, I think, you know, probably you'd look at it and go, you're trying to find a way to group your players, but not everyone's playing the same stuff. If you're in college, you're not playing much. If you're an amateur and you're 25, or you're like Stewart, you're not playing in that much either. So, yeah, it's probably the best method that we've got. Still pretty prestigious. There is a lovely rainbow, and for the bottom at that rainbow, there will be a pot of gold called the Amateur Champion. Only 8 people in 2026 can do it. Practice ground that is out of bounds, internal out of bounds. It's a very flat piece of property where not one thing that you see is flat when you actually get up and look. So up and over the ridge, got to think Tida has already putted. That looks super hot, and that is just going to stay on the back of the green. So a pretty big error. See, shake of the head. And he will have had the advantage of watching the speed of Tida's putt, so misread that. Tiger Woods always used to say, you know, coming over from the PGA Tour to play the Open, he found the hardest adjustment, pace of greens. Something we often hear US Ryder Cup teams complain about or say, well, we just didn't adjust, we didn't get there.
For birdie, for the Estonian.
Yeah, he
will be
second.
Yeah.
Birdie, yeah.
He's having a good look whilst Arnaldo sorts himself out as well.
You know what? I mean, while the other guy's reading his putt, I think you've got to stay out the way there. You're a foot from the hole there. I'm not sure if I'm happy about that little bit of moving around. It's very close to when your opponent's going to putt. I think you've got to stay out the way.
So this is Arnaldo, first to go for birdie. Oh, just catches the edge. And Well, so much of match play is played in the head, and that changes things now for Tedder. Knows his putt here is now to win the hole rather than halve it. And Arnaldo, it has to be said, is letting Tedder off the hook.
Yeah, there's no
time
doubt.
and time again here. So it doesn't look as though he's going to have to do too much with this. Maybe just slightly right to left. So this time, it's the fist pump from Richard Tedder after the anguish of the previous hole. He gets to 2 up after 8 now, and not playing his best. So looking good for the Estonian.
He's getting a couple of gifts, isn't he? So that was a mistake.
I was about to kill you. Next time you blame me for a shot, I'll leave the bag on your hand.
Some chat between player and caddy there. The next time you blame me, I'll leave the bag and you can carry it. That is what you need to do. You need to keep him in the right mood. So good work there from Tedder's caddy.
Got the European Amateur Championships going on next week in Finland. The US Amateur at Merion this year in August. Walker Cup ahead in September in Ireland. We had what, last week, maybe a fortnight ago, the St Andrews Links Trophy, where they end with 36 holes on the old course. It was Lev Grinberg of France who won that event, finished 4 over par here in the stroke play stage, didn't get through to the match play. So there's a decent amateur calendar comes round every year, and it's vital, isn't it, for the pipeline, if you like, through to the professional game.
Curtis Cup. And playing now fantastic golf courses. That's a huge change. Bel Air. The ladies were at Bel Air. Sunningdale the year before. The magnificent win from Katrina Matthews. Curtis Cup team at Sunningdale. Launch pad for careers. Now, great view here. Just watch where the speed comes on. It's like a lasso. It's like a Garcia. You've got to say concern in the eyes of Tedder.
It's the quarterfinals of the Amateur Championships. We're on the 9th tee with Reid Arnaldo of the USA. His opponent, Richard Tedder of Estonia, hasn't found the fairway, we don't think. Looking at that reaction, neither's Arnaldo.
Up the right side. That should be okay.
Let's take a closer look at the challenge of this 9th hole with Sophie Walker.
Welcome to the 9th hole. It's a par 4 and it's start of a run of downwind holes. Now the undulation on this golf course is amazing. It's like a helter-skelter. The fairway runs away from you. There's a halfway house in the distance. That's 310 yards from the tee box, and that'll be the line off the tee. Anything left opens up the green a bit. Anything right, you're shooting over a mound, and it's very hard to hold the green that you're coming across, especially as it's downwind. It'll only be a short iron in, but left half is the best place to be here on 9.
Well, Arnaldo's definitely off to the right, and we shall see where Tedder ended up. So coming back now towards us, back now towards the clubhouse with the water on the right-hand side and the beautiful coastline. This is Maloney, the American.
Yeah, putter from off the green. We saw that a lot yesterday if you were watching the US Open at Shinnecock. There's been a trend in course preparation to sort of get that thick, heavy rough away from the green surfaces. Much more runoff now being used. Look at that. Beautiful. It can be fearsome or it can be beautiful. So this little contest is all about a 6-footer. Akina and Maloney. One down on the 12th. You'd feel like he's got to make this. Beautifully done. Great concentration. Just feeling the slope.
Difficult to pick your spot when you're looking out over the grasslands and the water there.
Yeah, and you know, in America, you're used to sort of having, you know, you can get a lot of feeling for speed from the colors, where I think you lose that a little bit on a links. So, to halve and to stay one up. Well done, very good. Two great putts. Two good sets of nerves there, Maloney and Akina.
If there's a match that's going to go the distance this morning, I fancy it could be that one. Let's head back to Sophie on the 9th.
Well, Richard has hit it over 300 yards, but it's in really thick grass. He's just come over to his golf ball. He could barely find it. He nearly stood on it. It's right in there, in the flag. You can see the flag there. All you can do is aim at the stick in front of you and try and hit it over there, but it's not good for him. He's hacking out. He's got about 50 yards to hack it out and try and get somewhere near the green.
Okay, well, that must mean Reed has an advantage anywhere on the green. Hard to control wedges from these sorts of slopes, slightly uphill. Pretty good cut at it. Yeah, sensibly done. Couldn't control the release, but there's a little backstop there, just moves it back onto the green surface, and given current conditions, I'd say that was a very sensible shot, so very good from him.
You were talking about the standard and the quality of the courses these amateur champs are played on these days. We're at Portrush next year, last year Royal St George's, Ballyliffin before that, Hillside, Royal Lytham and St Anne's. It's quite the list, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know what? Amateur golfers, especially amateur golfers in the UK, probably play more links golf than anyone else in the world. So Richard found his ball and now he's lost it. That's not good.
It was around here somewhere.
Ah, you see, what would you do without the caddy? So, got to think this is just a slash. Yeah, just a little short follow through.
Got to be careful here.
Just trying to see how much that grass is going to impact his clubhead speed, how much resistance it's going to be. I guarantee you this swing will be harder than all of those.
He could easily find himself 20 yards ahead, still in the rough in a moment.
Oh no, well controlled. So he was just trying to pitch back to get the angle. Okay. That was all he had.
The amount of grass there on his club head, it was like he'd used a strimmer to hit that one.
Yeah, it's heavy, isn't it? So now Ed Featherstone just needs to get something going, just to put a little chink of doubt. That looks like it's missing right all day long.
He had a burst, didn't he, around 7, 8, 9. Just looked as though he's finding a way back into this match, but
yeah, he's got to
shifting back now.
Yeah, got to keep going. Okay, this is to win the hole. Stewart to go 4 up. He's got it. He has got it. So 4 up after 10. Ed is in deep trouble.
So Graham beat Elliot Baker, his Walker Cup, not just teammate, but his foursomes partner, 3 and 2 in the first match play round. Then Johan Rowe was seen off 5 and 4, and then went to the 20th hole against Romero of Spain yesterday, but in control today, Stuart Graham. Now this needs to be inch perfect. We keep saying it every time we see Ted Eyre. He seems to be almost clinging on in holes, and yet he's 2 up in the match.
Yeah, but he's one of those sort of characters who's hard to beat, isn't he? Because he'll play something that you go, oh, he's definitely out of this. Oh no, God, he's not. Now, needs a really good pitch shot. It looks great, doesn't it? It looks great. He's like a Houdini. Very good. Annoyed with himself, though. Like a McEnroe-style tennis player, needs to scream at himself to get himself going.
He makes himself quite captivating, though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
As a TV viewer and as a spectator on site, you won't take your eyes off Ted Eyre.
It's the sort of guys like the pitching at Walton Heath. I mean, that was amazing. Now, having played the hole sensibly, iron off the tee, wedge to the back of the green. They'd love to, I mean, 2 putts out here would be great. But at 2 down, is that enough? Tidy, but not amazing. You feel if Tida holds this one, it's just going to give him such a boost. He'll have felt very much out of position.
Give or take a hole or 2 here and there. We're getting towards around about the 100th hole these players will have played this week. Obviously match play contests can finish early. They don't necessarily play all 18, but for some of them, like Matt Maloney, they've played over 100 because he went to 24 holes yesterday in his last 16 match. So this long pre-putt routine.
Yeah, it's a good stroke, isn't it?
Well, fair play to him. That is a scrambling putt.
Yeah, it is. And you know, last year when we saw him at the amateur and also at Portrush, he had a sort of an Adam Scott-style long putter. So he's obviously put in a lot of work just to get used to that. Now, got to think this is absolutely must make. Looks like it's inside right. Certainly no need to be defensive at 2 down. Well done. Well done. Tida goes to the back 9, 2 up. And feels like these, you know, there was a blip in his energy there, maybe around 2, 3, 4, he got frustrated with himself. Looks as though between him and his caddy, he's kind of sorted out the right mentality.
Graham, the Irishman, has gone over the back. Taking out the putter.
13 clear to move on, Paul.
Okay, I wonder how he's got himself there.
He's got the wedge, sorry, not the putter.
We hear this is his third shot, so must have been in trouble to be hearing two. Mind you, at 4 up. He knows he's got to make. Oh, he knows he's got to make that. He nearly made it. Now, is that Ed's tee shot? Got to think that is. Chat to the caddy. Having a think about. Yeah, so 2 putts for the win. Run.
Yeah, well, that's good.
2 putts for the win is tough. So Stewart concedes. And he has got to get something going. Got off to a very, very poor start. 4 down after 5. Now, driver betrayed him on the last. In pocket, head cover back on, and all is well. Oh, it's absolutely smashed that. You can see the undulations there.
It's a good angle to come into the green from there as well. Can Arnaldo match that?
Staying with his driving iron. Just trying to get a little bit lower apex on his shots.
Thankfully, the hydration can be done on the move in golf. We don't have to stop for 3 minutes to allow people to have a drink.
Contentious, isn't it? World Cup, anyway. Huge. Look at the difference between Tida and Ronaldo there. Absolutely enormous difference in the distance for second shots. Keeping an eye on this match, thinking that there's going to be not much in it, and possibly Andy going to need 1 extra hole just to separate these two. We'll see.
Well, they're going blow for blow, aren't they, pretty much? Akina, as you can see, 1 down at the moment. If this is for birdie, I suspect Maloney's putt there, you can see his marker, must also be for birdie as well.
Very compact stroke, isn't it? Lovely. Good putt there. Need a little bit more pace. Now, for the par or for the win?
He looks the part, doesn't he, Akina? You know, I sometimes think maybe I put too much store in this, but you look at him and you go, he's a golfer.
Yeah.
You know, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
he has a poise about him.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, well proportioned. It was for the win. Wow. Matt, huge opportunity here. Counter bounce putter. Very stable and just missing low.
Good.
That was an opportunity. Yeah, can have another go at that.
There only remains
He just came out a hair right on him. Why didn't I do that? The second serve in golf. Wasted opportunity. Okay.
So Riga 2 up in that first quarter-final, out on course, going along pretty serenely, I think.
Yeah, it's got a nice momentum to it. Sam Easterbrook got off to such a fabulous start, but the German has just hung in there. University of Maryland. American colleges, I mean, just the preparation that you get from amateur golf. Those 4 years between I'm 18 and then I want to be on PGA Tour. The US college system is absolutely producing gems. It's polishing gems. Incredible. Just the competitiveness, the facilities, the access to equipment, the access to coaching.
Well, in a sense, we are here at the home, I guess, in a way, of the Amateur Championship at Royal Liverpool. It's certainly where this championship began, back in the 1880s. We're back again here in 2026, and let's take a closer look at the history of this championship.
What we've got behind me here is our amateur display. We've had so many amateurs here at Royal Liverpool, so this is our 19th championship, and there's so many winners, 15 altogether, because John Ball won 3 times. So it was quite hard to try and fit them all into one display. So what we've tried to do is highlight a couple of the biggest superstars that we've got here. So we've got John Ball right at the top here, England's finest amateur golfer. We've got Michael Benalik, the modern kind of superstar of golf as well. Got here in the middle, the main focus is the secretary who started it all in 1885, and our very first winner, who just so happened to be a Hoylake member. Very first winner of the championship, his name is Alan F. McPhee, and he was a Scotsman but was a member here at Hoylake. He was actually partially deaf, which is something really interesting about him. We don't know if that kind of helped him to focus more. You know, he was playing against some of the biggest amateur golfers at the time. He beat Horace Hutchinson in the final, but he's also playing against John Ball, who went on to win 8, and Harold Tilton, who's our other kind of amateur star from Hoylake. We don't know that much about him. He didn't do a lot after this, but he's kind of etched his name in the history here. He actually wasn't recognised as the first winner until the 1920s. So on the trophy, his name's actually kind of off to the side a little bit, where St Andrews have added it in later on. He finally got recognised as that first amateur winner.
Well, what a lovely display in the clubhouse there of the Amateur Championships history here at Royal Liverpool. It's been a little while since they hosted the championship. The most recent time back in 2000, Finland's Mikko Ilinen won by 2-1 in the final against Christian Reinbold of Germany. But nice to look back over the history. Always amazes me when you look back at those old photos and see what the players were wearing to go round and play golf back in the day.
So many clubhouses are like mini museums of golf. So important to us. That's very, very well controlled. What a superb shot there from Stuart Graham. And he just looks like he is stamping his authority on that match.
He's close to the finish line, isn't he, really? Maybe a couple of holes away, and we talked earlier about the beauty of that is it will give you a longer break before your semi-final this afternoon.
Yeah, so after a thumping tee shot. That looks very tidy. Oh no. Maybe didn't quite get the carry that he wanted.
He wears his heart on his sleeve, does Ted Eyre, again showing us his frustration at that shot. And we have to assume that Arnaldo is there for 2, just what, 7-8 feet away.
Bless you. Tita had plenty of green to work with there, didn't he? It was an absolutely pole position.
Sophia's green side with Ted Eyre and Arnaldo.
Well, Richard just hit it 380 yards off the tee. It was unbelievable. He only had 52 yards left to the pin and didn't sound great, that chip, at all. His playing partner, Arnaldo, Viva Ronaldo, I'm going to start calling him now, played this hole totally different. There was 122 yards between where the American hit from and the Estonian. So he's hitting iron off the tee. This front left pin, you can't be left of it. There was a mound that would take it away and down, and it would have gone deep into a hollow. So the fact that he's got it beyond the pin was a good shot. So this front left flag, but who would have thought that Richard would be first to play at 52 yards in? However, you know, he's pin high. He played to the right of it, that sensible shot, and still has the opportunity to get into the hole first. But people have been walking past me, Andy, going, how far did that drive go? How far did that drive go? He is absolutely box office.
He certainly had big crowds following him at the Open after people had seen that viral pitch in during qualifying. But this is for a birdie on the 10th hole. Oh, he rattles it home.
Wow, that is a great stroke. Great speed. Below the hole. Could be aggressive. That was an absolutely crucial putt there. He wouldn't have forgiven himself after that tee shot, walking off, well, losing the hole or making a three. I think the caddy is quite an important guy for him in this competition there. I don't really know too much about the caddy, but you know, the few interactions that we have overheard, I like it when the caddy says, okay, if you ever speak to me like that again, you can take your clubs round. Just keeps a little bit of reality around it. Oh man, huge emotional swing. Ah, Richard Tita, just body blow.
Big moment in this quarter-final. Oh, is that a school trip? I went to a pencil museum on a school trip. I would much rather have walked across a beach next to a championship golf course.
Maybe they're looking for where they had a yeah, like what are we doing there? Looking for all the things you find when the tide goes out. All those little rock pools and everything.
They're on the tee pole.
That's quite a head count, isn't it? Beautiful day for it. It's getting better all the time. The clouds are just beginning to disperse. Still nice and warm. And here's Featherstone.
Oh, he also hit a great shot. Oh, but he doesn't make the birdie. He does not make the birdie.
Might be slipping away from the Englishman. Badly needs to start winning some holes. But we've seen some turnarounds. Not just this week, but in this amateur championship in years gone by. Some huge comebacks when a player has looked down and out, and somehow they've turned things around. This to go 4 up with 6 holes to play. Just strong position now for the Irishman. Graham of Ireland, 4 up with 6 holes to play against Ed Featherstone. We've spoken about Gray and the fact that he was an amateur, very highly rated amateur, went pro, is now an amateur again. Let's find out a bit more about him.
Stuart Gretton, 33, from County Low Golf Club. Okay. Is this going to be edited this bit? Can it be edited? Okay. Buttercut. I just love that shot. I always use the same ball marker, poker chip. Ted Lasso. I just think it's such a good series. I think it's Rory now. I don't know, just the way he carries himself. His mentality is incredible for what he's gone through and to do what he's done. I just think it's incredible. New York. I just love the skyscrapers. I love like a skyline. I always thought it would be the Masters, but something about the Open I just think is incredible. 5. I just think it's the way it's framed. It's like a little fade. Got to hit a good tee shot to give you an approach for the second. Yeah, no, obviously with my family, but yeah, I think we'd enjoy that one.
Yeah, interesting. Stuart, an insight into his likes and dislikes in golf. And I'll tell you what, if he keeps up the form that he's in at the moment, Rob, you'd have to think he's got a big age advantage. He's seen a lot of stuff. He's been a pro. He's done this before. It's almost like second bite of the apple in his amateur career to get to here.
Yeah, he's got a wonderful chance, hasn't he? I mean, can almost start thinking about the afternoon. Not quite, but close.
Now, this is Emil Riga in the lead match. He got off to a little bit of a tough start. Fought his way back. You can see what he's got, little upslope there. Where can he land that? He's thinking, can I land that there? And will that release? Just dragged it a bit on 14 here.
I think he's got a ridge between him and the hole, so he can't go flat and low because it'll kick it off. So I think that's why he was looking at the top edge of the green, but I can't see him holding it. He's going to have to go along the floor a certain amount. He's not going to be able to flop this up. So the bounce, the first bounce, is the most important thing here. If he just gets it the wrong side of the ridge, it'll kick it away. But he is not playing this up in the air.
Marks out of 10.
Very good.
Very good. Yeah, a lot of imagination there just to get the right angle into that back, hit your landing area.
A lot of young lads built like him. You know, tall and wiry, gangly.
Yeah,
well, a lot of young kids.
You've got Featherstone, looks like he could play American football. Sam Easterbrook, after that tee shot in the first, how good was that? I mean, he looks like a big old unit, doesn't he?
Certainly, as far as he hit it on that opening hole, taking on the out of bounds was very impressive.
So, Sam, with the advantage, and you've got to think, can't lose a hole.
But he's starting to run out of chances now, so at some point he's going to have to hole one of these.
Yeah. Good run.
See, they used to say 2 up with 5 to play never wins. Utter rubbish, by the way, but He was 2 down, his opponent was 2 up, and now it's back to 1. And 1 up or 1 down, in my view, match play is as good as all square.
Yeah, massive. Absolutely massive.
He made it happen, well done. But only up the slope. Good try,
Yeah,
very good try.
Super job there.
Course looks in great nick.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. And it's a classic too, isn't it? It's absolutely a classic.
Well, that's the thing about, you know, you come to Hoylake, all right, the holes are slightly different to the open rotation, the way they play the holes, but you are playing where the greats have played. Can't go to Wembley and do that, or Soldier Field or something, you can't do it.
Again, to win the hole. This putter has been hot. Continues to be hot. That's 2 30-footers. No, 20-footer and a 30-footer. And 4 up.
Oh, looks very peaceful when the tide's out.
Yeah, we saw 5 minutes ago about 45 children walking straight through the middle there, so it must be
a shortcut.
A shortcut, yeah. School trip. Who knows? We don't get many days in the UK where we can actually do anything outside. Anyway, look at those 2 matches. 4 up after 12, 4 up after 11. Those are very, very tough to turn around.
Well, the first 2 can go anyway, and the last 2 look done.
Yeah.
Lots of people out on the clay now. Look, just watch yourself there, Andy. Yeah. They're just using
But the closing holes are, I still have to recircuit my brain to work out where the course is finishing.
So we've got
from my Open Championship head.
Yeah, but so you've got to go 18 straight back down to the road, 17 up.
So 1 and 2 are 17, 18, is that correct?
Exactly. Exactly.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that now fabled par 3 that they created out of nothing, that goes out to the sea, was 17 in the Open.
Yes.
It's now 15.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we saw Ethan Thang win around Royal St George's on the very last hole, the 36th hole. He was superb. Low ball hitter. Jakob Skofolason survived terrible weather. And then Christo Lamprecht, Aldrich Potgieter, both out on the PGA Tour, trying to make their living out there, doing pretty well.
This is that 15th hole. It's only 90 yards today. But the green you have to hit. Well, he had some sauce on top of that, because front of this green is horrific. There is a monster bunker short of that hole.
Yeah, amazing. Almost like an infinity green now,
Yeah,
isn't it?
it is.
And redesigned, I think that's Martin Ebert, who has done an absolutely stunning job on the Ailsa course at Turnberry. That is incredible. There it is, the big false front, the cavernous bunker on the left. But look how far it runs away. Right, Rob?
When it's, yes, to the right is not pleasant, but when it's windy, that target becomes, you're only really looking at the spine of the green, because it falls off on all sides. It's a very small target. If that breeze can pick up to 20 miles an hour or so, we might get a gust like that today, possibly.
And it can stretch out a long way as well, so.
In 2 off the left today, the wind at 15.
Yeah.
And playing very short, just 90 yards.
90 yards, and you've got to say, looks like Sam missed it short.
We might have some bunker fun, definitely. He's disappeared. He's in that bunker, and there's a very steep, slatted face in front of him. Yeah, it's a great look at it there. Look how far he's got to carry it. and not much green once it
No,
gets up
other
there.
side. No, not at all. Does he clear the ridge? That's an excellent shot.
Very good.
That's a 9.5 out of that.
After a 1.5 for his tee shot.
Yeah.
Really good escape. What do you see, Sophie?
Well, I stayed clear of Sam on that 90-yard walk, I can tell you that, because he threw his ball down on the tee, having just made birdie, won the hole and fatted his shot in. It got to the very front of the green, then rolled back into the bunker. But it was, like you said, Simon, an excellent shot. Anything short, when hitting that bunker shot, it would have come back down into the footprints, and we may never have seen Sam again, because that is what this hole does. Now, the bunker on the right-hand side has been removed since the Open Championship, so that's not there, but the cavernous one at the front is. Good shot to reply from the German. Took it deep, spun it back down. You can't see the green, actually, from this tee shot, so as he crept up onto the green, he saw where his ball lie, and he's now standing over this putt back down the slope for a 2 and to win the hole. It's pivotal moments in this quarter-final match.
Yeah, a lot of slope he had to navigate there. Probably feels like he could have put a little bit more pressure on.
I used to like that bunker on the right. The hollow.
Yeah.
But I can imagine they took it out because the members just can't get it out, then get it on the green.
Or can't even walk out of it. And it fell to the downslope, didn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, well, I watched, some of the world's best practice from there on the Wednesday, last Open here at Hoylake, and they were having problems with that bunker shot.
And long was no good.
It's just a really well-designed hole. Par 3s don't have to be 240 yards to be challenging. I know we keep saying it, but it's so true if the design is really good.
Yeah, 11th at Shinnecock. It's like a 130-yard par 5 now. We know this is outside right, and we have a feeling this is must make. Oh.
Very good bunker shot, but the mistake was the tee ball.
Big mistake, yeah.
At just the wrong time.
Yeah, good resiliency. Overcame a bit of a rocky start, Emil Riga. College golf, University of Maryland.
That's on the Potomac, isn't it?
Yeah, very good, Rob. Very, very good. Now, he's 4 down and not in pole position here. Maybe had to have a go at that back pin. Oh, that's his 4th.
Well, it looks like it'd be a par, I'm going to say, boldly. But again, it's birdies he needs.
Yeah, I feel as though he's just got absolutely trains smashed at the beginning there. Really, really tough. 4 down after 5, Rob. Never, never got going.
But Graham holed a putt on 8 for a birdie 4 to follow in Featherstone, who 2-putted, which kept him 3 up. It was a massive putt in the, situation where could the player that was 4 down come back, and that was a chance. Had he gone back to 2 up, Graham, it might have been a very different match, but swings and roundabouts. He was under threat, he sustained, and now he's going to win.
Yeah, just give you an idea, Martin Ebert cleared out a lot of the dunes there to bring out a little bit of contrast. Magnificent golf courses.
I also enjoy the rough cut bunkers.
Yeah.
The lack of finite lines.
Yes.
They're almost like Mother Nature made them that way.
Yeah, brilliant. Magnificent match play golf courses, aren't they?
Mm.
So, only one match where we're really not sure. We've been kind of ho-humming the Maloney-Aquina match. Nothing really happened. Just one-up advantages either way. Trajan on Featherstone, Tida on Arnaldo.
Yes, the only question mark really looks to be the Maloney-Aquina match, match number 2. Riga's just gone 2 up on Easterbrook, and well, they get to 16, which is that 550-yard par 5.
There it is. Far and sure.
It's funny, isn't it? It is Royal Liverpool Golf Club, but it's to me and my, contemporaries. It's always been Hoylake.
Yeah.
That's the village.
That's the
little town where we are.
Yeah,
That's where it is.
Yeah, getting known. Yeah. Now, Aquina. Oh, 2 putts to win the hole. Maybe this is where Aquina gets going. Yeah, well done. Well done. He's got the sort of vibe that if you saw him on the PGA Tour, you'd be like no surprise at all. Doesn't look out of place on
Colin Morikawa's love child.
Oh, that's magnificent, Rob.
Build-wise,
yeah,
looks-wise,
yeah.
Swing looks really competent.
But vibe, the vibe, same. Incredible clubhouse. In there is a museum of golf.
They've got a few silver pots in there, I'd imagine.
It's almost like the birthplace of the Amateur Championship. Incredible if you get to have a walk through there.
19 of them here.
Yeah.
That's an awful lot of Amateur Championships.
Yeah. There, and you found it on a sunny day. Don't look at the puddles if you don't live in England. It's always weather like this. We always get weather like this for our American guests, don't we, Rob?
We do. The R&A, though, to be commended for growing the game. And when you look at the international nature of some of the players that have got through to the latter stages, that's exactly what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think you've got a responsibility that's, the R&A just understand how to maintain prestige, how to maintain the history. And there's a thread where, you respect the game. No one's bigger than the game, but the game keeps going. We need people to keep that going. So, Aquina, he has just snuck in front, and now he wants to keep going.
Well, this is just a wedge in his hand. Short is a complete no-no.
0. Well, probably short is... What would you think if you pitched it at the pin, if we had a look where that was? It's only 8 on. If you pitch the pin, that's going to come off the green, isn't it? So you've got to pitch 8 past. Did you say that?
Yeah, the wind's into off the left. Mostly left-right, but hurting, so it's a 10 o'clock
Even
wind.
10 past the pin is where you've got to land it. 100-yard shot. I think if you're hitting first and you're 1 up, that's where you've got to hit it.
Yeah, I go along with that. It's a tempter, though, isn't it? Very tempting now when you're behind.
Yeah.
And you've got the front pin.
Yeah.
Now you kind of got to gamble.
Yeah.
You can hit a really good shot against Stiffy. You can do it.
Yeah. And you've got the next par 5. So you've got a couple of chances.
But running out of holes.
Yeah.
So, take your shot.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to throw a dart here. If you're Matt Maloney, see what he's got. Launches it. Little cut shot. That's going to spin when it hits. It's a brilliant shot. Oh, no. Look at that. Oh, and he just stays on. Rob, the chances of that, a foot more spin and that's gone.
He's actually in a good spot to make a putt,
Yeah.
though. that's
underneath the
finished.
hole.
You got a lot of pro sauce on that. How do they do that, Simon? Get that backspin?
Yes, Rob. A little steep angle of attack off a tee, and then hitting it high into a left or right wind helps you.
Putt for the half for Arnaldo. Yeah, well done. Well done. Hanging in there. He, another player that needs to start a little birdie run.
Tough, isn't it? So there you can see the big bank.
I bet this is your favourite hole in the golf course, Sophie.
It's Wales, but right here we're on the 15th green, and this is where you want to place your golf ball from that tee. It's only 90 yards, it's a flick with a wedge, but the green just repels the golf ball. There's slopes everywhere, and if you're short, you end up in that cavernous bunker at the front of the green. It's a brilliant little hole, a brand new hole for Royal Liverpool over the last few years, an infinity green, and as that ball is in the air, you have no idea if it will find its home. Be comfortable with your wedge shot, play it into the wind, pitch it beyond the flag and try and suck it back towards that pin, but do not miss this green. You will make a bogey.
Yeah, Sophie, you were right about that. We saw from Easterbrook, even with a superb bunker shot, paid the penalty for missing the surface.
But quite hard to design something on a fabled links, to put it in there, install it, and very quickly for it to become what you now see as the course.
Yeah,
Hoylake.
Yeah, I think there's
it's quite hard to do that.
I think there's a few designers, you know, and certainly, you know, Martin Ebel and what have you, they have created almost a way. You know, if you look at what's happened at Turnberry, the Ailsa course, a dramatic improvement where you'd go, well, you can't touch this, but they saw something that's not there. They saw something that we didn't see, and they created it, and now you go there and you go, well, this has been here forever, hasn't it? And this is a brilliant, and it's also great timing for it. It's late in the open round. You've still got to get through this hole. It's like you've still got to get through the 12th at Augusta. You've got to get past that before you can get your teeth into those closing holes. So it's epic.
Trump Turnberry, are we talking about that?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I've not played it since the changes were made, but
unbelievable.
Off the charts, they say.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Right, well, this is downhill, slinging right to left at the end. The breeze is going to help it turn. You can easily knock this 4 or 5 past.
Giving it some height. Brilliant putt. Very good.
When you're 1 up.
Yeah, very good.
It just dolly drops in the front door, or it's a tap-in. Well done.
Just feels like he's got very good energy management, doesn't it? Very, very much conserving the juice here. Now, Ed. Dragging it. And that.
That is that.
That is that.
Couldn't really come back from the heavy deficit at the start.
No.
4 down early, and the 1.5 chance at the 8th. Graham was up to it, and it's a 6-4 win.
Yeah.
Straight into the semi-final.
Yeah.
So his week's not over. Yeah, congratulations. And you get a bit of rest.
Yeah, I think it is important. And as the oldest man in the field at 33 by 12 years, he'll need that. Look at it there, the internal out of bounds.
Well, let's hear from the most recent winner. We've just seen him, and he's talking to Sophie rather.
Stuart, a fantastic morning for you. You mentioned yesterday when you finished you was a bit tired, but that was a fast start, so you must have been feeling good when you woke up this morning.
Yeah, decent sleep last night. Yeah, I think Ed probably got off to a bit of a slow start, and I got off to a pretty solid start. So, yeah, being 4 up through 5 was a nice start, all right.
And how do you feel you played round here? Because you said you played solid. What's your strategy for today? Because it's very blustery out here.
Yeah, we were just saying, I was saying to Dan that this is definitely the toughest day we've had so far. Like, that south wind is quite awkward, a lot of crosswinds, but I was very aggressive, to be honest. I've been hitting my driver pretty well, so I've been just kind of putting the foot down and trying to make as many birdies and put as much pressure on my opponent as I can.
Well, you certainly did that. This will be your first time heading to the semi-finals. What's your thought process now for this afternoon?
Same thing. I mean, just playing the man in front of me, so I'm playing pretty well. Very comfortable what I'm doing, and I'm enjoying it. You know, it's great having these people all out here, and you know, some support as well. So, yeah, can't wait.
Well played this morning, and good luck this afternoon.
Cheers. Thanks very much.
Yeah, well done. County Louth, that's Baltray, isn't it?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
up there,
Yeah.
north of Dublin.
Yeah, 100%. Now, Sam Easterbrook, a chance to win the hole. This is absolutely must make.
He has to assume that the other putt, which is going to be for a par, is going to be hold. You have to assume that.
Yeah. Good roll.
Never anywhere else. 2 in a row. Well done. What a comeback. Bit of grit at the end. Well done. This could be going down the last, maybe.
Yeah.
It's hard to do.
Good.
Find putts like that when you need them.
Yeah, and there was some swing there. Played that quite outside the hole.
All the locals there saying this isn't a wind.
Yeah, that's right.
You could have an Open Championship on here now, couldn't you?
Yeah,
You could
easy.
play it.
Yeah. It never really changes. It's just fantastic. Big changes at Birkdale in the design for the Open in a month's time.
Now, is that a photo or a selfie? What do you think that is? I think it's a photo.
Could end up as a selfie.
It
Which is not a confident use of the buttons there.
It's probably a selfie video,
Yeah.
I would say. It's meant to be an objective photograph.
Now, yeah, wind is picking up, just pumping around. It makes it difficult on the short shots. Got to carry it perhaps a little bit further up the green than you were previously thinking.
Got to get it up and down. Has to. That's a good shot.
Yeah, it is. Played it all the way back there to the back pin, only because he's got no choice. Teeter's had, well, he's played more golf in the rough than he has in the fairway. Let's see if he's got a decent lie. Certainly got plenty of green to work with. Probably releasing long is the bad shot for him.
Well, that's far from a guaranteed 2-putt. Just came out dead, didn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. So, mistake. And possibly an opportunity for Reed to just pick up one first match that gets all done. Stuart Graham beats Edward Featherstone. Fast start, Rob. Featherstone never really got in the game, so he will play this afternoon. Everything else in the first two matches seems very up in the air.
Well, yeah. The Easterbrook Riga game is really close. They're going down the 17th right now. 2 par 4s to finish. And the game is always Mr. Fairway bunkers.
Yes.
You almost lose the hole if you do that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's like a water hazard, isn't it? 1-shot penalty, you can't get out. So, tide is out. But the wind is just picking up. Those two things tend to coincide, isn't it? You watch sort of tides at links at the Opens to see if the wind's picking up or dropping. There's some sort of a magic combo with that.
You mean where you get the lull? If your timing's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The lull. Easterbrook with a fantastic, what looked like 25-footer with, well, 3 or 4 holes of break on 16 to get 1 back from Riga. Tida has got 60 feet for his birdie.
Yeah. With breeze sweeping across the green.
Yeah. You start to read in, if it gets more blustery, you start to read that into your distance, don't you?
And here is that putt you're talking about. Tida, long birdie putt, and that's skating past the hole, so that's far from being a 2-putt par 5. Has he given his opponent a little window?
Yeah, 100%. 100% out of position.
He's a mumbler, isn't he?
He's quite demonstrative. He's had a few hands covering the head, and the caddy actually told him, I think something like, if you speak like to me, if you speak like that again, you can carry the bag yourself. That was about 4.
And again, Arnaldo's got to assume his opponent's going to hole, so he has to hold this. That's the putt you've got to hit.
Oh no. Reed. That's the one you'll remember on the plane home to the United States if you lose.
If Tida had rolled it up to a foot, he would have hit a different putt there.
Yeah.
Oh, we're placing off and fingers. And, oh dear.
Oh, Rob, we're not done yet.
Right, to stay 4 up. Try and close his opponent out. Look left all day long, that. So if Arnaldo can win the next hole, then the deficit is 2.
Oh, yeah?
You start to think you can do something.
Yeah.
So he'll go to 14. This finishes 4, 3, 5, 4, 4, the par, the closing handful. This is the man that's on the run. He's found the fairway at 17. Oh, now he's holding that finish like he likes it. Yeah, he likes it.
Oh, no. Flushed it straight through the wind.
Yep, straight through the breeze. Made a very nice pass of that.
And now the swale.
Putter.
Yes.
Yeah. But he's carrying his bag. I don't know, surely Someone could have come and caddy for him.
Well, he's got a caddy there. It just doesn't look like he's up to carrying the bag. So, don't know if that's his dad.
Well, I'm sorry if you're caddying and you're not carrying the bag. What use are you?
Oh, and they dropped he's dropped the towel. The whole thing's going horribly wrong here. Yeah, I definitely think. I mean, that is a big old bag too, isn't it? So you've got to have waterproofs in. You've got to have the water. You've got to have this. You've got to have that.
They're young, strong lads, right?
That's
okay,
true.
and they're carrying a bag and they're playing a lot of golf in a very short space of time. But there is a thing called fatigue.
Yeah.
Mental fatigue. It cannot help that you're carrying your own bag.
No. So from below the surface of the green.
Is he in a bunker? It's a rake very close. Yeah. What he would give for an up and down here.
Oh, man.
All square. 3 holes to go.
Yeah. Tons of green to work with. Only decent. Not great into the wind, maybe didn't quite get the carry that he thought. Now from the other side, downwind. And in another trap. I mean, there's a slope there that if he just hops it out, helps get all the way to the hole.
He only needs to just carry that horizon in front of him, that's all. It'll roll down to the hole.
Just over pitched that.
Yeah.
Wrong shot.
This is Easterbrook with the putter. Right choice. Well done.
Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. Very, very good second shot in there. Okay, Matty hit it there, the same place. Emil Riga.
Putt not conceded.
Kind of carbon copy.
Might be a bit of good here, maybe. Let's see. Negotiations going on. No, not a bit of it. There's nothing wrong with his knee joints.
I was going to say that was
my right knee won't play ball like that.
No, very flexible. That's a deep squat, isn't it?
It certainly was.
And unassisted on the way up.
Well, let's just stay at least one up. Yeah, if I had to putt, you're going to putt.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. As the breeze continues to pick up. A little right to left at the end, hasn't hit it into the wind. It affects the speed of the putt so much.
tidy, and let's go down the last. Easterbrook must win, must take it into extra holes. Tida, a little mistake there, giving Reed a little bit of life, but this, the all-square game, this for a massive win at a great time in the match. Good speed, just a hair high.
That was a good part, good try. Now I need 2 straight drives because this match definitely goes up the last.
Yeah.
2 straight tee shots on 17 and 18. Do you remember when Tiger Woods won here?
Oh, amazing.
And I think he hit 2 drivers the whole week.
Yeah.
And his bunker avoidance plan was extraordinary.
Yeah. Never went in
Even
one.
if he had to hit 4 iron in for a second to make sure that the iron off the tee did not find a bunker.
Yeah. Those were the days, weren't they? And he did that at St Andrews as well. He could follow a plan, Tiger Woods. He just could follow a plan. Where was it on 9 that he left it in the trap? That was the only one, wasn't it? He left it in the trap when he won. The greenside bunker on the right. Made 6, I'm sure. Anyway.
The reason I mentioned that is because you cannot afford to find the bunkers in this situation when in a tight match on 17 or 18, and you need something. You can't go in the fairway bunkers.
Well, 18 is all about those fairway bunkers, isn't it? So we will see matches coming down to that little squeaky, nasty time.
No excuse for being late on the tee with those 2 clocks there at the top of the clubhouse.
I'll tell you. So it'll be interesting to see the 18th hole. That's the big match, Easterbrook versus Riga. Riga 1 up.
Tita looks like he's not for the first time, not striding down the
We've got a foul
fairway.
ball on the right-hand side. He stood waiting to play with the white hat on. Driving back, surely.
Well, he must have hit one out of bounds. That's all I can think that's happened here. Has grabbed another ball and the driver. He's just lost the previous hole. He's looking borderline distraught, Tita. Yeah. It's the dreaded buggy ride all the way back to the teeing area. Oh, surely he can't make a Hoylake of this and give up what looked like an unassailable lead. But he's being chipped back at. We talked about the bunkering here at the 14th. They're shot penalties. You treat them as red staked hazards. And when you get in there and you always think, oh, I could just hit one more club, get a little nudge, 10 or 15 more out of this. You hit the face, it comes back in, and semi-plugs on the way down. So plan number 1 from the tee box is avoid those. And it's quite a narrow entrance to the green. But today it's a lot breezier than when we took these shots. That's a lonely place to be.
I was just thinking the same.
Yeah.
Suppose better to be having to do this at 3 up rather than 3 down, but like you say,
in half an hour 4 has become 2.
That one's gone awry as well. You almost may as well pick up and go to the next hole, but we shall find that one hopefully. Stuart Graham, the only man through to the semi-finals so far.
Yeah.
He's back in the clubhouse having a rest.
He's by the guy in the orange cap. Yeah. He's approaching the ball now.
Confirmation then of Graham's 5-4 win over Ed Featherstone. We thought the American battle might go all the way, and it's looking like that will be the case. And Emil Riga, we've not seen a great deal of him because he's basically been in control the whole way against Easterbrook. Not much jeopardy there, even though he only has a one-hole advantage. And then Ted Eyre in trouble, but with a 3-hole lead as things stand. Sophie, what can you see?
Well, Emil hit 3-wood off the tee, downwind right to left hole, and it's gone through the fairway. As is Sam. Sam's another 20 yards on. So Emil's got 102 flag, and he's now got a crosswind. He's in the rough, but the grass is with him. Don't want to be long of this pin. There's a dip that takes it away, so you're looking to try and pitch it into the slope at the front of the green to take the sting out of it and keep it to the left of the hole. This right to left wind, 102 yards.
Oh, that's very nicely done now, because that was tumbling forward. That wasn't going to stop. It's birdie or nothing now, you would think. Easterbrook's approach at the final hole. He's one down and he'll be putting first. He will have to hold that. I don't think he can believe how much grip he got on that from the rough. I think when he hit it, he thought it was good. Not going the carry bag option. German, he's pulling. I'm surprised someone in the crowd says, "Oh, I'll pull your trolley for you." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Help the lads out. So 3 off the tee for Tita to here. This is 4th. Gouge.
He's done well.
Done remarkably well from there, and I'm not sure that's going to hang on. So that works its way off the back edge. So the next shot's for a bogey. Right, but he's made 2 putts, Easterbrook, over the last hour or so from 25 feet, twice. And this is probably just a little bit longer. And the one thing he has to do is give it a run, because his opponent is close enough to just dribble it down to the hole and tap it in. So he really does have to give it. It's a holing putt. Hole side and wide is no good. It's got to be running at the hole. But as I say, he's got the feeling that he's made a couple of putts within the last few holes. Why not do it again?
From Riga's point of view, somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm scrolling a long, long way down the list of previous winners, and I don't think we've ever had a German winner of this amateur championship, which is maybe a little surprising.
Got a crowd, there's breeze, bit of movement in the ground. What can you do when you really need something special? get there. Oh, what a great putt. What a terrific putt. I think in his heart of hearts, he'll think that's that. And he has conceded the 2-putt.
So the German, Emil Rieger, books his place in the semi-finals. He came through a 21-man playoff at the end of this stroke play stage to make the match play rounds. And then he's come through winning by 1 hole against Louis Klein, 2 and 1 against Kevin Jaegers of Estonia, and then on the 19th hole against Louis Hayward yesterday. So he's done it the hard way every time.
Do you know what? I would have seen 1 putt there from Rieger. I would have seen 1 putt.
Yeah, terribly polite, wasn't it, at the end? Which is not necessarily a bad thing, of course. But yeah, I'm slightly surprised he didn't just ask him to at least put his birdie attempt at least close.
Stick it down to a foot. It's all yours. You knock it 3 feet away, though. I'll have a look. You know, if it's survive or die, I'm going to have a look at it. Some great views of the undulations here at Royal Liverpool. I mean, that is spectacular. Again, the sides of these greens repelling any sort of approach shot that's not going right down the middle of the putting surface. Let's hear from Sophie. She's got the most recent winner out there. She has.
We'll get to Sophie in a minute with Emil Rieger. Just getting ready to chat, but I think they're together and ready to go now.
Emil, congratulations. You're through to the semi-final of the Men's Amateur Championship. But talk me through first. You came through a playoff to get to the knockouts.
Yeah, I mean, the playoff was the hardest thing. It was quite a stacked field, and hole 17, which was the first playoff hole, was playing pretty hard. So I'm very fortunate to have made it through the playoff, and I'm excited to continue playing.
And today's match, you really seemed to take control on the 7th hole. You were never down from that point. So how did you play?
I played pretty solid. He played pretty solid. It wasn't as dominant as a performance as it might have looked on the live scores. He was putting well. He made eagle on 16 to get back to 1 down. Hole 17 was close. And then hole 18, I was able to he conceded my birdie putt, but it was back and forth, even though I was up most of the time.
It's been a long week already. You've played a lot of holes, but you're now into the semi-final. So where are you looking? Are we thinking about a trophy yet?
I mean, we just got to take it one step at a time, but that's definitely the goal to look forward to.
Well, congratulations. Go get yourself some lunch and we'll see you in the semis.
Thank you.
Emil Rieger will be in the first semi-final just after 1:30 this afternoon, UK time.
Birdie putt for Arnaldo. Tita's in all sorts of trouble, so sidle it up to the whole side, and that should be good enough for the win. And that match is changing dramatically. Tita was out of bounds over the back of the green in 4. So he's got a hole from down there to even make Arnaldo wield the short stick again. And he was 4 up. It seems like seconds ago. And now it's game on. And they go to that crafty little par 3 next to 15.
They do indeed. You can hear the wind now blustering around on our microphones. So 2 exciting finishes in prospect to the 2 quarterfinals still out there. The Americans locked together at all square. And the 3rd American, Arnaldo, here, possibly with a way back into this match.
90 yards. How bold dare he be with that front pin? It's okay. It's a good 30 feet away for his 2. See, some parts of Hoylake, Royal Liverpool Golf Club are quite flat, but when you get out to the dunescape by the coast, it's much more undulating. Teeter's tee shot 15. Into the breeze and off the left. That needs to sit down. That's very well done. Good shot. Just trying to stop the bleeding.
Maloney now. This would be a big move on the 17th. Oh, he's got it. He's got it. Now, Akina has come back in previous rounds from exactly this position, 1 down with 1 hole to go. But this has been a real battle, hasn't it, between these 2? They must know each other's games pretty well. You would have thought they must have come up against each other in various college competitions back in the States.
And 18 for these lads is just a drive and a pitch. These are the spectacular holes. The ones that get out to the rough cut bunkers. And almost like sea marsh when you come off where the links is cut. And the 2-hole width when you get out towards the turn. Unforgettable here at Hoylake.
Now, if Arnaldo could sink this, it would really keep the pressure on. Oh, he's done it as well. Wow.
I thought that was your Arnaldo moment. I was waiting for it.
It's a good point. It is a very good point, but you know, you don't want to go too early with these things, do you?
But sometimes the chance doesn't come again. Arnaldo!
And suddenly Ted Air looks further away than...
Well, you could have a go with him as well. If he holds it, you could go, Ted Air.
Exactly.
So, you know, there's something for everybody. I bet he's nervous now. In danger of losing 3 holes on the bounce. He hit a very good putt.
Look at that. That tells you everything. 4 up after 12. And we've seen that facial expression from him a couple of times as well, haven't we? Because earlier on, he was playing quite raggedly, but still pushing ahead, actually extending his lead, whereas now it's going the other way.
That's quite amazing. All of a sudden, only 1 in it with still 3 holes to play. Is it going to be Tedder or Arnaldo?
Now we're going to have 2 Americans in the semi-finals. We're guaranteed 1. Maloney and Akina are about to play the final hole.
And the way 18 is playing with breeze off the right, And just a wedge or a sand wedge in for your second. It's a birdie or nothing.
The two semi-finals, 132 and 142 tee-offs in the UK. So this is the par 5, 16th, and well, the blood must be pumping through Reed Arnaldo. He could pull off a fantastic comeback. Wants it to come back right. Ooh, it's, oh, I thought for a moment it was clinging on.
Now, Taylor does hit the ball a very long way. See if you can strike one down here. Hates it. Big slice. That's what it looked like.
Well, he needs his caddy or somebody to just help him settle down here. Not quite sure if Ted Eyre has any family here with him, but somebody needs to have a word. Let's go ahead to 18 and the conclusion, perhaps, of this All-American tie, and Sophie is with them.
And that is the golf ball of Kie. One down, he's hit it way left, come up short of the gorse, but it's in a thick lie. He's got 72 yards to the pin. He's looking at front edge, land it in a small depression before the green and maybe advance it onto the putting surface, but it's pretty thick down there. Maloney, he's in the left half of the fairway. He's position A, really. This is just about trying to keep that club face as open as possible with the lob wedge, because if it snags, it will catch the bunker short left. And just try and get it on the putting surface with any type of control. You see how steep he's going to have to swing this. He's going to drop it into the back of the ball. So just over 70 yards flag. He's looking at a 58-yard pitch. Wind across. But this is by no means easy. Needs to make a birdie.
Not going to make a birdie from there, sadly. That was the biggest moment of his week so far. And the stage is clear for Maloney to try and pop this close.
Yeah, great drive. Just bumble it across the floor and let it trundle up to the pin. Americans don't see the ground ball at all. It's not a shot that they see.
But I just noticed when they were going up, the scoreboard said
But he must be feeling good about things now. That slight advantage and his opposition not looking like making a birdie. Almost prepare himself mentally for another crack this afternoon. And with such a tight match, it came down to the putty hold on the previous green. Probably the unfancied of the two to go through.
Yeah, I think so. Certainly, I mean, you know, we've been talking about the vagaries of the amateur rankings, but Akina is there at number 12 in the amateur rankings. So on paper, would have been the favourite.
Well, it's chip in or go home. Trouble is, he's not even on the shortcut grass. I think he's playing from that fescue over there. When you're trying to chip in, contact is paramount, and you can't guarantee it from grass this long. So a bit of guesswork, needs a bit of luck.
Well, that should probably be the handshake, unless they decide to see if Akina pops that one in for his part. But Maloney really has more than one leg in the semi-final, you would say. So the winner of this one would play Emil Rieger in the first semi-final.
Akina's got to hold his putt and then hope for a loss of physical control from his opponent. So it's a super straw clutch. That's that.
Well, a close contest all the way round, but Matt Maloney comes through. And on to the next challenge, Emil Rieger in the semi-final. The losing semi-finalists guarantee themselves a nice bronze medal, so a nice memento from the championship.
Maloney just can't play a match and it be 18 holes or less. Impossible. This is the interesting game. Arnaldo, that's got a very firm bounce, and it's still... Oh, there is out of bounds there. Par 5, 16th. Tedder missed the fairway. If he's got a lie, he might be having a smash at the green here with this. Well, that's full beans. Now what about direction? That's a bunker. Oh no, it's popped out. Oh no, that's a very good break at the right time. It's the shot of his opponent that we need to establish where that is.
3 semi-finalists confirmed. Rieger against Maloney. Graham of Ireland has been in the clubhouse now for some time, resting up, waiting for the winner of this Tedder Arnaldo clash.
I'm trying to spot now. problem from where he is it's down breeze. And getting this to stop, that bunker's between him and the hole. He's got no chance. No, he's not in the bunker. That's the line. That's not going to get any grip on it at all. Oh, he's got room to gamble.
Similar sort of angle to the putt we saw
a
couple of hours ago.
Situation's a lot clearer, though.
Yeah.
Come on, ball. Come on.
It was very nearly one thing or the other there. At least he's got an outside putt for a birdie. So he's not completely dead and buried here. Tedder was fortunate. He wrestled with the edge of that bunker and it came out on the right side for him, so he can hit a long approach putt from here. That's very good. It should be a birdie 4.
So should be 2 up and 2 to play, unless Arnaldo can pull out something special. Maloney then from the top of that little hill, bunker just behind his stance. Always drifting away. And you can see how frustrated he is because he was on a charge. He's still not out of this. Let's not get too carried away, but he was on a charge and it's been brought to a halt.
Yeah, he's going to hit one more putt. If he holds it, he'll see the Tedder putt for sure. And when you're playing approaches into these greens, you can't miss on the short side that's downwind. You just can't. So if you're having to go at this par 5, if you do miss the green, it's got to be left where there's loads of green to work with for a chip or a putt. He was stuffed on the right-hand side. He's probably going 2 down anyway, but you never know.
Well, he does what he needed to do. But Tedder has a shorter putt for a birdie to win the hole. A 2-hole cushion restored for the Estonian. 2 up, 2 to play. Tedder will be feeling much happier about life. We already have one American who has booked his spot in the semi-finals. That's Matt Maloney, and he's down there talking to Sophie.
Congratulations, Matt, you're through to the semi-final of the Men's Amateur Championship, taking down a fellow American, world number 12 in Kihei. That must give you huge confidence.
Yeah, Kihei is a great player. I've been playing with Kihei for a long time. I knew it was going to be tough. I know he ball strikes it really well, and obviously in this win, it's really important. So it was a fun match, very back and forth. But yeah, just getting ready for the second match now.
You're right, really back and forth, but there was a clutch birdie on 15, wasn't there? And you finished really well.
Yeah, the birdie on 15 was big. I mean, it was that was right about when the wind gust started, and it was short today. I only had 56 in, but you know, being that small of a green, it's still a tough shot. So that was a big birdie, got me to 1 up, and then just held on from there.
And you played at Royal Liverpool last year in the English Amateur. How has that helped you? Because this golf course is changing all the time. You mentioned the wind.
Yeah, it's absolutely helped me. I mean, last year was my first experience on links golf, so I would say if I didn't have that, I probably wouldn't have had a prayer out here this weekend. So, yeah, I'm glad I got that experience and happy to be here now.
Well, you're through to the semi-final. You've got more than a hope and a prayer. You could be winning the Men's Amateur Championship like Ethan Fang did last year. We've now got 2 Americans through to the semi-final, so good luck and play well later.
Thank you very much.
Matt Maloney from Georgia wearing the Augusta national cap.
I saw that, spotted that bit of merch.
Goes to Georgia University. So just 1 quarter-final to sort out. Yes, and I think it is merch. I was just double-checking that he hasn't picked that up from playing in a championship at Augusta. But yeah, I think a surprise result, really. I'd be interested to know the reaction from back in the US about that result, because certainly to us, looking at it on paper, Akina looked the favourite.
It can be quite a sprint, though. You know, 18 hole. Tomorrow's a 36-holer, so you've got plenty of time to come back from a bad start. You get off to a rocky start in an 18-hole singles, and it can be a long way back. So a fast start is always so important in this. You can really impose yourself on your opponent, and basically it's you versus him. Yeah, you've got your strategy for the course, but you have to take into account what he's doing as well. Or she at Muirfield next week.
Ethan Fang, who won this championship last year, was from Oklahoma State. And I'm just reading a piece here on Golf Week which says that the last time that US golfers won back-to-back British amateurs was 50 years ago.
I'm going to have to reposition because
Dick Sidoroff won in 1976 to follow up Vinnie Giles' victory a year prior. So we've got Matt Maloney of Georgia. Reed Arnaldo still out there. He's from San Diego, or studying at San Diego, I should say. Be nice to get a bit of these weather conditions later on this afternoon.
What, the ones you're looking at now? But yes, these are early morning shots, I would think. Long shadows. Unbelievably pretty.
Welcome back to the Amateur Championship. A reminder there of what's at stake alongside winning this championship, the trophy, the gold medal, but also entry to those 3 massive tournaments. And it's funny that this Amateur Championship's happening as last year's winner Ethan Fang is playing at the US Open at Shinnecock.
That's a test of golf. Shinnecock, ugh. Depending on what the wind does today.
We're on the 17th with Richard Tedder and Reed Arnaldo. Tedder 2 up, 2 to play. Looks another wild one off the tee for Tedder.
He must have those sticky things all over his socks. You know, you go in the grass and they find their way in, because he's not walked down any fairway at all today. But he he hasn't found a bunker. That's the first thing you look at. It's a heavy left to right wind at 17. Oh, that's, considering off-piste is a pretty good lie.
This was the first hole, wasn't it, during the Open Championship? Just
Yes.
going back to the reconfiguration.
Right, Tedder's lie can't be as good as that. So he's got a left-right wind trying to blow it across away from him. He must have done unbelievably well. Unbelievably well. Crucial shot, the crucial time.
One of those where the ripple of applause got louder and louder as people recognised that the ball had trundled onto the green. So Reid Arnaldo needs to put this one close, really. Has to win this hole and the next.
Trouble is, to put this close, he's got to take on that bunker that's just a few feet left of the pin, line-wise.
He's going for it. Well, it's a great response. It's probably not close enough, but he keeps himself in with a shout.
You've got to tell me. It's really good. Yeah, you're looking down the lens, aren't you? All right, so both on the green? Yeah.
Definitely advantage the Estonian, though.
Yeah, he's in almost roll it down to the hole and tap it in territory to keep going in this championship.
And a nice gallery has now collected around this final last 8 match. And do come along either later this afternoon or tomorrow for the 36-hole final. Entrance is completely free for spectators.
Are you on? Yeah, just now, yeah.
It's like old school golf, this, isn't it? Things you see in black and white with players and the crowd watching sort of mingling.
Yeah, it's nice to see everybody being able to march down the fairway with the players.
I was reading some stats, you know, the RNA being at the forefront of trying to grow the game around the world, and I think I read that 111 million people worldwide play golf or are associated with golf. Now, playing golf can be you're a member of a club or you go to Top Golf or whatever you do. 111 million people. Well, he's been a bit through the ringer over the last hour or so, Richard Tedder. Looked like it was home and hosed, then it looked like he was going to have an embarrassing loss. He's got himself back to 2 up, a couple of holes to play. And within a hair's breadth of going into the semi-final this afternoon. think he's going to be second to putt.
Well, from a neutral point of view, let's see if Arnaldo can give us a blockbuster moment here. This might be the time for the Ronaldo commentary.
You're getting ready.
I might stand. I suppose in some ways this is like a penalty kick. It has to go in, really. So a long putt across the green. Good pace, but it is just edged by. He gave it a good go. But it means Ted Eyre should have 2 putts for a place in the semi-finals. He's been in the quarter-finals twice before today. Never made it through to the last 4.
He just needs to be whole side, that's all. Nothing too bold. Wrap it up.
Well, now we're at the business end of things. Arnaldo not conceding that, much to the delight, I'm sure, of Rob Lee next to me.
No, I wouldn't concede it. 100% make him hold it. Whatever his reasons, he's gone from a long putter back to a short putter. So I'm having a look.
He's been working, I think, with a new putting coach recently. I'm sure I saw an interview earlier in the week where he mentioned that has helped him, and he's needed the putter today because he's been a bit ragged. Well, this absolutely has to go in to have any chance of extending this match. Might be the last shot he hits this week, but a quarter-final spot, not to be sniffed at.
Yeah, you've played a lot of golf to get to the second last day. Gets it done in the end. The Estonian continues. Maybe he continues his march to the trophy.
I think his emotion there is relief to a certain extent. I'm sure he will acknowledge it wasn't his best round today of this week, but he's won. And the result is all that matters, really. I'm sure he'll come out and try and play much better this afternoon. But Richard Ted Eyre through to the semi-finals of the Amateur Championship for the first time in his career. And he does like this event, that's for sure. So we'll have an Estonian up against an Irishman and a German against an American in the 2 semi-finals, which will begin in just over an hour's time. Time for everybody to go and get some lunch and have a breather, perhaps. Confirmation of the quarter-final results that we've been watching this morning since 8 o'clock. Emil Rieger, the German, beating Sam Easterbrook of England 2-up. Matt Maloney winning the Battle of the Americans. Stuart Grehan never in trouble really against Edward Featherstone. Graham won the first hole, if I remember, and then never looked back. And Ted made pretty hard work of it in the end against Reid Arnaldo, having been 4 up after 12. So it's an intriguing lineup for the semi-finals this afternoon. 18 holes again before a 36-hole final tomorrow. Who are going to be our finalists and who is going to lift this amateur championship trophy? We shall try to hear from Richard Tedder before we go off air. If you're watching in the UK on Sky Sports, you will be able to find us on Sky Sports Mix this afternoon for these semi-finals. And as promised, we can hear from Tedder now with Sophie Walker.
I just look at you.
Richard Tedder, I can finally say it. You are a semi-finalist at the Men's Amateur Championship. Congratulations. It was a tough morning though, good battle.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of struggled in the end. That should have never happened, those silly bogeys that I made, but made some huge putts, obviously coming down 8, 9, 10 and 11, so that kind of won me the tournament. And also the shot I hit on 17, the second shot, was unbelievable, so I'm very pleased.
18 holes, it's a sprint. There seems to be many holes that were not halved. You're 4 up and you just mentioned that trouble that you hit on the back nine. How did you compose yourself to make sure that you finished this victory?
Well, honestly, I was struggling. I can't lie. I was struggling mentally a little bit. But I knew the par 5 16 was coming up, so I made eagle there yesterday, birdied it almost every single time, so I was pretty confident on that one. And he hit a bad chip, so he ended up making par, and I took the hole from there. And also he made a big putt on 15, so that kind of was a shock to the system because I thought I was inside him and I could have a chance to go 3 up, yeah.
You're very entertaining to watch. We love watching you at Links Golf, but just tell everybody what this championship means to you. Now you're in the semi-final, you're close enough to touch that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, it means the world, obviously. It's my favourite tournament ever in the amateur scene, and Links Golf is my favourite, obviously. And the job's not finished, so there's still a game to go to, 3 rounds to go if I happen to win today, yeah.
The job isn't finished, but well done this morning, well battled, and good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Well, he says all the right things as well, doesn't he, Richard Tedder? And he'll be delighted to have made that next step from quarter-final to semi-final for the first time in this amateur championship. So he started the week with 288 players. Over 600 people actually entered this championship or tried to get into it. And now we're down to our last 4. We will be back at 1:30 UK time for the semi-finals of the 131st Amateur Championship. And Tiernan misses, and it would be all square. But heavy favourite Tiernan on this hole to get us back to all square in the final.
Yeah, this is when you've got to think, oh, obviously he wanted to chip that in, so he's gone a long way past, but if you take your time and potentially just chip that dead and force your opponent to putt that in, because remember, he's trailing and he's rushed this. Oh, he nearly made me pretty quiet there, but you know what I mean? You've still got to force your opponent to do the job under pressure because there's a lot on the line here.
Agreed.
Exciting few holes ahead.
But the handshake has now come, of course, so we are all square after 12. And still no closer to knowing who is going to win this amateur championship title. 6 holes to go, or maybe more. getting nervous just watching this contest, what it must be like to play in or be a family member. We'll take another look at this because it was, well, an acrobatic attempt in a sense. I think the average player would take about 100 goes at getting that ball out from that stance. This was the tail of the tape this morning in the first 18, and the thing to notice there is Fang was never ahead. There were a few more birdies thrown in that first 18. This afternoon, both players have found it tougher. Fang got ahead for the first time on the 23rd hole. But the most important thing, of course, is that now, after 30 holes, we're back level. Anyone's final, Cat Downs?
Yeah, there's only ever been one hole in it, hasn't there? And at the start of the day, we were saying, you know, this is a marathon, not a sprint. It's turning into the time where someone needs to put their head down and dash for the tape, don't they? Six holes left in regulation. Looks happy with this one off the tee. Just going to race into the rough stuff down the left.
Should be okay. Fang's turn now, as we head down towards Prince's Golf Club in the distance. He's not sure. He's okay. Absolutely fine. 6 holes to go. This is a shootout now at Royal St George's. Remarkable after the number of holes these two have played this week that we're down to the last 6.
It is, isn't it? But a marker of the quality of both the players that have made it through to this final. Fang, the world number 7 in the amateur rankings, and Gavin Tiernan, 19-year-old from Dublin, who's inspired by his time in the States playing college golf, transformed his game with the help of his coach Aaron O'Callaghan in the last few months, and playing with the possibility of a date at Portrush at the 153rd Open. Tantalisingly close now. And he's the kind of character who embraces the pressure. Gavin Tiernan loves the one-on-one battle of match play. Quite enjoys, according to his coach, the nerves. He steps up under pressure.
Last year's final, Jakob Skov Olesen won 4 and 3 against Dominic Olesen. We've had a couple of 3 and 2 wins in recent years as well. But this feels like it's going to be tighter than either of those. We are walking down the 13th hole, unlucky for some. It is hole 31 in this amateur championship final. and Ethan Fang and Gavin Tiernan are all square. The Irishman and the American cannot be separated. Neither player has been more than one up in this entire final. We started at, what, 8:30 this morning, local time, Kat, and oh, it's exceptionally tense now. Even in the commentary box, I'm beginning to feel a bit nervous.
Well, it's all about who can cope best with the pressure at this stage, isn't it? Who can hold those nerves at bay. Ethan Fang has been here, done it before at big amateur championships, a quarter-finalist at the US Amateur. He's played the PGA Junior Championship, where he finished 6th 3 years ago, also 3rd at the Junior Players at Sawgrass. He has experience right at the top level of the amateur game, and he's a cool customer. And Gavin Tiernan has been working on the mindset with his coach at college at East Tennessee State. He's got a little tattoo on the inside of his wrist. I'm not sure if you've seen that. It says Kia Zen on the inside of Gavin Tiernan's wrist. It's written in Japanese. It means improvement, change for the better. A little reminder inscribed on the inside of his arm that everything is a learning experience for him.
So Fang, having lost the previous hole, would love to make a good connection here. There is he watching that with interest or concern. Again, a bit short. It's been the story of certainly this afternoon for Fang. Just his approach shots always seem to just need another 20 yards, something like that.
He's not getting much run out, is he? I heard Simon talking about the kind of spin he's getting on the ball. It's just not kind of releasing and running up the greens in the way that Tiernan is able to play his approach shots. Skip forward for the Irishman, then putting on the brakes.
Might be worth cancelling dinner plans, because I've just remembered that the last amateur championship final that was here at Royal St George's went to 38 holes.
That's only 2 extra. When you say 38, it sounds like an awful lot, but by the time they get to 18, they'll have played 36. Can maybe cope with 2 extra, and on Midsummer's Day, there's plenty of daylight, isn't there? They could keep going till 11 o'clock at night if they need to. Hopefully it won't come to that.
Yeah, Gavin played a superb shot there. He was in the semi, he did have a good lie, and you can see him really attacking the pin there. There's a little ridge and he's just stopped on top of it. So, you know, uphill putt left to right, it's a really good opportunity. He's got to start stamping his authority on this. And I just felt like on the last hole, Ethan Fang, it's the first time I kind of see him play a few loose shots, a little bit rushed. You know, there was no reason for him to have such a go at that pitch shot that he played there. He didn't have to force that. You've got to make your opponent play. Foregone conclusions, and that's a momentum swing. So definitely advantage Gavin as we come late into this final. Aim point express used by both players, just trying to feel that slope with their feet. So for Fang, 30 feet, 35 feet. Fantastic to see how many people have come with us, joined us. Really amazing crowds. Royal St George's, wow, what a host venue. I mean, a host venue for anything. An absolute total bucket list place to play. It's fantastic condition now. Fang comes in, must be right to left. He has battled the speed. See how he can manage. Sets it up high, it's coming back in. Just a hair low. It's a very good putt, but now from 10 to 12 feet up the hill, this is a nice putt. You can really be pretty aggressive with this one. Left edge. Oh, played so much break. Okay, well, that was an opportunity. Just feel like the next mistake or the next great shot is going to be the decider.
Yes, what you do want, Kat, here, given the circumstances especially, you want this final to be won, don't you, by a fantastic shot or a fantastic series of shots. You wouldn't want to see either of these players throw this championship away with a mistake or a couple of errors.
Well, either way, somebody's heart is going to break, isn't it, at the end of this? They've come so far, they've played so much golf, and there can only be one winner. But you can sleep on it better, can't you, at the end of the day, if you know that you gave it your all and it wasn't a mistake that handed it to your opponent. Fourteenth, the par 5. And Tiernan going with an iron off the tee here. Well, he hates it. Was playing for position, and it hasn't gone very far down the fairway at all, into the rough down the left. It's not a bad lie, but what he gave up in distance, he was hoping to gain in accuracy.
Can Fang capitalise? Bit of concern again. Oh, that's fine, that's fine. We've seen the rough not be too penal. That close to the fairway, it's the long grass you want to stay out of. You're okay, Ethan. So listen, we're enjoying the Amateur Championship here at Royal St George's. This time last week, I was here in the commentary box for a thrilling Women's Amateur Championship finale. And the Women's Amateur won by Paula Martín Sampedro of Spain. Great scenes up at Nairn. Up against Farrah O'Keefe of the USA. It was a really, really high standard final. Played in great spirit. And what a moment for Sampedro. And Sampedro will play in the AIG British Women's Open at Royal Porthcawl. Tickets still available. It's going to be huge, that huge sporting event in Wales. And I tell you what, Sampedro, you know, you can't say for definite, but she had every facet of the game covered. She looked strong in every area. Definitely want to keep an eye on in the future.
It's always fascinating as well to see how these amateurs measure up against the world's very best, isn't it? So often you see them pushing up the top of those major leaderboards, often in the early stages. Let's have a closer look at the 14th, shall we then? This long par 5 right along the furthest boundary of Royal St George's, the fence down the right marking the out of bounds. Then you've got the ditch coming into play along the right, then the Suez Canal. That's what the little ditch across the centre of the fairway at 330 yards is named. A scattering of bunkers to avoid in the fairway, but a big target up ahead, the green, and the pin cut on the right-hand edge today, just above that runoff.
Just another word on San Pedro. You and I are off to Wimbledon shortly, and you spotted that San Pedro was playing tennis this week. No, playing golf, sorry, but with
Rafael Nadal.
Quite something.
He's got into his golf, hasn't he, after retiring from tennis?
Thank you, that's brilliant. Appreciate the thing. See how long it stays like that.
Last year's winner of the men's amateur this championship we're watching, Jakob Skov Olesen, did make the cut in the Open at Royal Troon. He finished in a tie for 60th in the end, up in Scotland, alongside the likes of Phil Mickelson and Brian Harman, the defending champion, as he was. What a thrill for Skov Olesen to see his name up on the Open leaderboard alongside those big names.
Long way back here. Gavin Tiernan. Was just hoping to nuzzle it up towards the Suez Canal and then go for the green. Looks like this could be at risk of finding the sand. No, he's managed to thread it through the bunkers. There is one just at that front edge of the green, though. Have to wait and find out if he's avoided it.
I can only imagine he topped his drive a little bit. It seemed to be the lack of distance that made him so angry, because he wasn't that far off the fairway.
It's just a great scoring opportunity, isn't it? This par 5, wind blowing off the sea, pushing the ball along the fairway. You know, we saw both players, didn't we, get onto the green this morning with the wind behind. There's Fang just sneaking on that front edge. He eagled this this morning, the American. Gavin Tiernan will feel like he's let a chance slip here.
Let's show you a bit of interesting info here. This is winners by nationality of this event, so 52 English winners. USA, if Ethan Fang does win this afternoon, will nudge ahead of Scotland. And Ireland there on 6, including James Sugru 6 years ago, who's winning this event. Also got him a place at a Portrush Open. That's on the mind of Gavin Tiernan, no doubt about that. But 45 nationalities represented here, and I'm sure that number will continue to grow. I think there were 5 countries represented for the first time at this year's Amateur Championship. So a properly cosmopolitan lineup, no doubt about that.
Over the Midgey Bridge. Come out of there and bite you on the ankles. Itch for days. So Gavin Tiernan will be able to see where his ball's ended up. We can't quite spot it from this angle. John, his caddy's doing such a great job, isn't he, of keeping him engaged in conversation, keeping him relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in this match situation now, that's, I'd say, the caddy's most important job now, isn't it? I think the player himself is doing most of the decision-making. The caddy's just got to keep you level-headed, keep you optimistic, positive.
Well, the good news, as far as Gavin Tiernan is concerned, that the ball hasn't run as far as the bunker tucked to the left.
Yeah, once again, a chip just from below the surface of the green. The bunker here doesn't interfere with his landing area at all. He's got to have to play this, I think, a little to the left and use that bank all the way down. He's been fantastic at this. You've got to think, in this situation, he's got to get this up and down. He's got to assume Fang will two-putt. Absolutely crucial shot now. Perfect lie. Landing area way too short there. Not a good shot. Bad shot. So, wow, open door, massive open door. That's 30 feet short.
Just a first real sign of frustration from Gavin Tiernan. Just clonking the club onto the ground. Bit of a bash with the putter as well. He's done such a good job of dealing with the challenges he's encountered so far today.
He's been angry with all 3 shots he's hit on this hole, hasn't he? Gavin Tiernan.
It's not the time to boil over.
So this is for eagle, but much more importantly, it's to win the hole. 2 may end up being good enough from here. Never really troubling the hole, but should be a birdie, and that might be enough.
He needs to take this on, doesn't he, Gavin Tiernan, and be brave with this. Birdie putt with Fang already in close. Oh, just needed a couple more rotations. And is it going to be this treacherous 14th that trips up Tiernan?
Is not going to improve his mood, is it, Gavin Tiernan? Because Ethan Fang has this short birdie putt to go 1 up with just 4 to play. And Fang has got his teeth into this final. 4 holes to go. He's 1 up. And that could be enough the way this final has gone.
That's a big blow for Gavin Tiernan. This final has fluctuated all day long, but with just 4 holes left to play, it's the American who's got his nose out in front. And the Irishman will have to push. It's always a dangerous position to find yourself in. Fifteenth hole. Longest par 4 on the course. Got to avoid that hoop of 5 bunkers. Peppers the landing zone. driver here for Fang as he tries to fly them. This one shaping in from left to right.
Yeah, I saw him, but
just looks like he's coping better with the pressure at the moment, Ethan Fang. Does Gavin Tiernan have a response? Can he dig deep again here? Feeling the heat, the Irishman. Another miss. And he's making this very tough for himself. Within touching distance of the finish line, it's the American with the advantage. George Harper has joined me back into the commentary box for, well, could be the closing stages here, George. We could be seeing these guys home.
It does feel like the final time. And what a moment to come in with Fang taking the lead. Not much can separate these two. And now he's got his nose in front. They are playing the toughest hole on course. So there is plenty of action coming up in the next half an hour or so. Here we can see the green that they're fast approaching. So hard to hold it up there and get it close to this pin. But yeah, you were just talking about, I guess, the body language, and it's certainly changed, especially for the Irishman, who seems to be building up a little bit of anger. So hard to mask your emotions with so much on the line.
Ethan Fang looks like he's slipped into his own little world, doesn't he? Marching down the 15th here at Royal St George's, in the driving seat of the 130th Amateur Championship. Gavin Tiernan, the Irishman, in the sand down the left-hand side of the fairway here in the rough. Another missed fairway.
He does look in the zone, doesn't he? The American. He smells blood in the water.
I mean, I've seen him in some very dodgy looking positions over the last, what, hour, half hour?
It's been a slug, an absolute slugfest for the Irishman of recent. Crowd trying to get behind him.
And he's done remarkably well, hasn't he, given the positions he's put himself in, just to hang on to the American. His scrambling, his short play has been nothing short of miraculous.
So hard to maintain it over 36 holes. So hard. And all of a sudden, you let this one slip, you're all of a sudden 2 down with just 3 holes remaining. And that is a huge, huge comeback in the context of the way this battle has gone throughout the day. green is a superb shot. Taking a big divot there. Can he use the slope on the left? Oh, so close. But that's still just fine. Almost putt that through the fringe there. That would have looked mighty fine from his view.
Just looked slightly shaky on approach, hasn't he, the American, leaving some short, some long. It's not all that often that he's got the distance absolutely spot on.
No, such a challenging hole. When you make the turn at the far corner, make the turn back to the clubhouse. There's actually a little car park off to the right here where a lot of the members can park their cars and cruise onto the 10th tee if they just want to play 9 holes after work. All right. Important shot. Just give yourself a chance.
Well, they come round. Oh, it's just going to hang on to the collar. So Tiernan, back edge of the green in 3. Fang through the back in 2.
These long and lonely walks along the alluring links, they must be thinking about so much. It's all about keeping that top 2 inches calm. So much at stake here at the 130th Amateur Championship. 3 majors are on the line, with of course one of those being the Open Championship at Portrush in a few weeks' time. This is the big stage. This is the biggest dance for these up-and-coming amateurs. As it reads, not only the Open, but by invitation, the Masters, the US Open in 2026, and then the British Masters later this year as well. So what a fun calendar you'd all of a sudden have. Imagine filling that out on your laptop or your phone. Oh, just block off that week.
The hilarious thing is that even at all 3 of those majors, they won't feel anything like the pressure that they do right now. No expectation. Just go out and enjoy it, learn, watch the world's best and how they go about their business. But here, there's a career-changing victory on the line. This is the big occasion. And these are the big moments.
Very delicate, maybe too delicate. Oh no. Up and down would go a long way to getting that job done, but no surprises that this game is not over. It's offering so much more every hole.
Almost every time he inches ahead, Ethan Fang. He leaves the door open behind him, doesn't he?
Well, if that door is ajar, if there's one moment for Gavin Tiernan to walk through that door. This is it. We've seen so many clutch putts, especially early on in the day. For me, this is his biggest by far. Oh. That would have been huge. Wow, this is getting intense.
So he has a putt to win the hole and to move 2 up. Ethan Fang can barely watch, can he? Gavin Tiernan.
He's lining this up thinking, I've really missed a trick here. I could have been cruising away with a 2-up lead, but now he's got to really work for it. Looks like a relatively flat putt. Be leaking away to his right potentially after what we just saw, but not much in it. Can he take the ball by the horns? This to go 2 up. Ah, dead centre. Huge moment and huge advantage. Ethan Fang, he's 2 up with 3 holes remaining.
Is that the moment that the door slams in the face of Ireland's Gavin Tiernan? Careless off the tee again from the Irishman. And no mistake here from the world number 7 in the amateur rankings.
Showing his class. He's a massive basketball fan, and that was nothing but net. Clinical at the best of times. And as you mentioned, he's world number 7 for a reason. You can't see him foregoing this lead from here. What can the Irishman do? He made a superb birdie here this morning. But this pin, this has chewed up many a golfer in the past. Wow. For the first time, we have a 2-up advantage all day. It's been no more than a 1-hole lead. Pin tucked on the right. Don't you go near it. This has got to be centre of the green. And that is perfect. That is all he needed to do there.
Hopefully, for his sake, Gavin Tiernan will have some fond memories to draw on from his previous visit here today. Adjustments in his swing at university in the States. Been working more on the fade than the draw, and he loves a right pin placement, which is exactly where it is here on the 16th. Went right at it this morning, got the birdie. Can he produce the magic again here? Needs it more than ever.
Yeah, just dead centre as well. Slightly double crossed.
Yeah, exploiting.
The messages I was getting from Aaron O'Callaghan, Gavin's coach in the States, saying that they've been working on some technical adjustments to his swing, changing his ball flight from draws to fades. And that's given him the confidence to really attack these right pin positions. but just couldn't pull it off. And it's increasingly looking like his race is run. Tiernan. Because Fang just needs to play some sensible golf here. Closing in on his first ever amateur win.
Yeah, both players just prowling, but two very different attitudes, I would imagine. Ethan knows he holds all the cards, and this just suits his game. He's so methodical. He can force Gavin to take risks he doesn't want to take, so this for the win. 30 feet. So, it's a great roll. He's checking it out. Ooh. Again, just got to be thinking, if he'd have held that, he'd have made the task so difficult. Now, left to right. Gotta have a go at this. Oh, looks great. Looks great. Looks amazing. Oh, what a putt. What a putt.
And what a time to pull that one out of the bag.
Got some fire.
Let's see that again. Just when you thought he was down and out, a bit of Irish luck. Look at this, straight in. Charges after it. Fist pump to boot. Dare to dream, folks. Port Russia's back in his eye line.
Well, how about that for grit, for guts, for Gavin Tiernan. Ethan Fang had that, didn't he, on the face of his putter. Just a few more inches, he'd have been in for birdie.
Wow, what a turn of events. That's comfortably the longest putt we've seen, I'd say the last 2 days at least. And Ethan Fang, his birdie putt, wow, it was the right street, just wrong address. So close to making birdie and almost ending this match, and all of a sudden, just one up with 2 to play. How much can the Irishman take from that phenomenal effort when he needed it most?
Shot.
Let's
go.
I think he almost revels in these situations, doesn't he, Gavin Tiernan, where his back's against the wall. He's up against the ropes. Finds something deep within himself to fight back.
Great golf.
Two stunning drives. Just one hole in it again. These two young men trading blows on the closing holes of the 130th Amateur Championship. I mean, this is the finish we wanted, isn't it?
Well, it's been a pretty long and relaxing day where they quite frankly have gone blow for blow and nothing's been able to separate them, but all of a sudden, whiz bang crack. Energy's been lifted.
Looking to add their names to this roll of honour. Bobby Jones, possibly the most influential amateur golfer there's ever been, winner back in 1930. Sergio Garcia in more recent memory. Romain Langasque, the Frenchman, in 2015. And Peter McAvoy, twice a winner.
How about John Ball carving it up? 8 titles. That is super impressive from 88 to 1912. That is a big stint at the wheel as well. Chuck and Aldrich Portgieter, who's doing well on the PGA Tour at the moment as well. One at Royal Lytham and St Anne's. Here is our penultimate hole. Very undulating fairway. It is all over the show. Pimples galore, but it's all about the approach. A big slope at the front of this green. You must get your yardages bang on here at the 17th. There's a tiny backstop which will help you if adrenaline's high, and I'll give you the red hot tip. Adrenaline is high as we speak. 2 bunkers on the right, should not be in play whatsoever, but with the pin on the left, distance control is paramount. Such a hard pin to get at. Who's going to take a good chunk out of that pie?
Pin on the left side of the green here. Just 5 paces on.
Both players, superb tee shots. Ethan Fang will have about 90 yards and definitely the worse angle. Gavin Tiernan has 66 yards to the pin and a much better angle. There's really not a lot to hit at there. Just wonder from how close, how much spin you can get. The danger shot is short. That's the miss. Probably just a hair long and a hair right. But at this point in the match, it's all about reacting to what your opponent does. Your core strategy has kind of gone out of the window. You've got to answer what your opponent does, and for Gavin, he is still 1 down, so he's got to win.
Match play at its purest here. Who can get it closest? With the Amateur Championship on the line. Big mistake from the American.
Wow. I did not see that as an option. Dear me. Tricky up and down to follow. Gavin Tiernan will be licking his lips. This club in his mitts right now, it's been his favourite all week. He needs it more than ever.
Yes.
Nervous but nice.
You can barely believe it, can you? All I needed to do was put it on the green, Ethan Fang. Walk off with a par, and you'd say it's heading off to the 18th. Still with that one-hole lead.
Yeah, let's be honest, missing left, and especially long left, should never have been an option with a one-up lead here on the 17th. He will rue that mistake. So much green to work with. He played the shot perfectly on 16 and just got undone by the best part of the championship, which is fine. But right there, that is an unforced error with a wedge in hand. And the assignment does not get any easier.
When you see it from that angle, look how steep that banking is. Won't be able to see the bottom of the cup. And he is a superb short game player, this young man.
Yeah, they've both put on an absolute clinic around the greens throughout the day. But now, when all is on the line, can he do it once again?
Ball back in his stance, into the banking, and just too cute.
Two putts required to apply massive pressure, but one putt to win it. He's gone bang, bang, and the match is all square coming up the last.
Yes, suddenly the putter has ignited for Gavin Tiernan, and the lead evaporates for Ethan Fang.
Is there ever a moment in your life where you want your putter to heat up? Two of his career best strokes. And that is comfortably the loudest roar we've heard at Royal St George's this week.
Another momentum switch in this tantalising final. Heading to the last with the Amateur Championship title on the line. Palpable tension in the galleries.
It's been bubbling, it's been brewing, and now it's popping off. The crowd respecting their amazing 35 holes of effort. Is 36 enough? We've said it earlier in the day. There is a huge chance we're seeing extra holes, and here's why. Here's his dad charging down the fairways, just on the bottom right of your screen there.
Yeah, Terry making a bolt down the last. On the last tee with the honour, Gavin Tiernan, after two heroic putts, back to all square.
Wow. Oh, and it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Wow, pressure on.
Iron off the tee for Tiernan. It's the 3-wood for Fang. Less firepower for the American. Not such a physical golfer. But 2 good tee shots. 2 almost identical results. The American will come up slightly short. Let's have another look, shall we?
We'd be silly not to. 2 of the most clinical putts we have seen in a long time. This on the 16th from deep, a must make, and it was quite simply glorious.
And then followed it up straight away on the 17th. Flipping this final on its head.
That was dead weight as well. It took such a beautiful turn right at the last minute. My goodness gracious me. There's Terry. Nervous smiles, no doubt, from his father. Horrible sport to go watch and support. So intense and drawn out all day as well. It's not like a game of football where 90 minutes your nerves are either.
It's like a penalty shootout that lasts all day, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Look at this. Absolutely nothing separating these blokes all day. It's not often through 36 holes you get such a tight fixture. This is simply incredible, and just when you thought the 2-up lead popped in, it very quickly evaporated. So to be down here the 36th hole is quite simply amazing, and well, I'm nervous in here, Kat.
I can feel my palms sweating. It's just quite simply no margin for error from either of these 2 here.
Fang to go first, and he is on the right edge of this fairway. We saw earlier and throughout yesterday as well how hot this ball comes in down 18. Now this pin is tucked. It is tucked on the back right, so once you clear that front trap, you can see the undulation there, that downslope. If you landed on that, you can very easily kick your ball off the back of the green. So one of those holes where center of the green pin high is actually very, very handy. He loves to fade the golf ball. And he's done it at the perfect time. After all that's been happening, he's just stepped up and delivered a killer blow. What a shot under pressure.
Yeah, that was sublime from Ethan Fang. And now it's all on the shoulders again of Gavin Tiernan. What's he got? The adrenaline must be surging through his body after those 2 incredible putts to get this match back to all square. Big puff of the cheeks. Pin on the right, that's where he likes it.
There's that huge swale on the left half of this green.
Well, it's going to take some more magic, isn't it, with the putter from Tiernan.
Wow. This Stroma is palpable. All of a sudden, how quickly does the momentum switch back to the American? He's got a very, very good look at birdie. What a shot. It's worth watching again. That beautiful baby fade that he's been playing all week. It did catch the top of that mound, which helped it pull up rather than kick on, and that is so clutch. The last 3 holes from both players have really turned it on for the viewers at home. We'll have fans from Plano, Texas watching, and obviously from Dublin, Ireland. All around the world, all eyes are on these two as they look to book their ticket to the Open and etch their name in history on the Amateur Championship trophy.
Yeah, this is going to be, I mean, this is a difficult 2-putt, but you'd have to sort of feel as though with Kang hitting into sort of 8 feet that this has got to go. It's a huge left to right. He's got to go up over the slope, kind of where he's looking now, and then it's going to feed back down to the hole. He was a little unlucky with his bounce, whereas Ethan, when he came into that front ridge there, he pitched dead in the ridge, took all the sting out of it, and it just rolled up to the hole. If he lands on that downslope 2 yards longer, he's through the back of the green. So, superb shot to this right flag from a right position on the fairway. Could that be the shot of the championship? Yeah.
Yeah, it was hugely impressive from the 20-year-old Texan. Putting it in close, rising to the challenge posed by Gavin Tiernan with those fight-back putts on 16 and 17. Needs another here.
Pace looks good. That would have been too much to handle. Valiant effort. He's done all he can. But now it all lies on the putter of Ethan Fang.
He thought for a moment it was in, didn't he, Gavin Tiernan? But is this the moment for Ethan Fang? He's handled the pressure so impressively over the last week. 9 rounds of golf in the heat of battle. And now a career-defining putt for a birdie at the last. And the first amateur win of his career. America has its first winner for 18 years. Ethan Fang is the amateur champion. And the Texan punches his ticket to Portrush. It's a hard blow and a bitter pill to swallow for Gavin Tiernan, the Irishman, so close Such an impressive fight from the 19-year-old. But it's Ethan Fang who'll lift the silver trophy. Who'll compete at the Open Championship in 3 weeks' time, and who will be invited to play at Augusta and at the US Open next year.
What an amazing final display of golf. 3 birdies in the last 3 holes from the respective players, and nearly 18 years to the day since we've had an American champion. What a moment and what a finish to the 130th Amateur Championship. Kevin Tierman threw everything at it at the end. Momentum was shifting left to right, but a birdie on the final hole, and an amazing birdie at that. For Ethan Fang of the USA has got the job done.
Well, it was going to take something very special, wasn't it, to separate these players after the display that they've put on. It's been nip and tuck all day long, and it was that sublime approach from the American. He has crested the mountain, and what an effort it's taken. 9 exhausting, emotional, physical rounds of golf across Royal Cinque Ports and here at Royal St George's, and commiserations to Gavin Tiernan, but he has marked himself out as a competitor and one to watch, and a big future star for Irish golf. But let's get down, shall we, and hear from our champion. He's ready to talk to Simon Holmes.
Ethan Fang, amateur champion, how's that sound?
You know, it sounds great. You know, that was probably one of the longest days of golf I've ever played, but you know, it feels really good to, you know, come up on top.
Oh, amazing to come out on top. And I mean, he threw a very tough finish at you as well. How have you handled the emotions of this week? First time ever here, first time getting used to links?
Yeah, you know, I didn't really know what to expect coming here. And, you know, he played great. I've been in situations like that before, and, you know, I just hit a really good shot on the last hole, and yeah. That's about it.
That was about it. I mean, do you have any idea what this opens the doors? Have you had a look at that trophy? Have you had a look at what you get?
Yeah. It's a pretty big trophy. And yeah, trophy. And playing the Masters in the the Open Championship, that's going to be pretty sweet.
That kind of changed your summer plans?
Yeah, definitely. You know, I signed up for a couple amateur tournaments, and I think I'm going to have to cancel that and go to the others.
You have to go to the Open Championship. So your mum and dad are here. They've been a massive support for you all week. Who else do you need to shout out to?
Yeah, you know, all my friends and family back home, and especially Will here. You know, he's been great on the bag. You know, I put him through a lot, but yeah, I mean, we got it done.
You definitely did get it done. Listen, many congratulations. I'm sure a name we will follow in the future. It was fun watching you play.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Can't wait to see how he tackles the links again at Portrush, and what he'll make of Augusta back on American soil. And Shinnecock Hills, of course, host of the 2026 US Open. There it is, the enormous silver trophy, just part of the prize for Ethan Fang, the amateur champion for this year.
What a day, what a marathon, what a week. Every year this amateur championship offers so much, and when you think a 36-hole final is going to decide a champion pretty fair and square, it's amazing how often you use all 36 holes. Whew. It's exhausting. You can hear it in the player's voice, how tough it's been, and there is your new champion right atop of this amazing list of past winners. Jacob Scott-Vollerson, as recent as last year, and then the 2 South Africans getting the job done. They've been impressive, the South Africans, 3 champions in 6 years for a moment there. But you go back to Harry Allison, 2017, the last time the amateur was here at Royal St George's as well. So there was drama on that day, and there's drama here as well. Amazing to have countries.
288 of the world's best amateur golfers. 41 countries, one of golf's most iconic venues, the Royal Liverpool Golf Club, Hoylake, and one of the most prestigious titles in amateur golf. For more than 140 years, the Amateur Championship has revealed the stars of tomorrow and crowned champions whose names echo through golf history. It is time for a new chapter to be written. For the winner, the rewards are extraordinary. The opportunity to play in the Open, the Masters, and the US Open. This is where legends begin. This is the Amateur Championship.
Well, hopefully that's got you ready for the semi-final action here this afternoon at Royal Liverpool of the 131st Amateur Championship. The very first Amateur Champs was held here back in 1885. Things have changed a bit since then in the way golf is played, but it's still the same beautiful location. And we have 4 players left. Having started the week with 288 of them, we're down to the final quartet. This is Emil Rieger of Germany. He beat Sam Easterbrook in the quarter-final earlier. Stylish swing. And he's going to be facing Matt Maloney of the USA. Down the right-hand side of this first fairway. This first hole played as the 3rd hole at the Open Championship a few years back. But we're right outside the clubhouse and the putting green. Nice to see a gallery around this first semi-final. And here's Matt Maloney from Georgia, wearing the Augusta national cap. Needed 24 holes yesterday to come through his last 16 match against Arthur Carlier of France. Won an All-American quarter-final earlier. We think, Simon Holmes alongside me, that Maloney maybe had the better of the 2 drives on this first hole.
Yeah, hard to see, but I'll tell you what, first impressions, we were sort of looking at a fairly benign morning of golf. That wind definitely looks like it's picked up. There were short sleeves this morning. The guys have got wind stoppers on this afternoon. I don't know who that gives it an advantage to. Emil Rieger looks as though he was quite handy. He's got one of those sort of calm swings, maybe keep the ball down a little bit. I have to say, very impressive to see Matt Maloney beat Akina. Well, to hear a bit more about the conditions, let's see if we can find Sophie Walker.
Well, you are not wrong, Simon. The wind is pumping out here at Hoylake. 7 of the first 8 holes will be playing into a stiff wind. So it really is hold on to your hats. I've got my coat on, regretting a few outfits, I think, shorts and T-shirts on this first tee. But as we head out towards the estuary, it's going to be really blustering. I would say this could be at least a 3-club wind. So it's going to be stingers are us this afternoon in order to get through to the final of the Men's Amateur Championship.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Stingers are us, we like that here. Simon and I. Rob Lee will be with us in the commentary box later on as well. And look at that, look at the way the pin is leaning over a bit there and out on the 13th here. This is a live shot. So this is going to make things interesting and a huge challenge for players who have already, by the way, if this is the first time you're watching the Amateur Championships, they've already played 2 rounds of stroke play and come through 4 match play contests. So this is round number 7 for these players now. It's a long slog of a week, and the worst conditions now are going to make that even tougher, aren't they?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who manages the conditions. That's also you're going to have to do this afternoon. Play in one of the great final rounds that you can play as an amateur golfer. That'll be happening tomorrow. We've only got 4 guys who can possibly do it. So We heard Emil ask his caddy, did you see where it went? And we can't really tell. Oh, just found the right rough, that looks like. See a lot of golf ball there. You've got to come across the out of bounds and you lose a lot of control. So anything just short and right, I would think, would be a great shot. We are possibly the left side there. Yes, okay. So going to have to come in across the angle there, and that's not great. The pin is only cut 9 on the green there.
We saw lots of players ending up on the left-hand side of the green, down in a hollow earlier on today. But as I say, they've played so many rounds now around this course, they're learning all the time, and they should be learning anyway.
Yeah, you can see Matt looks as though he's played his second, and he is just short and right, so that is actually perfect. Advantage him on the pitch shots. Be interesting to see, you know, an American probably wouldn't have played 3-4 club wind. You know, they don't see that ground shot. We saw that a lot in the short game this morning. You know, you got a lot of the European guys, the 3 guys, Sam Easterbrook and Edward Featherstone in particular, keeping the ball down, little running shots. Americans tend to go for the lob wedge, tend to see the high shot. That could be a disadvantage in the strong wind. We will see. That is properly pumping there, isn't it?
Well, this is a summertime heat wave in the UK, apparently. Maybe that's just happening in the south of England, but very autumnal conditions at Hoylake. Riga, as I say, from Germany, but as with so many amateur golfers, studies and plays his golf in the USA, part of the Maryland Terrapins, hence the big capital M on his red baseball cap. The second semi-final will be teeing off in 5 minutes' time. That's Richard Tedder of Estonia versus Stuart Grehen of the Republic of Ireland.
So let's think about Emil's shot there. He probably can't use the wind to help him. He's going to have to come across that. He's going to walk down into a little swale, and the pin is just cut 5 from the left. So could he think about running it through that little gully where he's walking there? Well, not with that club, so he's thinking he's going to have to carry it. That is his route to the quarterfinals. Certainly some stress last night down the first extra hole, and a pretty convincing victory, I'd say, 2 up in this morning's quarterfinal. Now, what do you think? Pitch it at our cameraman and maybe get it to stun and spin to the right with the wind? Little chicken wing left arm there. Lucky to stay up, so under hit, and that's one of the things with short game. Get a lot of spin on the ball and the wind just rips it up. So Matt Maloney, perfect side. Inside a club is a really good shot. Great view. Here we go. Yeah, you can see that just the wind, even though it only got as high as the flag, just hit it, didn't it? Moved it dramatically short and right of where he thought that was going to land.
Matt Maloney being caddied for by his Georgia teammate, James Earl, who was a competitor here this week, got knocked out himself yesterday, so James Earl helping out his pal. And we see that often in both the amateur and the women's amateur championships. Nice conviviality between national teammates.
Yeah, that's good. Women's amateur next week at Muirfield, the magnificent Muirfield. Good luck to all of those competitors. Now, from just off the putting surface, I don't think that should damage his control of speed too much. It's not as though his opponent has a foregone putt either, so chance to get in first, put the pressure on early. First 6 holes absolutely crucial in these types of matches.
Having to take off the headgear because of the wind. He's a tall man, so he probably feels the wind a little bit stronger than the rest of us.
Yeah, tall as the flag, isn't he? Right. Certainly you're going to have to read some wind into these putts this afternoon. And probably just gave it too much. That's a good effort. Not a great tee shot. And paid the penalty for it.
Match number 2. On the tee from County Loud, Stuart Graham.
Back to the first tee then, and the start of the second semi-final. Stuart Graham, the Walker Cup player, had an 8-year spell as a professional player, now back in the amateur game.
Well, he said he was driving it well. He's obviously very confident. Out of bounds, all the way up the right. And he's just going to smack it straight over the corner.
And this morning, Simon, Graham won the first hole against Ed Featherstone and then never looked back, eventually beating Featherstone 5 and 4. But he took control, he grabbed the match right from the off.
That is a very aggressive start. What a superb opening tee shot, round the corner. Now, we saw Richard, well, we didn't see him in the fairway this morning. Will need to be more accurate this afternoon than he was this morning if he will advance. Okay, much longer second shot from there, so advantage very much after the brilliant tee shot to Stuart Graham.
We're underway in the semi-finals of the Amateur Championships. Up ahead at the green. Maloney's putt to win the hole.
Wow,
short.
Hit by the wind. Hit by the wind. So, 2 5s, no damage. Have a good afternoon out on the links in the heavy wind. Here it is. You see that very acute angle, the 90 degrees there on the right corner. Everything over that little ditch there. That's a fence. It's like a little built-up fence, isn't it? So that's all OB. That's the driving range. There it makes the turn. And again, the wind is coming across the players from the left side of the screen to the right. The pin today is not that pin. It's over on the far left. So big advantage to Stuart Graham there.
It's not often you see an actual 90-degree angle like that on a hole, is it?
No, you need to be Seth Rayner. Seth Rayner can do some 90-degree angles, rectangular greens. There it is. So striding into the wind. You need to get your head into the match really early. Even if you've had a tough match, there's no time. You have to reset. The person who can reset the fastest will have a huge advantage in these early holes.
Decent galleries as well, following this final semi-final, 36-hole final tomorrow, of course.
Ah, yeah. If you live in this area, you can make the trip, and you've young kids, get them out there. You get to walk. This is not like the Open where you're 100 yards away from the shots. You can sit and be right there. That's how we used to watch golf.
Welcome back to Royal Liverpool. Richard Tedder of Estonia loves this championship. Third time he's been at the quarter-final stage. First time he's made it through to a semi-final. And if you think, I've seen this lad before, where have I seen him from? It may well have been from the clip that went viral last year following the Amateur Championship. He played in the final qualifying for the Open, which is one of the rewards up for grabs here. And he got himself a place in the Open at Portrush by pitching in from distance to win a playoff at West Lancashire. And made a bit of a name for himself by doing so.
So, OB right, pin left, wind left to right. Short right would be an amazing shot. Almost hit it along the ground there. Okay, so pretty good shot there, just in the little runoff. Probably able to putt that up the slope. A 60 yards walk until you get to the tee shot of his opponent. In the short sleeves. The emerald t-shirt there.
And you need to punish mistakes, don't you? Even at this, you know, the earliest possible stage. First hole, you need to pop this one, centre of the green, give yourself an opportunity for a birdie.
Well, 100 mistake. I mean, you'd have to think, living in Ireland, playing golf, with all the weather you get over the whole year, this is a huge advantage to him. Lovely little swing there, maybe lost that right. Oh, only a couple of bounces from OB, and he was in there this morning, and he's in there again. Well, plenty of green to work with, but not a good shot from a commanding position.
He's a strong player, isn't he? You can see strong arms, quite stockily built. Gets good distance off the tee. Mentioned that he had 8 years as a professional, did Graham. One of the reasons he packed in the professional game was he didn't like being away from home as much as he was with a young family. Here's Richard Tedder's route to the final, and he's not had any easy matches by any stretch of the imagination. All pretty tight. He was 4 up against Reid Arnaldo after the 12th hole this morning and nearly gave it away, but did well to hold on. And that WAGR WAGR, the World Amateur Golf Ranking of 235, you can take that with a bit of a pinch of salt, because the amateur rankings in particular very much affected by how much amateur golf you play, particularly in the US. Richard Tedder, absolutely not the 235th best amateur golfer out there.
So, Stuart, he came back down the bank from that horrible little white stick, which all golfers hate. It looks like a pretty juicy lie. The key is now really to keep this down. See if you can get it running towards the hole like a putt. Gonna absolutely have to factor in the effect of the wind here on how the ball will release. So, yeah, I don't think that bank will hurt him in the backswing there. Weight on the left, swing down the slope. Kind of punch it forward there. Settle. Brilliant shot. Absolutely brilliant shot. Well done.
That should make certain of his part at the first.
Yeah, even short putts will be impacted by this type of gusty wind. Now, putter in hand, as we have seen most of this morning. Beautiful condition, a golf course presented fantastically well up the bank. Some bounces there, but he's got it running pretty well. So some work to be done. If you are trying that at home, don't get that putter with the ball position too far back. Almost let it get up almost onto your, near your front toe there. Feel like you're launching it a little bit more.
Strikes me, Simon, that Richard Tedes's hair is going to be a good guide for wind direction and speed for us over the next couple of hours, because the other three are all wearing caps.
Yeah. Well, let's see if it's really windy. It would look like Emil won't be able to wear his, but anyway, we'll have to see. The long flowing hair. Is it the mullet cut? Would I be right in thinking? There's a little bit of Cam Smith in there?
Yes, I was going to say it has quite an Australian vibe to it, and
yeah.
Cam Smith is a good shout.
Okay.
He's Tedes's pretty unique character.
Yeah.
Has a unique look and style, personality as well. Can do a backflip. We might see a backflip tomorrow if he's winning this amateur championship.
So my son Alfie is all up on hairstyles now. Right edge and firm. Well done. Big nerve settler. Big nerve settler. Well done. Tough hole. Good four. Yes, good combo between player and caddy there.
So this to halve the first hole of this semi-final.
Yep, very solid. Very solid. I think those two are going to have a tough old battle.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Here's Emil Rieger.
We're over the back of two. Beautiful shot there. That is superb. Okay. So that is a 4.
After these stroke play stages, they have to get the field down to 64 for the match play to work, and Emil Rieger was part of a 21-man playoff for 10 spots. The final 10 spots in the match play rounds. That was very early on Wednesday morning.
So, Maloney still with the honour. Maybe lost it a hair on the left-right wind. That looks like a right lean. Gets the thumbs up. Quite difficult to get the angles here, and then obviously the fairways being firm get narrower in the crosswinds. But right-handed golfers hate that left-to-right wind. Always makes you feel like you're going to lose it right, overcompensate. That is on a beautiful day. The amazing clubhouse here at Royal Liverpool. And it is a bit of a museum, Andy, to this championship. So, all the memorabilia. The first amateur was played here.
Yes, back in 1885, 44 players were taking part, and Alan McPhee of Scotland was the very first amateur champion. But actually this championship hasn't been held here since 2000, so it's been a long wait. And that's another loose one from Ted Eyre.
Yeah, well, it's a good angle, but you know, again, not in play off the tee. He was in the rough on one, he was in the rough on two, so we saw that all morning, like a Houdini who just escaped from everywhere. But can you ride your luck for 2 matches like that against a good player?
Well, that's it, because Reid Arnaldo, in fairness, didn't really punish him for his mistakes, did he? And you feel, I certainly feel, that Graham is more likely to not let Ted Eyre get away with errors in the same way that Arnaldo did this morning. We shall see, but Graham looks pretty together out there, I would say, when you look back at all his previous match play rounds, even his stroke play rounds around here. 1 round at West Lancashire, 1 round here on Monday and Tuesday were very strong.
Yeah, he's in form and he's in confidence. You know, when you take a driver on the first hole there and pop it just 12 yards past the OB sticks, you know, you're backing, you're in comfort, and you can just tell his pre-shot routine, there's not a lot of work, it's quite fluid. So he's obviously arrived in form and has maintained that form. And there'll be a few crucial shots here that will separate these two competitors. Here's the second hole. So, going to take those 2 traps out on the left side there and try to get past them, and it's all around this little pop-up green and the runoff. So the 2 big link spunkers on the right are going to be tough. The pin today is just 5 from the right, so that little drop off as you go down to the next tee there, that's where we're looking. If you were watching just a few minutes ago, Emil headed over the green there and into what looked to be, you know, just a little runoff area. It's going to be interesting to see what Tida can do now from the left rough.
Looks pretty relaxed out there, Ted, as I was going to say as usual, but when things don't go his way, we also see some frustrated reactions from him. But he's generally a pretty laid-back guy. He's being caddied for, by the way, by the Estonian national team coach there, Gonzalo Pinto. So these two will know each other very, very well.
So Tida does have the line. He must carry the front trap that we saw in our flyover, and he was in the right traps this morning. That was no good. So there you can see, got to carry that trap middle of the green, and if it just moves across a little bit, that would be fantastic. Wind is right to left. Came out left. It didn't. It came out dead. And that is a huge advantage for Stewart.
Not a happy bunny.
be difficult, and miles down the fairway in absolute pole position.
There was another Irishman that finished Tedes's run at this championship last year. That was Gavin Tiernan 12 months ago, who went on to be runner-up. This is Stuart Grehan's route to the semi-final. He beat Elliot Baker there, who's not just his Walker Cup teammate, but also his foursomes partner from the last Walker Cup. Had to go to the 20th hole against Sergio Jimenez Romero, and then was pretty much in control all the way round this morning against Ed Featherstone. So it's been a mixed bag in terms of his journey here.
Now he is very close. He's always all the way down at that bunker, so long is his danger. Or you just do that. A man very much in command of his game. Lovely little shot there, probably only 50-yard shot, so he kind of killed the hole with an amazing tee shot, didn't he? Took on the traps and then just had the angle and the space.
Two perfect shots, really. He was born in Tullamore. He's a financial advisor, actually. Monday to Friday. Well, most Monday to Friday.
So he's going to understand risk management, is that what you're saying? He's going to know the odds. So this is sort of the banker versus the gambler in a way. Tida far more willing just to trust his instincts and have a go. Now, $50-yard bunker shot, 40-yard bunker shot. Beautifully played. Beautifully played, but, well, big advantage. Stuart for birdie, Tida for par from about the same spot.
He's been working with a putting coach recently, Ted told us, so I'd say that that element of his game was probably the strongest this morning, anyway.
Yeah, we've always seen him out with a very long putter, sort of an Adam Scott putter. Now, it's a lovely chip at the first. I'd love to make one of these early. Good roll. Very good roll. Let's go.
Well, that was a textbook way to play that second hole, wasn't it? And as I mentioned, he took control of his quarter-final right from the off this morning. Now one up as early as the second hole here in the semi-final. He was never behind against Ed Featherstone.
Okay, this looks awkward. Bunker shots into the wind. Must keep your eyes closed. Oh! Into the top of the flag and down. What a shot from him. Matt.
Got a feeling that almost came off the fabric of the
flag,
didn't
fabric,
it?
yeah.
It really seemed to...
It deadened it, right?
Exactly.
And just dropped it out.
Yeah.
And then probably it didn't spin. So, again, driver on the third. Waiting for the wind to hit it. Can't really tell. That looked on the other side of the heavy grass there, but there's not a huge space. Teeter again, just giving you a wind direction there. Into, off the left. The driver stays in the bag. Okay. No histrionics.
And that's why.
And for the first time since the 14th, the fairway. Well, here we go. Third from the lower level. Up the hill, into the wind. Is he giving it enough pop? What a beautiful putt. It's a perfect... Oh! What a putt that was.
Brilliant mentality as well, having seen your opponent get a big slice of fortune, hitting not just the pin, but the fabric of the flag, we think. But this is to win the hole for the American Maloney. Well, what about that?
Yeah, beautiful. That was very smooth, wasn't it? A little bit of luck, possibly. Don't know how that would have reacted, but very, very strong.
So Tedder and Graham stride down towards us. What's going on in the background there? Having some roofing work done.
Oh, well spotted. Yeah, lovely houses in Hoylake. It's a fabulous host of these tournaments, isn't it? Big success. Brian Harman in the pouring rain.
Well, Brian Harman obviously won in 2023. You know, pretty much surprised a lot of people back then, and since then he's actually done well in the subsequent Opens. He's got a good record all of a sudden at the Open, but when he won here, our team meal on the closing night was at a kind of American barbecue place in West Kirby, and who should walk in halfway through our meal but Brian Harman with the claret jug, with his caddy, with his whole team, and he was great. Posed for lots of photos of various people, and then got on with eating his rack of ribs or whatever.
This will be a tough little hole, the fourth. Didn't make the carry. Same pins this afternoon as we had this morning. 25 on, only 5 from the left. Pin high right would be a fantastic shot. His partner didn't even make the green there. Lost to the right. That looks miles right. Into the gallery. Fortunately, no one hurt.
Welcome back to the Amateur Championship. Semi-finals afternoon. And we have an Estonian, an Irishman, a German and an American. There's never been a German winner of this championship. So Riga playing for a bit of history. We had an American winner last year in the shape of Ethan Fang, who's out currently playing at Shinnecock Hills in the US Open. One of the rewards that comes with winning this title. Shout of 4 from somewhere else on the course, obviously must be from the other match. I imagine Riga and Maloney must have come across each other before and maybe played in some US events together, college events perhaps.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see who manages this strong wind that has kicked up this afternoon at the amateur. You can just tell Matt Maloney's tee shot there, 50 yards short on a par 3. Only just got it, what, 8 yards short the front of the green. So you would never do that on a calm day. Right. Peruses his options.
Slightly more sheltered part of the course. You can still see the wind blowing, but not with the ferocity of the first hole when they teed off.
So just trying to figure out how that lie will impact how the ball releases. What will it do when it lands? That's what you're trying to calculate. This is an into the wind shot. He's not too excited about any of the things that are happening at this end at the moment.
It'll be Maloney to play first. A dink up the hill.
Stopped.
And it really has.
Yeah. I'd say that's a pretty good shot though. He's got it onto the right level. So it would be a very good shot to get inside that. But you want to keep your opponent sort of guessing. You don't want to give away a soft hole. Oh, that's ugly. So he can't be that aggressive at this because he can't chance going over. That's an amazing shot. Absolutely amazing shot. 2 more yards and that's down off the runoff there into the trap. So superb.
He had plenty of time to plot that one out, and he made the most of that time.
Well done. Looks, he's a very calm, calculated customer. Right. He was in the rough. He had to lay up. Wow, took a hybrid, launched it high. Looked like it's coming sideways and backwards. What a superb shot that is. Stay. Ah, he'll take that all day long. That was a bit unlucky. What a superb shot. Have a go at that pin. 3rd hole today, 26 on. So let's head up to the par 3. We don't know where Richard Teeder hit his second, but he was in the fairway. Now, love to be first in. Crucial putt, keep your momentum. Don't open the door. Always high. Enormous putt here.
Yeah, Rieger after that, well controlled. Chip out of the rough to get back on level terms.
How about that? How about that? An unlikely swing. Rieger gets even.
No, here's Tedder in trouble. So this is 3rd shot. Has to launch that almost vertically in the air. Comes down soft, and that's a great shot. What a shot from the Estonian.
Unbelievable shot.
And a grimace there from his opponent. Who
Was that a thumbs up or pick that up, or what was that? You need to be a bit clearer.
Well, there was certainly a thumbs up.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was to say pick the ball up or just to say good shot, but well, that's put a smile on the Estonian's face, that's for sure. I said his hair might be a good guide for the wind direction, but at the moment that's in about five different directions, so maybe throw that one out the window.
What a shot. I mean, that's only just perched above the ridge, took it all the way there and spun it back to the hole. He's a very creative player, though, isn't he? He doesn't see, or he plays what he sees, very intuitive. Okay. So we're just catching the reaction after what I'd say was a very close chip from Stewart. Let's see exactly what he was left with.
Yeah, Tedes's bunker shot, as I say, almost went straight up, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like a Harrier jump jet, and then came down so soft with a bit of backspin as well. Well, deserves to win the hole for a shot like that.
Yeah, his second shot must have been pretty good. He must have just caught that front right trap, so we'll just have a look. That's the fourth. Just saw Riga make a great three from the right. And now, hopefully we'll be heading back to the third green.
Well, this is what Graham left himself. So this for par on the par 5. And makes
well
it.
Done. Well done. Forces his opponent to make that downhill left to righter. Rue smile. It's a brilliant third shot, just 3 steps too long.
So Tedder, as I say, deserved to win the hole after that bunker shot. And finishes the job.
Well done. Yeah. His caddy and the national coach of his country all wrapped up into a man they call Pinto. Well, we've seen how the fourth is really difficult. That is Sophie out there ball spotting. That is the magnificent clubhouse at Royal Liverpool. Inside there is a museum to this tournament, the Amateur Championship. And those are the 4 guys who can win it in 2026. Tide is coming in and wind is getting up. Robley, magnificent scenes, aren't they?
Very pretty, very special, yeah, for sure. Up and down this coastline, you can see these pictures as often as you want. And even though it may seem like a lot at the time, to be admired.
Yeah.
A lot to like about Royal Liverpool. This is my favourite part of the golf course, where it's just, you know, 2 fairway width, up and down, out to the corner, back down the undulating fairways in the dunescape. Really pretty.
So we've seen a kind of a ding-dong start to this afternoon's semi-finals. And Sophie is down there. Sophie, have you found the ball yet? apologies, just Sophie finishing off her sandwich there.
It's that way, more. Yeah, it's that way. See where that guy is with the blue? Right about where you are.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like a Liverpool accent to me.
Well spotted, Roberto. Here we go. That's what we say. It's a water hazard. You get in there, you got to take your medicine.
Down to 2 matches now, Simon. There's a sense of finality about this.
It is. I mean, it's... And the pot of gold at the end of this, Rob, is just... You know, there's nothing finer. So, we do think we might have found Sophie. Sophie, any news?
Yes. Yes, I'm here. I've just had my ice cream. I'm by the seaside, so... Just crept off to the right-hand side of 5 as I watched Emil in that bunker. Like you said, these bunkers are real penalties. So he's splashed out. He's got 130 yards to a flag downwind. His playing partner, Matt Maloney, hit driver and has fizzed one down here. It's actually in the rough, which splits this fairway about 60 yards short of the green. He is in the rough, though, and the lie might not be great. So he's looking to get this one up and down, the German. He's just won the last hole and didn't make the most of it by finding the sand. So this is his 3rd. Downwind from the right-hand side. Flag is 15 on, 5 from the right. Wedge.
Great, thanks, Soph. So, all at it. Spin. Very good shot, Rob.
Excellent shot. Really good. I don't think there's any sign that the breeze is going to ease up this afternoon, so... Getting it hole high is excellent. Actually, pin high people think is level with the hole. It's not. It's within the radius of the pin. Anywhere, long, short, left or right, that's pin high. Doesn't mean hole high.
Oh, I see him now, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, we heard from Sophie. And it can't be a great lie because it took him quite a long time to find it. So played the aggressive shot. He's going to... The penalty here is he's going to lose spin control coming from the rough.
Oh, for sure. Just got to make sure it doesn't snag the hosel. Throw the club head left to those bunkers. And you're on the green was good, and that's even better.
Yeah, very well controlled. Very well controlled. So, advantage to Matt there. Emil paying the penalty for finding one of Hoylake's bunkers. Could only come out sideways.
Now this is difficult. Long pin. Steep face. We'd like a flat trajectory out of it if he could get it, but...
He played the most unbelievable shot on the par 5, Rob. It's interesting. Trying to get that face to release, not drive it into the sand. He played like a high 40-yard bunker shot past the pin, spun it back, made the birdie. Maybe that's a great memory for this shot. Got to get up on that front, on that last tier on the right. Got to go.
Well, when you're swinging that firmly and you're getting quite close to the ball, you can just at the last minute throw the club head in, take too much sand, because the fear of going long, that miss is much greater than what he's just done.
Okay.
Graham's looked good, isn't he?
Yeah, very solid. I mean, he took a superb, a miracle shot, really, from Richard out the bunker on the par 5 to make a 4. And he had a superb kind of hybrid that just carried maybe like 3 yards too far. So, from the front right, to the back left, upper tier will move right to left. There you have it. There's the ridge. It looks fantastic, doesn't it? Just fantastic. Probably couldn't have played it too much straighter than that. Would have taken that little slope off.
In the meantime, that's Maloney's putt to win the hole that's just found the back of the cup. Changed the score in his favour.
Yeah. Some putt there. A very difficult spot off an aggressive tee shot. Now,
it's just the start of his journey, I think, up the line of the putt. Is he done?
yeah, it's one you can have a go at. If you miss this, you're most likely 95% sure to lose the hole. Giving it a ride, just a little low.
This is just to take care of business here.
Yeah, this is a very controlled routine, isn't it? The pace is slow, it's consistent. Left edge, job done. Yeah, it's not an exhausting way to play golf, that is. It's very conserving of energy.
Ted is exhausting to watch.
But he will get exhausted.
He's, you know, emotionally up and down so much.
There it is, the Amateur Championship.
Well, let's listen to Lee Trevino talking up this year's Open Championship.
These links, they're the links of legend. And to become one, you have to tame Mother Nature. Not a straightforward task, not with these pesky pot bunkers, the grassy knolls, the fiendish rough. Oh, the things that this course has seen over the century of championships? Sevy's teenage genius, Rosie's moment of magic, Harrington's audacious 5-wood.
Shot of the championship.
The king won here, as did the master of the links. And of course, there was a special champion here in the 100th Open.
There's the man of the hour, Lee Trevino.
A championship shaped over centuries, defined by moments. This July, someone else will add their name to the history books. This is the Open.
Still hits balls every single day, Lee Trevino. And I've just come back from Waterville. Liam Higgins, famed Waterville professional, plays golf every day.
I love that.
Never skips a day.
Lee Trevino is a legend. He's still got some tips that you can find out there that are just fantastic. You know, golf.com's got some great little clips of his, of how he hits a shot, how he approaches it, how he practiced, where it came from. Amazing.
That's a big summer of sport right there.
Sure is. The women will be at Muirfield. We will be at Royal
Birkdale.
We certainly will, Royal Birkdale. Amazing.
Just up the coast.
Yeah.
If you're in this part of the world, they call it God's country if you're a golfer.
And not wrong. Now, that's not good. Maybe we can hear a little bit more about what's the situation here from Sophie Walker.
It's never good news when you have to pull the driver out. Did well to find the golf ball. It flared down the right-hand side over the gorse bush, but Emil is going to have to take a penalty drop and come out sideways. So he's taking his 2 club lengths to the right here. So he's missed the tee ball right on the 5th hole and right here on the 6th, and this is going to be a penalty drop. Playing partner has got 142 yards to the front from the middle of the green, so Maloney has the advantage. This wind is into almost out the left on this tee shot, which means it was a really difficult one to try and draw around the dog leg. So the German's going to be playing 3 from here. This is going to be playing a good 200 yards would be the number, straight back into some wind now. Luckily there's plenty of crowd out here actually in order to even find his golf ball that just cleared that gorse.
It doesn't look particularly warm out there, Sophie.
No, it's not, Robert. I'm glad that the R&A have given me, you know, the big coat. You know when your mum used to say to you, take your big coat out with you. And I'm glad I have actually. It's a real good test. It kind of feels like you said how good this golf course is at the moment. It's set up like an open and it's playing like one at the minute. I think the rain luckily went down the water, so we've missed that rain as they first came out on that opening tee shot, but the wind, it's just there, and this opening 9 holes, it just doesn't help you as you make the turn. As we get to the 9th, it's going to help us, but right now it's strong and it's hard out here for these players.
So Emil paid the penalty for a very loose shot. Penalty drop. Still not guaranteed of getting up in 3. His partner in pole position, his opponent in pole position. Okay, decision has been made.
Oh, it's straight into the wind, this 3rd shot. Trying to force the ball flight down.
Oh, he ripped it. Great ball follow, by the way.
It's a really good shot. Really good shot.
Superb. Superb work from our cameraman and superb recovery.
This is a really good tee shot from Maloney. It's quite tight, hit down the 6th.
Pinches in, doesn't it? Still fighting the left to right wind. Yeah, that's absolutely superb shot.
Let's get to know young Maloney.
I'm 20 years old and I'm from Daniel Island, South Carolina. Okay, all right. A good 4-iron's always good. It's a tough club to hit. Ball mark, sometimes a ball mark. If I don't like the way I'm putting, I'll change my ball mark. No, not well, maybe bowling. I go bowling a lot. I like to bowl. Me and my teammates too. Basketball, definitely basketball. I played a lot growing up. Still watch it a lot to this day. I'd say in terms of a golf game, it's hard to go against Tiger Woods. Probably just Kid State, New York Strip. Probably 15. It's just a great par 3. It's just a hard hole, but it's a good hole.
Well, he likes basketball. The New York Knicks won for the first time in a long, long time. Amazing.
Incredible, yeah, amazing scenes. Congratulations, the Knicks.
City went ballistic.
Mad.
Yeah.
Rightly so. Well, from South Carolina, you don't play a lot of golf links in South Carolina, but he is managing this test very, very well.
Isn't Keel Island South Carolina?
Yeah, that is true.
They've got some breezy courses.
Yeah, but you're still...
They're not links.
Yeah.
You don't see this.
No, you're not playing on the ground.
Yeah, this, what they call links courses in America, most of the time, they're the American version of it.
Yeah. Yeah, you still can't bounce shots into the banks and stuff like that. The banks are still watered and soft, so... Emil, you need to make this. Kind of hanging in there, but too many loose shots.
Well, the second shot's into the wind, so the putt back is downwind. This is going to keep running.
Yeah, good effort. Kind of needed that. For the dream start to go 2 up after 6. "30 feet. Job done.
It's quite a baggy sweater Maloney's wearing. Did you find that off-putting when you've got too much material and it's windy? Does that bother you?
It is. It's interesting, Rob. Do you remember Sandy Lyle used to have like an unzippered waterproof jacket? It'd be flapping all over the place.
He could play in an armoured suit, Sandy.
He could.
It's quite remarkable.
You're absolutely right. Now. Oh, just top edge. And good. We never know what's happening where Richard Teeder is, but he's got a chance.
Okay. No, he's not finished yet. Some more lining up to do.
Huge putt. Tidy stroke. Just misses. I feel like Teeter's got to take advantage of his opportunities. Stuart Graham looks like a pretty good player, Grant.
He looks very good. He looks. He was very composed this morning. Won easily. Just interested in watching Richard Teeter, as his whole life seems to depend on what happens to that ball every single shot, and it's for him it'll be starting to take a toll at the end. Looks like an Ivy League school, that, doesn't it?
Looks magnificent, doesn't it? Superb. Out with the driver again.
You can't miss left here. There's gorse bushes and all sorts of horrible stuff down there. He's okay bush-wise. You'll need a lie.
Just use driver everywhere. So
that right elbow's not close to his side, is it, at the top of the backswing?
No. He's got some flash speed, though.
Oh no, he's very fast hands. From a very laid-off position.
Yeah.
Seem to like it.
Yeah. Like a driving iron.
Yeah, it is a driving iron, and he's driven that right down the middle, almost on the cut. That's one of the more unpleasant tee shots on the golf course.
You don't get to see that much of the fairway,
No.
do you? The high grasses there block you. So even though there's no real elevation, it's still a blind tee shot to all intents and purposes. You've got to pick your line out on the horizon. The long march around this golf course. The prize at the end, a chance to play in the final of the amateur. And then to play for the greatest prize in amateur golf.
Good crowds following these two matches this
Yeah,
afternoon.
it's fantastic, Rob. I mean, we were talking about that earlier. Is that, you know, there's this, the Walker Cup, the Curtis Cup, the women's, where you get a chance to watch golf how it was 50, 60 years ago.
If you're just tuning in for the first time, this is towards the end of the front nine, the start of the back nine, where it's just a 2 fairway width up and down. Very interesting part of the golf course. And with the low sun, the shading emphasizes how much up and down there is out there.
Yeah, you've always got to factor in those little 3s and 4s, haven't you? Downhill, into the wind, up, da da da. There's like so much calculation. Oh, I love that.
They should have gone for the drone shot right through the front door.
And out the back. Here we go.
This is the flatter part of the golf course.
Yeah. Internal out of bounds. So, Matt Maloney from the downslope in the second cut. Got to land this on the green.
But he's playing it outside his right foot, so that is bump and run material, that, with loft. He's trying to drive this into the bank. This looks like it's been returfed. There are a couple of areas on the course with the very, you know, the squares of different hues of green.
Yeah.
Not sure if this has been, it looks like it. Not risking a chip from that lie. So he's going to go with the putter to guarantee the strike at least. But how quick is it up that steep slope?
With so many different colours, you can catch a little bobble and it comes up 8 feet short. Didn't swing as he thought, did it? It was a good putt for distance. He's definitely got the advantage. Big difference between 5 feet and 10 feet.
This putt, the way the ball was trying to release a little bit, would swing to the left. It looks like he's aiming left. Yeah, it did. So no up and down for Maloney. One door closes, another one opens, Simon.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Bless you, Rob. Now, to get back in the fight, Emil from about 7 feet, and he will have had a good understanding of the movement on the green from having watched his opponent's putt there. Looked like it's a little sort of sentry standing out there 3 feet. Oh, I thought that would have been moved. No. Here we go. Definitely outside right. Oh dear.
He kind of hits down on his putts quite steeply into the back of the ball, and that just started left and never had a chance. Big chance for Emil.
That was huge. 2 down after 6, 2 down after 7. It's such a long way back.
The lads that get through to the latter half of this competition, when's the last time they played as much intense golf in this shorter period of time?
Never do it.
Never.
This is the ultimate
time last
marathon.
year, or,
yeah.
Or US amateur. I guess you factor that in as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Your time.
So teed up.
Amazing you can straddle a line that's 60 feet long with 6 inches between your heels. Astonishing skill.
Okay, whatever he saw or felt wasn't there.
The thing is, when it's a putt that length and there's wind to factor in, you have to. It's not just the line you're looking at. He probably felt that that might have been helped to drift left with the breeze, but it didn't do anything.
to win the hole. Keep running.
That you would think is good enough for a 2-putt. Running in.
Chatting away. That's what golfers do, isn't it? There's always an internal dialogue going on.
Well, whether you can see the lips move or not, it's happening. This is unwatchable, though. This infuriating pain point. Should ban it. Come on, RA, get rid of it.
And it's interesting though, because no matter how he puts it down, he always moves it at least twice.
Let's hear Sophie's thoughts on the 7th. That's coming up fairly shortly.
The 7th hole, par 3, 205 yards, and where I'm stood now was where an old bunker was found, which is where the first match found themselves. So you can see here, putting up the slope. This is the leave actually on the 7th, because if you miss it right, you'll be chipping downwind and you'll be short-sided. Now it is into out the right, it's kind of from 1 o'clock, so at 205 yards it's playing the best part of 230 yards, so you've got to beat down on a long iron and try and hold one into this very long and skinny greens. The par 3s today, you've got a couple at over 200 yards and then you've got one at 90 yards, so some great variation here at Royal Liverpool.
And there it is, Simo.
Yeah.
From above.
It is. It's the second sort of indentation on the left there that we were talking about. The bunker on the right that's being raked. Not a good spot. So you can just see it's like a spine there. That's that centre spine. You've got to try to hit that. Otherwise you're going to have run-off left and run-off right.
Well, anything on the green here is a really good strike for Graham. Did the right thing. If you feel slightly disturbed, go back and start your routine again. Draw, and that's going left. Oof. If it's in that grass on that side slope, that's not pretty. So this is really playing long now. He's got, this is 4 iron. And he's trying to trap it low as well, and he hits it miles. Wind's into his face, quartering from the right a little bit. You're thinking cut here with his strength of wind. That's a tough shot. Well, he's cut it. That was nearly a brilliant shot, but all the par 3s with the wind like it is, really, really difficult at Royal Liverpool Golf Club.
Yes, confirm that. Maloney's first to go yet.
Nip and tuck between these two, isn't it?
Yeah, they're tight matches. I think you'd expect that with the conditions. There's not going to be millions of birdies everywhere. It's not easy.
Maloney's third shot on the par 5. Nice forward bounce, but comes to a halt pretty suddenly on that next skip. Gives himself a birdie chance, though, with Riga there just at the front of the green.
Well, this pin's a long way back. I know it's a par 5. So it's 66 feet on from the front of the green, which is where Emil is. He's just short of it, so he's going to chip. Well, he must have a lot of secure feelings in his hands if he's not putting from here. That's a pretty good shot with the sandwich. Again, by his accent, played a lot of golf in America. So that'll be left for a birdie 4.
Amateur Championship semi-final stage. Been reading about Matt Maloney here as he lines up this putt. He was a member of the USA team at the Junior President's Cup 4 years ago. I did read that he was ranked the second best amateur golfer in his high school class, and it actually just made me think who beat him and where is that player, because Maloney is pretty useful. And this is a birdie putt, nicely done. Very calm putting stroke, very sort of steady looking player, isn't he? There's not much hijinks with him, is there?
No, he's pretty stoic as he goes around, and that was never anywhere else, that putt. I'm sure he felt his opposition was going to hole his, so got his blow in first. Almost didn't get back to him in time.
Well, it was very tough from where he was. You could see the stance was very awkward, but that's pretty ugly. The referee will decide who's to play next.
I think it's going to be Graham still. It's now a par chip. Played it pretty well, and that's 3 played. At the second par 3 on the golf course, the 7th. he's going at this, he's playing this up. Downwind, pitching it up. Looks like he's trying to carry the hump. He played it very well. I mean, he chose a difficult option. Hard to stop that one with this stiff breeze behind him. I wonder if you shoot level par in all the matches this afternoon if you win.
Gentleman's blue socks there, next to Graham. Got to keep your shins warm.
Yeah, everything warm.
Squeaked by.
This would be a good half for Graham because he was stuffed with his tee shot. Left-hand banky mound that was full of thick rough. Just to get it up and down for a bogey 4, but the half. Feels like a win.
Yeah, that one will hurt today. It's worth remembering what's up for grabs here, as well as the title, of course. Winning this amateur championship gets you an exemption into the Open at Birkdale next month, an invitation to the Masters, and an exemption for next year's US Open. So, I mean, just those three things alone are huge prizes. They won't necessarily be thinking of those today, but certainly tomorrow. That's surely on your mind as you go round.
Yeah, but you know, isn't it? It's sort of it's like a plastic.
Yeah.
It's a plastic, you know, Willy Wonka gold card, because you're not doing it as a pro, you're going as an amateur. And it's fun, and you're taking part. It's nice to be your silver medalist or whatever it is, but you're not in the real game.
Well, down the 9th hole, it really narrows as these tee shots finish. Maloney's on the left-hand side, so he can actually see the pin and play up this green, which is a huge advantage. Ball's way below his feet. He's got 80 yards. He's going to try and get some check on this lob wedge.
You said it earlier, didn't you, Rob, about it's not just the bunker, it's the area around the bunker that will suck the ball in.
Yeah, everything gathers once it's rolling, and it's the right sort of pace. Clever design.
But this isn't very pretty for Riga. The squirt out left. Oh, is that going to hang on? It is just the other side. I mean, a couple of inches difference there. One's gone into the bunker and one has rolled into the green. So Emil Riga, probably a new name to most of us coming into today. Let's delve a little deeper into his personality.
Hello, I'm Emil Rieger. I'm 21 years old, and I live in Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
And it's just fun, get experience and stuff.
Okay. Okay. Spinning wedge. Anything that's left to right wind, but I've been able to manage it. Always mark my ball the exact same way with the same Sharpie for the last 2 years. Soccer is definitely my favorite, so hopefully Germany will win the World Cup. Rory McIlroy. I lived in Ireland for 1.5 years, and of course he's the main guy there. Definitely hole 15. I think it's great when you can have a par 3 that's 130 yards and there's birdies, but also bogeys or doubles being made.
Well, he seemed far more nervous there dealing with the questions than he does out on the course, that's for sure. He's at his happiest when he's playing golf. This is Maloney, first of all, from out of the bunker. Oh, this time hitting the base of the pin. And so nearly dropping in. Well, that is a huge stroke of fortune.
You're correct, because that was still going to tumble on by and it wouldn't have been a tap-in. Huge break. Emil's use of the word soccer indicates a lot of time spent in America.
Yes. But good to know he'll be following Germany. Just trying to remember when their next match is. It can't be too far away. Won their opening game against Curacao. So to get himself back to within one. He had the bit of luck pouncing the right side of the bunker a few minutes ago, but Maloney definitely a huge slice of fortune just now. Hello. Oh. Well, that would have looked good pretty much all the way. So the hole is halved. And on we go. And I think there's going to be a few twists and turns in this match just yet.
Let's hear from Dame Laura Davis talking about the AIG that's coming up in the summer.
The AIG Women's Open is for women who dare to defy convention, to reshape the sport, to shatter expectations. Women who dare to play, to compete and to win. Half a century ago, British women dared to build a championship that would gather the best of the best, amateurs and professionals alike, to declare to all, this is our game and we were born to play it. Generations of pioneering players have dared to make their mark. Memories a lifetime ago. I just wish I'd kept that sweater. Champions who set new standards. Competitors who played legendary shots amid storied careers. Women who threw open doors and inspired new generations around the world to pick up a club and play. 50 years on, we unite to celebrate the athleticism, ingenuity and daring of our players. and the shared love of the game that has fueled our play for centuries. To grow from humble beginnings to the award of major status in 2001, to knock down barriers, play our game on our terms, on the best and most renowned courses in the world. To build a movement around our sport as we welcome new fans, new players and new champions yet to come, so that one day they might look back to us and say, that's what inspired me to play. This is our legacy and our future. This is our championship and this is our game.
I've been lucky enough to spend a lot of time with Dame Laura playing golf, and she is just so much fun. Loves golf, loves football, loves Liverpool. A bit like yourself, Andy.
That's the AIG Women's Open to come later in the summer. The Women's Amateur Championship next week from your field. Could be spectacular. But we're at the semi-final stage of the Amateur Championship here today. And as you can see, the American Matt Maloney 2 up on the German Emil Rieger. Stuart Graham of Ireland, just the 1 up on Richard Tedder of Estonia. So both matches very much in the balance as we hit the turn with the top semi-final. And a decent number of punters out there enjoying this, despite the average weather at the moment, you would say. Hopefully we'll have some bright sunshine tomorrow, if not later today.
Do you know it's a good links day? It's dry.
Yeah.
They can blow as hard as it likes. This is really good links weather. Just keep the rain away. Look at Sophie Walker nicking a lift on the back of that buggy. Is that in her contract? I don't know. Apparently it is. She makes you, she walks all the way around. She sells that version of her day. 9
rounds of golf this week that she's walking after. Yeah.
Above and beyond and all that stuff.
So this is Graham. Just short of the front of this green. Pretty handy from this sort of range. It's not too bad either.
Good shot. Very good shot.
He's a bit disappointed by it, but shouldn't be really.
It's good though, isn't it, with his history in golf, playing amongst the wannabe pros.
Yeah, he will have learned a lot in that time, even if it didn't particularly work out for him over the 8-year period that he was a professional.
But what an opportunity to, become the amateur champion. Well, he's got to get past Richard Tedder first.
This putt's for eagle on 8.
Not quite for the eagle. you think the players that use aim point so fastidiously could ever
unaim
come
point
away,
themselves?
unaim point themselves?
Well, if it was banned, they could. They'd have to.
Yeah.
I think it's the only way it's going to happen. It's not a good look for golf. It's not a good look for tournament golf. It's not a good look for professional golf.
Simon has just left the commentary box. There he is, just off to grab some lunch.
He did say he was going to pop out onto the water for a little while. He said it's very good for his core, which I thought when I saw him this morning looked overdeveloped. But see how that all works out.
So back to the serious stuff, and Graham to halve the hole on the 8th. He's very good from that range, isn't he, with the putter?
Yeah, he looks like he's not a time waster. He makes his mind up quickly and then executes, whether it goes in or not. The process is good.
Maybe not surprisingly, because of his age and the experience we were talking about, he looks the most complete of all 4 players, doesn't he? He probably looked the most complete of all 8 players, actually, this morning.
Yeah, oh gosh, he got up quickly, didn't he? And there was a chance on that very green when he made that 8-9 footer to stop his deficit in 2 holes, going 2 holes in the wrong direction. He sort of stemmed the flow then, and then he sailed off into the sunset. So he won very well, and he had the luxury of a break at lunchtime. Ooh, I mean, probably a good couple of hours where he could, you know, take some time out and regenerate the batteries a little bit.
Sophie is down there watching Emil Rieger take this one on.
81 yards, front pin, miss it right.
Just like that, really.
Yeah, you need to go to 11.
There are places on this golf course that you can't go, but to be able to control that, you need to be playing from the fairway most of the time. When you're in the rough, there's just so many more options of where the ball can go. You lose control left and right, and especially long and short.
One thing we can say, you know, we were just discussing the rewards on offer and the exemptions to the majors. We can tell that Matt Maloney, it would mean an incredible amount to him to have a spot in the Masters in his home state of Georgia.
You know, there's no guarantee if you win the Amateur Championship and you get an exemption to Augusta National, if you do go down the pro route, that you ever get to go to Augusta. So Maloney, long birdie putt at 10. He's in control right now. Not so much with that one. Neil's got a praying mantis type squat, which is, I'm very jealous of it. My right knee now completely does not want to play along with, you know, what my body wants to do and what my knee wants to do are 2 different things. Wear and tear and all that. Look at that.
That's limbo-like, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, good time to hold a putt. Never really running at the hole, playing the long game with the excess effort on the Maloney putt.
So we're looking at what, about 15 feet here maybe?
Yeah,
Possibly longer.
No, maybe slightly inside that. Maybe, yeah, it's pretty close. Pretty close. Is that 5 paces up there? Yeah, not bad.
To halve the hole.
He's done that well, hasn't he? You can putt well, you can become a very good match player.
Feels like it's a bit gloomy out there because usually the TV cameras brighten things up a bit artificially. Feels like it might be a bit dark in certain corners. But they will stride up to the 11th tee.
That's a beautiful bit of fairway path up there, isn't it? Look at that, between all those fescues. And all of that takes work, a lot of work from the green staff.
Yeah, I mean, the course takes a battering, doesn't it? Because, as we've said, the spectators are allowed to walk where the players walk. 9 rounds, 288 players at the start of the week. It really does take a hammering, but this beautiful course standing up to that test.
In all those revetted bunkers, that's a lot of work, a lot of man hours now to keep it looking like that without it breaking into tufts of grass everywhere, to keep it a clean wall look like it is. Exemplary condition. Well done to the green staff at Royal Liverpool. These pictures going all around the world, you know, their pride's at stake.
We are looking back up towards the 11th tee from the green.
Wind at 11 should be helping off the left. Maloney to go first. Pins in a little front right-hand quarter. It's a long green. And this is, I think this is a wedge. 197 yards.
Darted away off a green that runs really diagonally, I suppose, from right to left. On a sunny day, it's a beautiful viewing spot from up there on the tee.
Same club. Once it gets up, the wind's really going to push it. It lands hard and quick.
That is not where you want to be. So neither player finding the green, which in calm conditions should almost be a gimme on that 11th.
Greyhound's on the green in 2. This is Tedder. So if that's his second at 9, that's nearly a 400-yard tee shot. To be confirmed, but he does hit it miles.
I think we were told earlier he certainly hit one 380 earlier. I think that was the number I seem to remember. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility.
Yeah, looking at that 11th hole, my pin sheet says it's front right pin, but that wasn't a front right flag there. Maybe because of the breeze and the strength of it, they moved the hole. Further down the green.
So Graham then, the Irishman, third shot. Close, but no cigar. And Tadare looks as though he's got a relatively straight putt for birdie to win the hole. As you say, I think this hole playing 391 this afternoon, so his tee shot must have been around 380, 390 perhaps. It's interesting, a player of his physique can hit it that far.
Yeah, well, you know, some players have wiry strength, explosive strength, and he's got those long levers. And that club whips through the hitting area. Long drive, chip and a putt.
So those two are all square at the turn as we go back to 11.
That's the place you did not want to go. Okay, Maloney, chip it stiff, go 3 up.
Rieger's chip shot, it just took the sting out of it. The slope on the left-hand side here of the par 3 is so steep, and we're quite exposed now, the water beyond at the German's back right now. So he's going to be hitting this putt. It's going to have some movement down the slope, and I wonder if the wind will affect this. The wind will make this putt possibly move from right to left. A tee shot that he thought might have been lost because it was that far left, but now he's got a chance of making par. The American not in close, so often first in wins. Putt for par.
Big opportunity coming up for Maloney to go 3 up. It's really whipping across now. Sometimes you make a practice stroke and the real stroke goes all over the place when you move it back. Does not look like missing.
Is that a decisive move, I wonder, in this semi-final?
We're out of the 13 green there.
Three up and 7 to play.
Big crosswind off the next tee box, 12. There's a good view of the left-to-right nature of the breeze as you look back towards the tee.
And these conditions don't really suit a player chasing birdies, do they?
No, it's a day where pars are going to be decent. Apart from the par 5s, there are not many gift birdie holes out there at all. So if you can plug away and keep stamping a par in every hole, you'd be very competitive.
Now then, this is winners by nationality, as you might expect, and certainly a long time ago when the Amateur Championship began, you would have had a lot of English and Scottish winners. The USA went a long time without a winner until Ethan Fang last year. We've never had a German win this. There's no Estonian on that list either. Pretty cosmopolitan list of winners over the years, all the way back to 1885.
So England have won more than the United States, Scotland and Ireland put together.
Impressive maths from Rob Lee on the spot.
Well,
there.
it was, yeah, exactly. Spur of the moment stuff. And fascinating, may I tell you.
Well, England won't be extending that lead, that's for sure. The last of the English players knocked out in the quarter-finals. Right then, let's look back down the 12th hole. As we await Riga and Maloney. And once you're 3 up after 11 holes, Simon, who's rejoined me in the commentary box, if you're Maloney, you really want to put your foot on the gas and get this done on 14, maybe 15.
I think the way Maloney is going, don't stop what you're doing. I think he's just played the course, he's been in position, and his putting is just amazing, isn't it? I mean, you've got to think it's factoring in slower greens than he's used to, there's more wind than he's used to. He just seems to have settled into that. So keep your ball in play and let Riga have a go at you. You know, it was his unforced errors. I mean, Maloney's made a bunch of birdies, but it's his unforced errors really on those left to right wind holes early that have led sort of to his position right now being 3 down. Some rules official work here to be done. No better place in the world for rules than one of the RNA's own events.
Just while Graham takes relief here, good time to tell you, seeing as this Irishman was part of the Walker Cup team last year, that this year's Walker Cup is taking place at Lahinch in Ireland in September. A beautiful, beautiful part of Ireland. If you don't go for the golf, go for the beach. Ideally go for both, of course, and tickets are available for the Walker Cup on sale via randa.org. R&A, the word and, rna.org.
Lahinch is magnificent. Absolutely superb.
You can drive your car onto the beach. It's that flat, that wide.
You can drive your ball onto the beach. What is it, on 3, on 4, on 5?
So that's the Walker Cup to come in September. Commiserations to the GB and Ireland team who lost the Curtis Cup last weekend in Los Angeles. Katrina Matthew, who I believe is here in the commentary box for the Women's Amateur Championship coverage next week. Katrina Matthew is captain again after leading the team to victory at Sunningdale in 2024.
I can go back this way, right? Yeah, yeah.
But as we've seen in all of these team match play competitions, it's so much harder going to the USA and winning there. But they gave it a good go.
Unless you're at Bethpage.
Right, exactly.
Right, might decide to play this off the path. Option right is no good. Option left. If that's his nearest point. Oh no. So you must take relief. Can't have any park himself on the path. Dropping is a skill. Can you hit your spot? The knee. Ball in play. Official is happy. Process completed. And he's just found out a bit of grit, hasn't he? Tida has just got a little bit of edge there. He just won't go away. He's not one of those. He's an annoying match player because you think he's out and he's back, and you think he's out and he's back. So from that point of view, he's exhausting opponent.
He's got pretty wide, hasn't he, over towards where the 10th tee is, in fact. Sorry, the 11th tee.
Yeah, just lost it on the wind, didn't he? Difficult when you've got a fade swing, those big left to right gusts. Incredibly well played. What a shot.
Yes, well worth a round of applause.
You're lucky to stay on the path there. One more little bounce into that right rough. And you've been in big trouble. So,
Ted has had a long time to think about his shot. And we know he likes to be meticulous. But that was one of those golf shots from Graham that it was a much, much better shot than it looked. You know, sometimes from the TV pictures you don't quite pick up the quality required, but no.
This is weird.
Has the ball moved, I wonder here? He's asking the referee. Let's listen in.
It didn't move yet, but I think. Yep. Okay. I can't tell if it was the wind, but as far as I can see. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Okay.
Seems the ball maybe didn't move, but he was certainly worried about taking his club away there, wasn't he, from the ball? But the referee checked it all over. Honest bit of play as well from Riga to call the referee over.
That's golf. Here we go. Big runoffs right at that pin. Now, second shot nearly drove 9, nearly drove 10. Release out. Release out. What a shot that is. Superb. You watched him this morning and you saw him spray it pretty much all over the place, but if you put it all together and you see how he plays, he's got some game.
He is at his best, isn't he, I think, when he's having to get out of tight positions. And
now, to answer. I'm not sure how our graphics maybe not quite on point there, so we're going to say Richard was up and down for a par. That was the birdie in the wind. So, big flip. And we're all square. So, just everyone remain calm. We're going to sort all this out and just find out exactly what the scores are. We're going to say all square. There it is, the 11th hole. Let's hear from Sophie Walker.
Well, it's really blowing here on the 11th hole. We've got a raised tee shot on this par 3. The flag is 30 yards on, but the wind howling from left to right. It's a good day for parascending, maybe not golf, because the ball you would think would whip across down that right-hand side. It's actually quite a blind tee shot to a back left pin. If you do go after the pin, you can catch this downslope and the ball will kick off down the right-hand side. Left, not the place to be. Down the right does open it up, but I just don't know how you hit this green. With this wind going from left to right and the shape of this slope, everything wants to move away from the pin. It's over 200 yards. It's exposed. Hitting the green is a success here.
well, nicely set up for us by Sophie, and the overhead view confirms what she was saying. Imagine the wind coming strongly off the left as we show you this aerial shot. The pin is over on the left-hand side, as it was on this day. So it's a tester. It's a beautiful tester.
Back to the tee. Richard teed up. That little practice swing he's got there. So wide and pause and push forward. Push forward, yeah. Trying to keep pressure down and forward. It's one of those elastic band bodies that can just fire up when you don't want it to, so straight at it. It's an absolutely brilliant shot. Superb shot. Downwind with a wedge, very good. Now, for par.
In the other semi-final, the American, who's already 3 up. Oh, it catches the corner of the hole. He's been pretty hot with that putter this afternoon.
Catch a piece. Ah, catches the runoff. Now you've got a much more complicated shot. Across the bank. Well, advantage teed up. Gotta say, Stewart has had some great putts.
Now here's Riga with 2 putts to win this 12th hole. Nicely judged. So Emil Riga, the German, back to just 2 down against Maloney. So there's some way to go in that match still. Maloney 2 up. And all square in the other semi-final, playing for a place in the final of the Amateur Championship tomorrow. Went down as 2 birdies for Graham and Tedder on the 10th, but
I'd say that could be right. I mean, if if he hit it that far down in 1, he chipped and putted. Yeah, so that would make sense.
So they halved the 10th, which is why they're still all square.
Yeah. Now, was a superb wedge shot, I would have thought, 200 downwind. Pitched about there. Very good. Now he will have to wait and see what sort of a chip shot Stewart plays, but definite advantage Tida.
Back to the semi-finals of the Amateur Championship, being played at Royal Liverpool Golf Club in Hoylake. From here you're looking across, aren't you, to the northern coast of Wales. So second shot on this par 3 11th hole. Pitches it in just the right spot and in it goes! Well, that's a magic moment for Stuart Graham. And in match play, that kind of moment can be absolutely priceless.
That was such a perfectly played shot, wasn't it? Great speed through the ball, pitched it on his mark, controlled that first bounce, body blow to Richard Tida. See how he responds. Feet back into the wind. Would think that would move from right to left. Good speed. Left to right. Wow. And how it swings and moves around on your golf. Time for the coach and caddy just to calm him. Well, 13 is upcoming. Let's see what Sophie Walker has got for us.
I have got two pearlers for you, Simon. Both tee shots, 330 yards, straight down the middle on 13, avoiding the pot bunker on the left-hand side. First up, Maloney. He has 231 to the front edge, and he's got 268 back pin. Bunker's guarding the left-hand side. Wind right to left. He wants to send this down the right edge and hit a draw. It's a good-looking shot for him, this. Going for it in two.
Tugged to the left. Okay.
Can't he?
Come on, Emil. Will that hang on? God, wasn't far away from being a great shot, and now to the lap of the gods.
That's a really naughty kick he's had there.
We don't know how far left Matt has hit that ball, but there's some deep, deep grass down there, Andy. All will be revealed. Great to see the fans, as they're called, out there. Great experience to go to one of these tournaments.
Got a feeling it might be Reed Arnaldo at the back there, who's walking along supporting Matt Maloney, the other American who was knocked out at the quarter-final stage earlier. But yeah, we are all about to find out just how bad the result of Maloney's shot.
Anybody see the one that came here?
It's been. You can probably hear the Liverpudlian voice in the background there. Did anybody see the one that came here? Let's hope somebody saw it as we go back to Tedder on the tee after being hit by a body blow from Graham.
Wow. We don't know where that went, but he gave absolutely everything, didn't he?
I mean, talking about the beauty of match play is a little bit like talking about the magic of the cup, magic of the FA Cup. It's a bit of a cliche, but that previous hole was a prime example of a player can make a mistake, look as though they're very much second favourite to win the hole, and then that wonderful chip turn things round completely. We think that Tedder went into the bunker, whereas Graham is on the fairway. We'll come back to them in a moment. But that's what makes match play so captivating, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. You just got to ride. You've got peaks and troughs. You've just got to ride those troughs. Stay in there. Make it really hard for your opponent to beat you. And you always have a chance. Over 18 holes, you'll have a chance. So Emil must now wait. Time to compose yourself. 6 holes to go. You are 2 down. Let's hear from Sophie.
He may be 2 down, but his playing partner is in big trouble. He's actually found a fairway bunker on the 2nd hole. So he's 50 yards left of the pin. He's flag high, so he's level with the flag, but he's at the back of the bunker. And he's got a 50-yard bunker shot over a path, over hay, and it's at the back of the bunker, so it's on a slight downslope. Good luck, Matt.
Okay, halfway. Very awkward. It certainly looks as though Emil his chance. Emil to go. Must just be on the bank there. Releases out very nicely. Well done.
Assuming that most of his friends and family are still in Germany, I wonder if any of them would pop on a plane tonight or tomorrow morning if he makes the final. He's based out in the States himself, but I remember commentating on the Ladies Amateur Championship a couple of years ago. Annabelle Pancake got through to the final, and her dad flew over from the USA through the night after her semi-final victory and got there in time to walk out to give her a big hug on something like the 11th hole of the final.
Brilliant.
So it's perfectly possible.
Here we go. Bad angle. Not a great lie. Wow, he left it short. Superb shot, really. Really bad second shot. Very untidy. Maybe trying to hold one up and flipped it. Still, one good putt. Keeps the pressure on your opponent.
Stuart Graham's family could hop on a boat and drive along the north coast of Wales to be here tomorrow, if they're not already.
Wow, again. Magician. A par. One good shot.
He's a very proficient putter, isn't he, from what we've seen today?
He's a magician. Now, you have to expect your opponent will do that.
Would be for 2 hole wins in a row. Has he given it enough?
Funny little stroke that, like the 1 inch follow through, but that was
ouch.
A massive opportunity which he could not afford to miss.
He's not been ahead at any point in this match. Matt Maloney went ahead on the 3rd hole. Got out to 3 up, did Maloney, after 11.
Oh.
Dear.
Pinto, what do we do? Too many foul balls, really, in Richard teed a game. You can't play against someone as good as Stuart Gray and gift so many shots. Just a great little fade action there.
There are so many runoffs, aren't there?
Yeah.
Around so many of these greens.
Yeah, just missed it on the, but missed it on the right side there, underneath the hole, underneath, inside the wind. So you're into the wind. That's disgraceful. I'll tell you what, the gallery have done an unbelievable job of finding the balls today. So you sort of expect, sort of like, who would it be? David Bellamy or Richard Attenborough.
You're showing your age there, David Bellamy.
Proud of that.
David Attenborough.
David Attenborough.
Dickie Attenborough is the actor.
Is that right?
I mean, he might be able to find a golf ball as well, but...
Here we go.
Need a shovel to get this one out.
Is it plugged?
Or just whip it back there. Sort of close the face. That's the only doable thing.
Well, they're having to consider knocking it backwards onto the fairway.
Or I take like a 5-iron open face.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it?
I'm gonna tow it. Everyone just get out of the way. Going the wrong way.
The caddy just laughed at him there for a
Open
moment because
open face 5-iron. No.
I know. It's just like I need to make contact. 54. Plug it, sure. I don't know. This is a 50 bigger. No, but it's more open and it's not just cuts it under. 54 cuts the top of the plug. Go there. I think you need to close it that much. No. Eh? So you can go a little bit more left. Huh? Yeah, but like, I think so. Yeah,
So second shot heading
from here. Yeah.
the wrong way.
Well done. Well done.
A very British and polite well done from the lady next to our camera operator.
I've never thought playing this one going that way. Now we got 7 minutes. That would be a sick par.
I mean, they're entertaining, aren't they?
Let's see how far back he's had to go. I mean, we've talked about how brilliant he is as a scrambler.
Like being on a safari.
It's almost
Being
3
his
off the
caddy.
tee here, isn't it?
Well,
but actually we know his power. So if he could, we still don't exactly know where he's ended up from that shot. But let's say he's got a decent lie back out here on the fairway. If he can plonk it close with his third shot, then he still has a chance of halving the hole, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I feel like he may have even squirted it out over and into the rough the other side, though, a bit, just from... The crowd response was initially positive just for making contact. OK, I think he's all right. He pulled up just short of going off the fairway the other side. There we can see. Well, this would be a recovery, wouldn't it?
Amazing. I don't think Stuart's really ever played with anyone like this before. So obviously just trying to get that club a little bit online, more online. When he hits it, it doesn't look anything like that. Amazing.
Oh.
Stay. Oh. Stay, stay, stay.
Oh, how unlucky. From
What a
where he
shot,
was,
though.
yeah, from where he was as well, that would have looked an incredible shot where it pitched. That's a shame, really, because for those people who enjoy watching a bit of a maverick, that Ted Eyre is certainly one of those.
Now, just watch the pace of this stroke. Chip the last one in. The speed is so much in the right place. That was a little clumsy. I think that's gone off the other side. So amazingly, they have both played 3. Maybe just waited too long over it.
Is that a common regular seagull?
I'm not a big fan of seagulls since one stole my bacon and egg bap right before I teed off at St Andrews one morning. So our relationship is still not recovered.
Ted Eyre's going to be so disappointed when he walks up here and sees where he finished compared to where he pitched. Yeah, hopefully you can lip read there, but it's a shame in a way for the spectacle of the hole that it didn't cling on to the green. So he's still scrambling.
Focus. Get going. Yeah, well played. Little bump and run. Very good there. Clumsy chip. Oh, nearly a brilliant putt. Richard Teedham may still have a little bit of work to tidy that up. Yeah, 4 feet. Very good. Very, very good. Rob Lee with me now. Robbie has been all over the place. His caddy laughed at him. He said, what about an open face 5-iron? He just laughed at him.
It does appear, though, in my break that the wind has died.
Yes, no doubt, Rob. The first one, just a little bit out of control there. First little movement around from Matt Maloney. Just a half a door open now for Emil Riga.
Gets on with it, doesn't he?
It's a very strange stroke, Rob. It's like a 1-inch follow through. It's almost like a little pop stroke.
Almost like a recoiler with a club head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There it is. It's almost like not on Earth, isn't it? It's just amazing.
Otherworldly. It is a little bit like that. Quite unusual with the way the course is shaped.
Yeah.
From the overhead view with the narrow end to the front nine, the narrow start to the back nine, then it Ys, if you like.
Yeah.
Like a Y.
No. Very nice. Putted so well.
He might dehydrate if he continues to lose water.
All sorts of footpaths down in that swamp.
It's kind of marsh, isn't it, down
yeah,
there?
Yeah, it is. And you see Martin Hawtrey's opened up a lot of these dunes and exposed them.
You go over the back of 15,
Yeah,
then you par 3,
that.
and it's very much
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
It's almost wilderness looking
Yeah.
before you get to where the sea is.
Yeah.
So Hoylake's got a bit of everything.
Yeah, 15-mile wind, and it's got some game, hasn't it?
No, I think it's underbid as what a golf course it is. You know, the usual staples like Muirfield and Birkdale and Royal St George's. Hoylake's terrific. So they're close games. One hole for Riga makes that top match extremely on edge, and the bottom match can change any time.
Yeah, no, I mean you've got some serious tension there, haven't you? And for what's at stake, a chance to have your hands on the greatest trophy in your part of the game.
Well, it's not, it's not the claret jug, but in the amateur game, if you're the amateur champion, you go from Bobby Jones and work your way north. It's an extraordinary thing to have your name edged on.
Yeah.
It really is fab. This is the 15th, the hole we keep talking about, just 90 yards today. And one thing is, you can't be short of the pin when you pitch with spin. That's beautiful.
Brilliant shot.
That's the result of a brilliant tee shot at the wonderful 15th par 3. But Emil Riga, Maloney to reply.
Off the back. Keep going. That's difficult. Got a lot of swing right to left to calculate there.
1 hour ago, a sandwich with spin into off the left, blowing 15, gusting 20, that made that front pin a horrible prospect.
Yeah.
It's eased off now with the breeze. They can be a little more aggressive and more sure of the result of the ball, especially how far it pitches. Now there's a view from the side, above side view of just a brilliant par 3, and you can see what we were talking about, the sort of wilderness marshland beyond the green with that kind of natural sand. Absolutely fab. it doesn't look and appear and feel when you play it that it's festooned with bunkers. It doesn't give you that impression, but where they are,
yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
You know, they're so strategic, and you just cannot. You just cannot, you know, play out of them. We've seen that. You know, Emil Riga was in a fairway bunker, just hit it 30 yards sideways back into play. So now with a baby elephant in between him and the hole. Okay, well, what you don't want to do is hang it up on the bank and not solve that downslope, but a little clumsy there. His opponent underneath the hole, just a nice uphill right to left putt. He did leave one of these short, so
well, this is massive. This will get him back to just 1 down with 3 to play, and it's game on.
couple of those.
If he's missed left.
Yep.
That was a big chance.
Oh,
big chance. Yeah. Now, the way Maloney has performed with this club, I wouldn't have any confidence if I was Emil that this is going to slide past in any way. Completely assume he's going to hold this.
It's such a good roll, isn't it?
Yeah,
such a good roll. Oh, Emil Riga.
Right, Graham, 2nd to 13. It's going a little left.
Oh, there's a big trap there. Unforced error. That was not the miss. Looking to work it from the left back into the middle of the fairway, into the middle of the green.
Quite a peculiar pre-shot routine.
It's almost Alex Noren-like, isn't it? It's a big over-exaggeration, because this kind of just flips in behind him, sucks it kind of laid off, and then rips it open.
That's going left.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not bunkered. And he's got a little bit of a spine between him and the putting surface.
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to hold it up. The other one's a 50-yard bunker shot, so and you never really know. If they come in that hot and they get stuck against the bank, you might not even get a lie at it. There it is. Both players covered those 2 traps on the right, played from the right side of the fairway. As we move across there, you can just see the angle that they got. So Stewart is in one of those last 2 traps short and left of the green. Pin is a little further up the green today on the right, but it's just magnificent, isn't it?
Green side left bunker.
So much undulation and movement on the greens, tons of pin placements.
It's often about how the ball's lying when he gets up there, because they can stick on the side, the upslopes. If it's against you, sometimes you haven't got a stance.
Yeah.
Your backside's against the revetted face, and you can't get in to get at the ball. I'm not saying that's what his ball has when he gets there, but that does happen here.
The referee striding on.
Well, he's got a tenuous lead, just one in it between Gray and Tedder. I mean, look, from where we are, just looking for a facial clue.
I mean, that's not an amazing lie, I would suggest.
I actually thought it was okay. There was no sort of mini shake of the head. I didn't see that.
But I don't think he gives you that, does he?
I didn't see that.
Well, he obviously thinks he can get at the pin, so he must not have a bad lie.
I would think it's the bunker shot first. That's 4, 5 practice swings. Let's not his go. Okay, there we go. Right, listen out for the thud, the contact between the flange of the sand wedge and the density of the sand. How about
What
that?
a shot. What a shot. Incredible shot.
How about that? That's a really good match play moment, that. He's in the bunker near the face. His opposition's over the back of the green, but lying fine. How do I apply pressure? Well, it's by doing that. Going for the 5 again.
Okay, into the wind. Maybe didn't quite get it all the way that he wanted there. Let's head out and see what Sophie's up to.
Now, this 16th hole was the 18th hole at the Open Championship, out of bounds all the way down the right. So both players have hit it left and they're in the rough. Emil has caught a great lie. The grass is with him. He's got 251 yards to the flag, 3 bunkers on the left-hand side of that pin, so he's looking down the right.
Okay, just didn't control it out the rough there. Maybe a little jumper, but nevertheless missed it in the right place. Much less club from Maloney. Well, in one of those traps.
Bit more wind noise now. The lull seems to have picked up. Every one of these putts is becoming critical. So if you're behind, it's the situation for Tedder. brilliance of the bunker shot that was quite close to the face and not particularly close to the hole. This is a wonderful opportunity for a birdie and a chance to go 2 up for Graham. He may well rue that.
That was his chance, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just?
Oof. Time to get out of there. Move on.
As far as I remember playing golf, they never come back into the hole. You can pick that one up.
Yeah, and move on.
Very tight game.
So, the 16 green, 1 long, 1 short in one of those 3 traps Sophie was telling us about earlier. Looks like it's spun round and hit the trap number 2. Matt wants to know if it's him to play.
Well, you're correct, Simon. The American has found the first of the 3 traps. The lie's good. He's got 27 yards because that front bunker is right at the front of this green. It hit the revetted face, came back. The lie's okay. Important to not go right of this flag. There's a swale that takes it away from the hole. He's got a downwind bunker shot, but he has been excellent out the sand so far this afternoon. Looking to pitch this one past halfway.
It's very good, isn't it? Everything's very, very tidy. Walk slow, putting strokes got great tempo. Very good.
It reminds me a bit of JT Poston.
Oh, I love that, Rob. That is a very good shout.
Trying to judge the bounce and the roll and the gather down to the cup, and that's an excellent shot. Getting better. Borderline tap-in.
What a shot that was. So, concluding holes of the semi-final matches, the Amateur Championship. Emil has just played an absolute belter from long and right, but he is against a potential future boss of the Moss with Matt Maloney. Great putter.
I'm amazed how close they get to the hole with their feet. You know, if you were a portly player, let's say, and you were putting your big heffalump feet a foot from the hole, that could affect the guy behind. Could be going right along the edge of the welt of your shoe and gets knocked off course. It's bad manners, I think.
How about that? Don't know if that was a misread, but didn't hit the hole.
No. Maybe his serene passage is about to become a little rockier. The German has to hold this. He doesn't make a meal of it, does he?
No, he does not. In, out, boom, done. It's like there's a process. I see it, I feel it, I'm doing it, bang.
I have to say it again to you. He doesn't make.
I know, I got it.
Did you?
Yeah,
I
but
was
I
disappointed
can't.
in your reaction.
Yeah, because
Very
I can't react to that.
Is it to save yourself?
It's just appalling. So, apologies. There it is. The links at Hoylake. Magnificent.
They picked the perfect time to take these shots. You know, with a half shadow on the clubhouse.
Yeah,
and
but look
where
at
the sunlight
look at
hits.
the puddles by the car. It was hosing down 5 minutes before that. Anyway, there you have it. The new look. Pretty spectacular, I've got to say.
Top of your screen, that's the 15th green.
Yeah.
Right in the corner, yeah.
Yeah, Martin Ebert. The redesign.
There are a few chunky houses around here as well.
Oh, this is a fantastic place to stay. And
the
live.
Wirral.
Yeah. Oh, amazing. Think of the 5 golf courses you've got 1 hour from your house. Amazing, incredible.
What, Southport and Ainsdale?
And just work your way up Formby.
Birkdale.
What, could you get to Lytham? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
That's leftish.
I'll go up to the green, yeah.
Tight line. Oh, it's good now. That's very good. That's applying a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, let's see how he reacts. He's been the poster boy for cool, calm and collected.
Does that run out of room on the right? No, that's equally
Two
good.
great shots.
Cracking tee shots.
Okay.
That is the first hole as we play the Open. Yes.
Right.
It's quite a difficult tee shot because you don't see much. You see that bunker sticking out the left-hand side, but perspective of where left and right misses are, it's not straightforward. Those were excellent.
Had an amazing opportunity at the last. Now to control the yardage from the semi. Overpitched that. Not easy, that.
Well, the breeze is hard left to right for these approach shots. Now, guessing the right amount of spin or how much spin you're going to get from here is... It's best guess. That's all it is. It's best guess.
No, I think you've got to think, you know, you've got to back pin a little bit there. You've got to try to figure out, you know, bounce the front and hopefully release it to middle back. Especially after your opponent's just hit it 35 yards through the back.
Well, it's the flyer that reaches the pin.
Yeah.
It's not the other way around.
Yeah. Higher. Softer. Ooh. He had to play for that. That was his only shot.
Yeah, that's well thought out. If it jumps, it would have got back to where the hole was, and if it doesn't, he's still putting. But he's still chasing, is Richard. Only one down, very much in it. But we're on the homeward run now.
Yeah, big time.
Any mistake on his part?
Gone.
Probably terminal.
Yeah, less oxygen now. Okay.
Tight semi-finals, aren't they?
Yeah, brilliant.
Look at that.
Superb.
Well, these were 2 drives hit as good as you could hit them into the spot that's perfect, right next to each other.
It sure is, especially with the wind into left to right on this dog leg, from right to left, a gradual one. They've managed to avoid the bunkers, which is where you want to be. Matt Maloney is first to play. He's got 145 yards to a front left flag. Back into the wind, as I say, slightly from left to right, this wind. And it's gusted back up. The wind was down for the past 30 minutes, but it's back there now. So this is playing 145, but maybe more like a 160 shot.
That's a good shot.
Yeah, it is. It's really good, Rob. He's done well in the winds, the American player. He's got one of those sort of wind tempos, hasn't he? No flash of speed.
JT Poston.
JT Poston.
Some of his arm angles and wrist positions are a little similar to Richard Tedder, a little bit.
Yes.
Same rangy build.
Oh, he loved that. He absolutely flushed it. He's coming good at the right time. He's got no holes left, but I tell you what, he's putting up a fight.
No quarter given between those two. Back to big right on 14, Grahan.
Oh, a mistake. A big mistake.
Four's now looking a very good score in this match. Tedder in the box seat, he's there in 2. Looks like the green sends it a bit right to left, but the breeze is across him the other way.
To hit it to a foot. Run. 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 Done. That's the right play. Almost for the first time today, pressure gets returned back to Stewart. Made a mistake at the last hole, almost like overreacted to that mistake, and now first really poor shot. Failed to control the wedge shot, went through the back.
Well, this is shot to nothing. It's just a half the hole, so you're back to all square unless you do something special. Good try.
Yeah, very good try. Okay.
To the diminutive 15th they go. 90 yards of sheer hell.
Certainly is. Now, up the hill. This has not been the best club in his bag. He needs something. Good roll. Oh, nothing there.
That's just a little further away than it looks. Good putt, though. Gave it a
very
run.
good putt.
Yeah, it's a good putt. He's going to have one more chance to make a birdie, and he'll be praying this doesn't go in. Just let me go down the last.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying to yourself. If you're Emil. Opposite for Maloney. Hole this, take care of business.
Great roll. Okay. No options for Emil.
This is just left centre. Coming back and well struck. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good. First putt was good.
Yeah, he'd have been nervous over that.
Yeah.
And they are going to go down 18. One in it.
So, Emil taking on fluids. It's a long, old week.
He's just got it back to level. He's got the honour at 15. It's a sandwich.
Sit, sit, sit. Ooh.
He was lucky.
Yes.
Because another yard and it goes into oblivion, but he's got some putt from there.
He has. He's got 10 feet of right-left swing there.
Minimum. Now, how bold dare he be with this?
I don't think this is the one. I think this has got to be middle of the green. Take your 15-footer.
He'd be bold. Very good shot.
Yeah.
Under the cosh like that?
Yeah.
Having let things slip a little bit?
Yeah, yeah.
Recent minutes? That was really good.
Very good shot.
And that's the thing about that 15th. When the ball's spinning to an up target, you're never quite sure how far it's going to carry, and it's crucial.
Yeah, that's well done.
It's a great hole. Graham may well have a putt for the two to go one up with one to play. We'll see. Let's get to that 18th tee.
That makes that angle, that's not a great angle.
I think the angle's good from there.
It's just, it's hot though, isn't it?
Oh,
where
it's
the pin is today.
It's the lie of the grass.
Right, front right.
He's taking everything on down the right-hand side here. Well, that's a Scotty Scheffler finish.
Yeah.
As he saved it. Did he get the right hand in enough?
Pretty lucky with the bounces there.
Oh, it's made the fairway. That is absolutely mint now.
So just over the front right trap. Pin on the 18th green. Go back to 15.
Doing aim point across 70 feet with maybe 10-foot of break.
Yeah. definitely had the wrong club in his hands on.
Well, it's impossible that you're not walking on your line. It's utterly impossible for that length of putt with a big break. Because if you know where to stand and avoid it, you know where the line is. Two putts will be excellent from here.
Yeah. What a putt. What a putt. Superb. Well done.
Well, the one good thing for Graham is it's made his picture very clear. There isn't a possible miss 5 or 6 footer coming because he's got his 3. If you want to change things in your favour, you're going to have to hold the putt. Zero confusion. That's what you want. That's all you can ask for. Clarity. Jeddah can't watch.
Oh, that was a great putt. That was a super putt. Okay.
Par 5 to come.
And we go down to the very final few holes. This has got everything at stake here, hasn't it, Rob?
Well, he's got a great line. It's just how far will it release?
Oh, it didn't gallop up. Front trap.
Decision made for Maloney, 80 yards. He's playing way left of this pin.
Big mistake by Emil. Oh. You've got to have a putt at it.
Well, now, if he's in the bunker, he has to hold a bunker shot. That's a very rare thing. Could be Maloney striding up 18 on his way to a 36-hole final, the American. It's funny, isn't it, that the Amateur Championship, great players have won the Amateur Championship, but not all amateur champions are great players.
Yeah, that's true.
It doesn't always translate, does it?
Wow. Good shot. Brew the tee shot, losing control of the ball there, and then the unforced error. The only place he couldn't go was that right trap.
Well, from the natural order of things, it will be Maloney to go first. I'll see one putt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
But I would be amazed if this reaches the hole.
Within 6 inches of the hole done.
Just a dribble.
Yeah.
And we have one finalist.
Good player. Played nicely.
So the American beats the German as Maloney into the 36-hole final on Saturday. Almost went Sunday there. Well played. He's certainly got his value for money green fee wise, hasn't he?
That's a lot of holes, isn't it? He played well when it was difficult conditions and windy off the left. Those first 7 holes, he was very good, very, very tidy.
Well, American players love to come over and play the amateur, and American club golfers love to come across to these parts.
Yeah.
To play golf, links golf.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the best golf. There you have it. We await his opponent. Somewhere on 16, Graham and Tida. But well done by Maloney, Matt Maloney, Georgia. It's the golf course, redesigned, moved, improved.
Well, let's hear from Matt Maloney talking to Sophie after his really good win.
Matt, very well played. You're through to the final of the Amateur Championship, looking to go back-to-back for the Americans. But I have to say, you handled these conditions, especially early on, fantastically well.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was really, really windy to start today. So obviously this morning it wasn't, so we had to adjust a lot. And yeah, I think we handled it as well as we could have.
And you said we. I'm assuming you're talking about James, your caddy.
Right.
Tell us a little bit about him, because he's been caddying for you today.
Yeah, he's been caddying for me today. I had another caddy, Curtis, who I want to give Curtis a bunch of credit because he did a great job. But James is my teammate at Georgia, and he's my roommate, and we're traveling together. It's both of our first times traveling without our parents. So, yeah, I mean, we made a deal with each other that if one of us gets knocked out, the other's going to caddy. So he's been on the bag. He's been doing a great job.
Well, you've got a 36-hole final tomorrow. You played 36 holes today. How are you going to prepare for that from now on?
The same I have going into today and the day before. Just rest up, do some compression, ice heat, you know, the normal stuff that you would do. Just get ready for tomorrow.
So the boys are out in Liverpool travelling without their parents, but don't worry, there's going to be a quiet Friday night.
Absolutely.
Well played.
Thank you.
Oh, very well done. Congratulations. It's an achievement to make a final in itself, whether you win or not. Of course, you're turning up for the pot and all the spoils and the invites to all the majors. Augusta National beckons, and for him that would be unbelievably special. So this is where Tedder's tee shot finished down the 16th, par 5. You can't miss this one right because there's out of bounds that looms down there. If you find the fairway from the tee box, you've been brave. Fraught with danger. And Graham appears to be standing on the cut and prepared. Yeah, well done. Well played. real wide shot to see who's going first. It looks like Graham. Wind hard off the right. But if you can get it drawing on the wind and get a firm bounce. Well, I think he likes that swing. Missed the bunkers at the front. Ah, it's a terrific shot. Just a brilliant shot at the right time from the Irishman. How about that?
He's got his family here with him. Just during my break there, I was seeing a social media video of him getting a high five before today's round from his little boy. Don't know if they're out on the course with him or waiting in the comfort of the clubhouse, possibly watching this coverage. But what can Ted Eyre do now? His fairways hit number today must be pretty low.
Yeah,
he
all
keeps
day.
coming back.
Well, he'll be smashing a 6-iron from here, maybe.
Well, there were some comments there saying it's gone left. That would have been as the players were looking at the green, but we think it's gone right. Either way, we didn't see it appear on the green, so it's very much advantage Graham.
Check.
And yeah, great performance from
17th
Matt
fairway,
Maloney.
so we're not going to the tee anymore. We're just going to go to the
Had an
fairway.
American
So is
winner
this the fairway?
last year in Ethan Fang. Might have 2 in a row tomorrow. Long way to go as we look down this long 16th hole.
Well, the out of bounds on the right looms large. That's full of grandstands when you play an Open Championship here, but Mr. Bunkers, be brave, get it in the middle of the fairway, and you can do exactly what we just saw with the 5-iron into that final green. Graham's second was excellent. So he's got an eagle putt. Unsure where the tether ball has finished. There are some deep pots trying to catch it.
Just one other word about Matt Maloney. His results in the match play this week. He won by 1 hole against Hamish Farquharson of Australia, 1 hole against Edwin Askefors of Sweden, the 24th hole against Arthur Carlier of France, won the last to win by 2 holes against Kihei Akina earlier on today, and then 1 hole against Emil Riga. So he has gone the distance and more in every single match play round. So he is very deserving of his place in tomorrow's final.
Full value for his entrance fee.
Exactly.
I mean, loop after loop around Royal Liverpool. But great experience for the young lads who come here, who've had a college education and a college experience of golf. Some of them playing links golf for the first time. And if they do make their way in the world of golf, it's something they have to get used to. So something like this, top international tournament play under pressure, it really does fill up your toolkit as you go forward as a playing professional.
Yeah, 132 holes Maloney will have played at the end of today. Possibly 36 or more still to go tomorrow, we shall see. So Ted Eyre did go way right as he would have been looking down the fairway, and he's got the blade wide open again.
He's in a horror spot. Bunker between him and the pin. Downwind. That's downdraft, that pitch.
Well, Simon's called him a magician. He'll need something special from here.
I mean, 20 feet will be outstanding from here. It looks like it's sitting up. He could get underneath this. I think you gamble. Your opposition's going to make a birdie, worse ways. You gamble on this one, go for the Hail Mary. Big swing, lot of loft. Yeah, that's it. This is going upstairs. That is just unbelievably good. It's about 20 feet. That was a worldie. Well done. You cannot call the pitch into question. It's the wrong place to miss the green. And that you can trace that back to missing the fairway, of which he's done a lot.
Yeah, he certainly has. And yet he's still very close to a place in the final, although it could be a decisive move this from Graham on the 16th. And all of the spectators now able to just follow this one match as they will tomorrow. So a bit of an atmosphere now around this green. Well, a great effort, and it might still be enough. Would have liked to have made sure, of course.
Well played hole though. Found the fairway with the driver, 5-iron middle of the green, and nearly made an eagle. That's fine play when it's coming down to the business end. And this is what Ted has done. He's scrapped and clawed and tried to stay in every match that he's been in. Hasn't always been pretty, but he's gritty.
Well, we can cut him a bit of slack for taking his time over this particular one, because this is an important putt.
That hand on hip posture from Graham has been all the way around. He's had to watch this putting routine. On up the man in green.
Ted can't keep escaping from these difficult positions he's putting himself in, and he's berating himself. But it's not the fault of the putt, is it?
How many 20-footers do you make? It's not the 20-footer. He needs to grow up a bit here. Poor drive, poor second. Left himself in no man's land. Move on.
He wants it. He wants it very badly. But he's still... Don't go near Richard Tedder for the next few seconds. Let him calm down. As they move to the 17th tee.
Well, if you're Graham, you're thinking 2 more good swings here and a good swing up the last, and that might be enough to get it done.
Last Irish winner of this amateur championship was in 2019. James Sugrue beat Ewan Walker of Scotland at Portmarnock.
Great golf course. What a golf course that is. Portmarnock is special. Used to play Carroll's Irish Opens there back in the day. You step onto the tee and they give you 40 cigarettes, of which your caddy took them straight away.
Alex Maguire was another Irishman who reached the semi-finals of this championship. That was 4 years ago.
Well, he's backed himself with the driver, Graham. He's got that teed up, so he's not laying back. He's not trying to squeeze this at all, trying to flush it.
Somewhere in there, we think. He was certainly leaning as if it had gone right a bit.
He could move it.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't necessarily back Tedder to find the fairway, but
no,
distance-wise, he's not going to leave himself much. It's like a coiled spring, isn't it?
It's a big unwind. Is it going to hang on there and find the fairway?
Oh,
that is so far down there, it's ludicrous. That has just gone so far. He's got that in his game. He's got, I remember when he was trying to qualify for the Open, he carried a bunker into the breeze that was 300. People don't do that.
Well, we have pointed out when he's missed the fairway and been a bit ragged, so we have to absolutely take our hat off to him there. Fantastic drive, plumb position, brilliant distance. And we await to see where the Irishman is. We think off the fairway.
Golf's amazing, isn't it? You think of a clubhead travelling, in his case, maybe 130 miles an hour, and 1 degree, open or closed, it's not finding the fairway. So Ted has done the first bit. I don't think Graham's in any trouble down the right-hand side, so you would assume that he'll need a birdie to get all square going down the last.
Typical Irish demeanour, affable, pretty relaxed. Easier to be relaxed when you're one up, of course, but that's pretty much his demeanour all the time.
I think it's a great story. You know, mid-30s, tried the pro thing, went back to the amateur thing, has a proper job. I mean, in essence, he is the amateur in the amateur championship. The others are all looking, this is stepping stone stuff on their way to a pro career.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, actually, to ask him about afterwards, isn't it? That, you know, in a funny sort of way, if he wins this championship, there'd probably be a bit more pressure for him to go professional again, wouldn't there? Or do you get the impression that that's just not something that he's going to consider again?
No, I suspect he's, you know, he's got, I believe, a youngster here as well.
Yeah.
Got family. He's got a career. And he's going to play. I mean, it's a glorious thing for him to play in all the the cherry on the cake events, the Open, Masters, and it goes on. As an amateur, in as much as he's now at the top of his tree, he's not trying to be a pro. So then it becomes super valuable. He'll have that experience. I hope he goes on and does it.
Just referring back to Tedes's drive, of course, it came moments after we'd seen him, you know, not losing his head. That would be an exaggeration, but certainly he was extremely flustered and still managed to control that drive.
He was strongly admonishing himself in Estonian.
Sophie's down there.
I am. Stewart's quite close to this 18th tee box as he sprayed it down the right-hand side. He's looking down at that golf ball because there's some grass behind it, so it's going to kind of block his entrance into the back of the golf ball. He's got 144 yards to the flag, but he has to bear in mind that this lie could drag it left, and there's a pot bunker waiting for him with his playing partner 60 yards further on down the fairway. This shot is going to be pretty important, but it's all about how he gets that club into the back of the ball, maybe get a bit steeper. And looking at a front number, as I said, 144 pin, but it's only 9 on, 6 from the left. So guarding for that left miss here, the Irishman. The wind, it's softening, it really is softening. It's into from the left, it's probably from about 10:30 on that clock face. It's quite a skinny green, this one. It's only 20 yards wide from left to right. And he's looking to find it. So 144 from a clunky lie.
Name of the game here for him is make a par, make the other guy have to birdie to beat you on a hole. That's really well done. Really well worked out.
That's years of experience, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Stand still in the back, please.
This is a lob wedge. And the breeze off the left hurting a bit. Should be able to stall it in the air and pitch it on the green and stop it.
Go on.
Yeah. A lot of power in the tee shot, a lot of power in the pitch.
Look at that. He can't believe he's put it over the back of the pin. What have I done? Is his expression. He's got to refocus though. Still up for grabs. It occurs to me, my understanding is that the runner-up tomorrow gets a place in this new last chance qualifier for the Open on the Monday of Open Week. So Matt Maloney has guaranteed himself at least a place in that event to be in and around Birkdale in Open Week.
1 of 12. So as an amateur, fly back to the States and then fly back.
Yeah, he can also play in final qualifying, so it might be that he comes back for that, attempts to get in that way, and then obviously he'd come out of the last chance qualifier, but I think that's a backup insurance policy as well.
I think it's going to be Tedder to go first, because often hole high is a lot nearer than long and short. Yeah, Graham doesn't look to be in a big rush.
You wouldn't have predicted that Tere would be further away from the hole than his opponent, having seen the 2 tee shots. This angle will foreshorten things a bit, so I think he's actually a considerable distance further away. You don't see many golfers wearing spectacles, do you?
No, he's got the Eric Morecambe's about him, hasn't he? Because he's got to keep adjusting and pushing them back on. They're sort of slipping off. Be a handy time to hole one.
Good line all the way, didn't it? And then just turned at the end.
Yeah, it was a good attempt at the putter. You'd like to have that pitch back again. So, Graham, it is a marathon this week, but he's got a putt for the match.
Love to get this job done right here, right now.
That's a good try. Got it past the hole and wasn't that far away. And from where he was off the tee, that's a good 4. Still the small question of the return putt for Tere. That's at least 6 feet away, that.
This could be a twitchy one. Oh, what a shame for Richard Tere. What a sad way for the match to finish in so many ways, but it means happiness, it means joy for Stuart Graham of Ireland, who is through to the final of the Amateur Championship tomorrow. He has played solidly all day, all week. And he'll now go up against Matt Maloney of the USA across 36 holes, maybe even more tomorrow, to try to become the amateur champion of 2026.
It's always tough, isn't it? Someone has to win, someone has to lose. And both men have made such a journey to get to this point within breathing distance of getting to the 36-hole final. And then you feel, because it's such an enduring final day, that you can make things happen in your favour, but only Graham and Matt Maloney will get the opportunity.
So USA versus Ireland tomorrow. Richard Tere has now made 2 quarterfinals and 1 semi-final of this championship. I'm sure he'll be back again to try and take the next step. Interesting matchup tomorrow now, Maloney and Graham. it's rare for this championship not to end up with the two players who deserve to be in the final.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they've looked like the two players that have been more consistently dogged throughout today, especially. Maloney looked like he played the best golf, and Graham has been terrific as well. So yeah, I think it's a matchup that's fitting, that both men have deserved. If you get there, you deserve it. But they both look like the players that would make it.
So it is across 36 holes tomorrow, that final. They tee off at just after 8:30 in the morning tomorrow, and then again at just after 1:30, both UK times. Let's hear it from somebody who is going to be very happy, I'm sure, Stuart Graham is now, with Sophie Walker.
Well, the 17th green is where it finished, Stuart. You were really tight match, and the conditions at the beginning, they were brutal. But as an Irishman, we always say, you must have been loving it.
Yeah, to a degree, yeah. It was actually so windy. I think it was nearly 4 clubs we were kind of talking about, so it was getting a bit dicey, but it kind of laid down then around 10, 11, so you could actually try and hit some better shots coming in. But yeah, look, I'm absolutely delighted to have a chance tomorrow, so yeah.
There was never more than one hole in it until we came to this 17th where you got the victory. Can you just describe that shot that you hit on 17?
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, obviously Richie hit an unbelievable drive, so I knew I had to make 4, just maybe half the hole, to be honest. But yeah, myself and Dan, we talked through it. I was actually trying to get in the front right bunker, but it just came out lovely, rolled onto the green, and luckily 2 putts was enough.
And you mentioned, Dan, you've got a lot of family out here supporting you this week, haven't you?
I do, yeah. It's yeah, they don't get to come often. I think my parents are watching online, so shout out to them, I guess. But yeah, it's having my wife here, Dan and Paula, and then my son Kai is pretty special. So it's a nice feeling to have them here.
Talking about special, you're now into the final of the Amateur Championship. We've spoken about your career so far, but what does this mean in terms of your career, getting to this final and having the opportunity to win this amazing championship?
Yeah, it's kind of stuff dreams are made of, really, aren't they? It's going to be on both our minds tomorrow, so it's just how you deal with that. But look, I always wanted to play a major and have my best chance tomorrow at it, so I'm playing one man. But look, I'm very happy with my game, so we'll see how we go.
Okay, well, sleep well, I'm sure you will, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thanks very much, cheers.
Fantastic story, isn't it? As he mentioned, wife Carla, son Kai there with him in Hoylake. Hello, Mum and Dad, watching.
Online.
And it is fascinating, isn't it, when you look at that 17th hole where it finished.
Yeah.
Would you have ever predicted that Graham was going to win that hole there, having seen the 2 drives? But that is match play golf, isn't it? And we'll do it all again tomorrow. 36 holes of great golf. Assured tomorrow. Join us at 8:30 tomorrow morning.